Chapter 149. It was because Dany was playing for real, not just for show, and was very good at it that the others hated her so much. The hatred stemmed from the deep fear. Braavos had held the banner of freeing the slaves for hundreds of years, but the rest of the slave-trading city-states did not react at all. When Braavos used the excuse of abolishing slavery to attack Pentos, Mir, Volantis, Taurosai, and other city-states were watching the fun without any intention of intervening. But Dany did not shout, "I want to abolish slavery to the world" at all. She only secretly engaged in large-scale production in a corner of the world. As a result, the Guy's alliance attacked, and Quills and Volantis were also sharpening their swords, ready to declare war on her. Even Braavos, which had always opposed slavery, had a faceless person come to assassinate her. In just half a year, Dany, who kept a low profile, had become the enemy of the world. Even if she had 3 dragons, the mercenaries with a little foresight were not optimistic about her. Therefore, Danzo sincerely respected her, and the Ragged Prince also wanted to borrow the power of the dragons, but they did not want to rely on her. Well, they did not want to be martyrs. Since Pentos has no national defense force, the wind-blowing group's 2,000 elite infantry should be enough, right? Dany wondered. Your Majesty, you have been to Pentos, so you should know how high and thick the city walls are. Danzo smiled bitterly. Because of the limited military power, Pentos people crazily increased the walls, and Braavos' attitude is uncertain. The Mother of Dragons' reputation is enough to make them not dare to directly intervene. Dany frowned. The wind-blowing group was too smart. 2,000 infantry was indeed a powerful force, but it would only be used once in Yuan Kai, and they would not rely on her forever. After seizing Pentos, the Ragged Prince obviously did not intend to pledge allegiance to her. It was easy to send the Megalosaurus to help attack the city, but could she bear the pressure from Braavos? Not to mention that Braavos had the world's largest navy, the most powerful shipbuilding ability, the most powerful industrial productivity, and the most powerful assassin group, the Faceless People. Just the Iron Treasury alone was enough to take away half of her life. The Iron Treasury was the creditor of the entire world. Even if all the gold coins in the world's banks were added together, it would not be as much as the Iron Vault. Could it be that the Ragged Prince already thinks of me as a dead person? A dead person naturally wouldn't be afraid no matter how much blame was placed on him. At most he would just die. The more Dany thought about it, the more upset she felt, but she couldn't refuse too harshly. A mercenary group of 2,000 elite infantrymen was enough to rank among the top 5 in the Ursos continent. Dany estimated that she would have to sacrifice the same number of soldiers if she were to fight them head-on. I won't lie. If it was another time and place, I would have rejected your Windblown Guild without hesitation. However, with the current situation, the Windblown Guild's attitude is enough to change the outcome of this battle. As such, the Ragged Prince's conditions aren't too harsh, Dany said after some consideration. Danzo nodded inwardly. That's right. It was because they saw that the Mother of Dragons was in a dilemma that they put forward such harsh conditions. He and the Ragged Prince both knew how big and heavy the black pot in Braavos was. Yes, it was the kind of pot that could crush the Mother of Dragons to death again. Again. The Mother of Dragons had plenty of pots to worry about. She had even taken the initiative to take on the world pot of abolishing slavery. Braavos wouldn't make a difference. Oh. Thump, thump, thump. Dany tapped on the armrest of the chair lightly and asked softly, "Do you know Illyrio Mopatis?" Danzo's eyes flashed as he nodded and said, "A trading governor in Pentos. He mainly deals in spices, gems, and dragon bones. I heard that your 3 dragon eggs were purchased by him from the Shadowlands." "That's right. Illyrio gave me 3 dragon eggs. He also protected me and Viserys from assassins many times. I lived a princess-like life in his house for half a year. Later, when I wandered to Qualls, he sent 3 ships to pick me up and bring me back to my country. My naval commander, Sir Grollet, and half of his sailors are also his people." Dany looked at him and said, "If it were another city, I might have agreed to the Ragged Prince's conditions, but I would never invade a friend's city, or even, if Illyrio asked, I wouldn't hesitate to take Pentos and give it to him. I wouldn't ask for a single copper coin in return." Finally, she said firmly, "Targaryen, a debt must be repaid." The red-haired Lila, the beautiful Mareth. and the warrior poet Danswa's faces were all twisted in that moment. If that Duke Tywin of Ragin Keela was here, they wondered if he would go crazy. Everyone complained in their hearts. Alright, the Lannister family's motto was, "Hear me roar." Dany didn't break the rules. I'm afraid that Governor Illyrio won't be able to become Prince of Pentos. He was born poor and doesn't have the bloodline of the 40 great nobles. Danswa said hesitantly. The Ragged Prince definitely doesn't want to be a puppet anymore. When he comes to power, what will happen to the governor of trade who holds real power? I can't push my benefactor into a fire pit, right? Dany smiled and threw the blame on the head of her benefactor Illyrio. How about this? I don't need you to spread rumors. Anyway, I just need to dawdle in Yuan Kai. If I can take down Yuan Kai and you gain Illyrio's recognition, yes, when I receive Illyrio's letter, I'll mobilize the Megalosaurus to help you take down Pentos. At least this was better than a direct rejection. I can't make the decision. I have to go back and discuss it with the Ragged Prince. Danswa said hesitantly. Alright, we can continue the discussion tomorrow night at this time. You can tell the wise master that my price is too high and that he won't budge. I can only go back and ask the commander. Dany nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Danswa bowed respectfully and found Zidane outside the tent. They returned to Yuan Kai that very night. Marath returned to the prisoner camp obediently. Under the moonlight and starlight, the two knights listened to the sound of horse hooves as they walked back silently. Suddenly, the Bravosi looked around and asked softly, "Did you succeed?" "No." "Why?" The Dragon Queen insisted on 4 times the normal ransom. Danswa also lowered his voice. Anyway, the wise master is the one paying, and the current situation is very special. She's not asking for too much. Zidane was puzzled. I did it on purpose. I'll go back and ask the commander tonight. We'll continue the discussion tomorrow, Danswa said mysteriously. Zidane suddenly came to his senses and patted the old poet's shoulder. He laughed softly and said, "You're old and sly. You've delayed for another day for Yuan Kai. The wise master should reward you." "It's not considered delaying. After all, you saw it too. The Mother of Dragons needs time to build siege weapons." Danswa shook his head. After he went back and reported this matter, the wise master really rewarded Danswa 500 gold radiance coins. After the wise masters and mercenary commanders heard the news that Zidane found out, they were so happy that they had a midnight party in the Great Pyramid. When they returned to the wind-blowing team's commander's room in the early morning, Danswa told him the whole story. "So the relationship between Illyrio and that woman is so deep?" The prince in ragged clothes stroked the white beard on his chin and thought for a moment. "Do you know how long the enemy army's food can last?" Danswa said. "It's more than we expected. The Unsullied gave us half a pound of wild boar meat for dinner. I've observed carefully. Almost every soldier was given a piece of meat. The nearby forest is only so big. How long can they last by hunting?" "Then, Commander, what do you mean?" Danswa was puzzled. The prince in ragged clothes smiled coldly and said, "Tomorrow, tell that woman that I agree to her plan B. I will not do anything for the next few days. The wind-blowing team will try not to be stained with the blood of the slave army. But when she can't hold on and has the idea of returning to my plana, you can use the excuse of talking about the ransom of the Gith captives and put a yellow silk cloak back as a signal. At that time, I will automatically reach a new agreement with her. Illyrio will take his wealth and scram, and she will help me take down Pentos." Danswa looked at the gray-haired old commander in admiration and gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant. Really brilliant." Dany looked at the blood contract in her hand and laughed coldly. The next day, Danswa and Zidane left Yuan Kai early as usual and had dinner at Dany's camp. Although the two had different goals, they were both pleasantly surprised. Today's steak was a quarter thinner than yesterday, and the oatmeal was not as thick as last night. The Dragon Queen also came back later. During the negotiations that night, Danswa found that the Dragon Queen was even more tired than last night. It seemed like she was worried about something. Was there no food? The negotiations went smoothly. Even though the Queen repeatedly emphasized that she, Dany Rise, would not do anything to betray her friends even if she was defeated, wiped out, or killed. But in the end, he still wrote his name on the contract without hesitation. At noon on the third day, in the giant Jela arena in Yuankai City. With the arrival of the Mother of Dragons, Yuankai also entered a state of emergency where the entire city was on alert. Entertainment activities such as gladiators and courtesans parades were naturally suspended. The giant Jela arena that belonged to His Excellency the Virtuous Lord was no exception. The stands on all sides in the arena were empty. Only the stone hall where the gladiators trained their martial arts could be heard. "No, uncle, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Uncle, Virtuous Lord, Uncle Mourinho, no." An 18 or 19-year-old youth was crying and struggling, wailing and crying. The giant Jela arena was also built by excavating the ground, so the training ground next to the arena was 10 meters away from the ground. At the top of the spacious training ground covered with stone slabs, there were skylights the size of wash basins. The lighting was very good. The golden sunlight penetrated through the skylights to the ground. There were visible black dust in the yellow light pillars, the charcoal ash of the burning firewood. The circular training ground was about 500 square meters. In the center, there was a 2-meter-high white jade platform with a width of one's arms. At the top of the stone platform, there was a golden stone egg. The surface of the stone egg was covered with fine scales, like the skin of a young dragon. This was a golden dragon egg. With the stone pillar as the center, there was a pattern of burning flames painted on the ground nearby with red paint. The holy mark of the Light King, Lalo, was similar to the heptagram of the Seven Gods Church. Each holy mark of the flame was the size of a baby's palm. Countless holy marks formed a huge reverse spiral vortex around the stone pillar. 2 iron chains were dragged out from the top and bottom of the stone pillar. The wailing youth's hands and feet were shackled by the iron chains. The youth's long black hair was wet and draped over his shoulders. His toga robe and silk pants were also dripping with a light green liquid. Well, there was a strong olive fragrance. The youth was also surrounded by firewood. Chapter 150. Gandhi for the Great Dasnak Family, for Yuankai, for Slave Bay, for the Gai's Empire, for the peaceful future of the world's people, you go. Throw yourself into the arms of the Lord of Light. Lalo is also a good home. The Virtuous Lord said with red and swollen eyes as he looked at his nephew who was dragging the chains with a clattering sound. His eyes were not red and swollen like a sorrowful person who was holding back his tears. Instead, he looked like a leader who had lost half of his public funds in Macau, and was gritting his teeth as he placed his final bet on the betting table. "Virtuous Lord, you are mistaken. Your nephew will not enter the kingdom of the Lord of Light. The object of your sacrifice is Lord Lalo, the shadow demon." A strangely dressed old woman beside him chuckled. The old woman was leaning on a walking stick and had a hunched back. She had yellowish-black old skin and sparse hair. Her wrinkled cheeks were inlaid with a piece of red jade. She wore a tight black top that revealed her 2 breasts. She purposely made 2 holes in her chest. They looked like shriveled eggplants that had been exposed to the sun for 10 days. They swayed left and right as the old woman walked. There was even a palm-sized metal ring at the top of the eggplants. Judging from her attire, the old woman should have come from one of the 3 fortress cities of the descendants of Herr Cologne. The descendants of Herr Cologne were destroyed by the juggernauts. The remaining survivors fled into the 3 fortresses and gradually developed into the 3 fortress cities of Shamiliana, Kayakayanaya, and Bayasabad. Perhaps it was because too many men had died in the war, or perhaps it was because they despised men for being useless and a disgrace to the legendary hero Herculean Yasser Ahai. After the country was destroyed by the zebra people, the descendants of Herculean became a purely feminist society. Before the women of the new era learned how to walk, they had to learn how to ride a horse and climb. Starting from childhood, every woman had to master the skills of using a bow, spear, knife, and slingshot. Adult female warriors who passed the test would have their faces inlaid with rubies and metal rings pierced through their skin. They would also not shy away from revealing their strong chest muscles. As for men, unfortunately, there were not many men left. The 3 citadels strictly followed the policy that 99 out of every 100 boys would be castrated before they reached adulthood and become eunuchs, serving the city in a variety of service jobs: scribes, priests, scholars, servants, cooks, farmers, artisans, and so on. Only the most intelligent, the strongest, the most courteous, and the most elegant boy could keep his little Gigi, continue to grow, and have children with 100 fierce Spartans. Is this policy good? Even the scholars of Westeros could not tell, but ever since the woman took power, the zebra people in the east, the horse people in the west, and the barbarians in the mountains could no longer bully the descendants of Herr Cologne as they had in the past. And this old woman in front of him was one of those fierce women. The people of Zingis spent half a year to invite her from thousands of miles away. The virtuous lord glanced at the old woman and asked, "Aren't the Light Monarch and the Shadow Demon Lalo?" There was a deep fear in his eyes as he looked at her. The virtuous lord was not an idiot. He would not believe in an old woman from the Far East for no reason. A few days ago, when the fleet captain introduced the old woman to him, the virtuous lord told him directly, if he could not see the true power of the gods with his own eyes, he would rather waste a little more time and go to the Red Temple of Volantis to find the Red God High Priest than hire her. Then the old woman performed a ghostly shadow in his great pyramid. That night, under the red light of the bonfire, countless demons crawled out of the wall and took away the souls of 10 slaves as sacrifices. Seeing the twisted shadow tear another shadow from a living person, the virtuous lord did not dare to perform a sacrificial ritual in his pyramid. Ha ha! The old woman laughed strangely. Virtuous lord, the Light Monarch is the red god, the god of fire, and the shadow demon is the shadow of light, the dark demon. The combination of gods and demons is the complete Lalo. If you want to exchange the soul of the Megalosaurus from the kingdom of death, you can only ask for help from the god of darkness, Lalo the devil. The kingdom of the Light Monarch belongs to the Red God believers, and the kingdom of death controlled by the shadow demon Lalo is hell. Do you understand? Your nephew will go to hell. You have sacrificed your grandson, granddaughter, illegitimate daughter, illegitimate son, and 15 other relatives. They are all waiting for the poor little Gandhi in hell. Ha ha! The virtuous lord's face was pale, and he kept muttering, "Sure enough, we were right to ban the spread of the Red God belief in the Slave Bay. Lalo is the devil, the god of devils. Ha ha ha, if the great Lalo is the devil, what are you, who prayed to him for miracles?" The old woman sneered. And as I said, the Light Monarch and the Shadow Demon are two completely different things. The Red God priestess who believes in the Light Monarch is different from me, a witch who studies black witchcraft. I don't believe in the Light Monarch at all, and the priestess who believes in the Light Monarch may not be able to help you with the sacrificial ritual, unless she also studies black witchcraft while believing in the Light Monarch. So, new guys invited me, an expert in the demon sacrificial ritual from afar, and did not look for the Red God Archbishop of Volantis who teaches thousands of people. You fool! Do you understand what I'm saying? This old woman was the same as the witch Mealy who cursed Dany. They believed in the traditional gods of their own people, but studied the shadow demon's black witchcraft as a subject. Lalo the shadow demon did not care if the black witchcraft believed in him or not. As long as the other party mastered the technique of sacrificing to him, he would give different responses according to the sacrifice. The virtuous lord's thin face was red and green. She said with hatred, "Why have I sacrificed 15? No, including my 3 sons who died under the dragon flame. 18 blood descendants have entered Lalo's kingdom. Why haven't the dragon eggs hatched yet?" The old woman shrugged and said casually, "I don't know." "Are you kidding me?" The virtuous lord was furious. The old woman sighed and said helplessly, "I've said it before. In theory, by sacrificing blood relatives, you can exchange part of the Megalosaurus soul fragment from the shadow demon. I've even shown you how to use 10 slaves to save a dead person." The virtuous lord waved her hand and interrupted her impatiently. "Save an idiot who can't speak and can't think. Yes, you are very lucky to have met an idiot." The old woman nodded and said seriously, "Lucky? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The virtuous lord sneered. The old woman's dark red eyes flashed with countless black shadows. She said faintly, "Who do you think the sacrifice is? Where did the soul fragment come from?" "The shadow demon Lalo, the soul fragment from hell. What can there be in hell? If the thing that returns to the human world is not a crazy evil spirit, you should be shouting Lalo, the king of light, bless." Okay. The virtuous lord understood the meaning of the old woman's words. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it hatches an idiot dragon that can fly and breathe fire, I'll accept it. But that woman only lost 3 relatives, and she hatched 3 smart and flawless dragons. Why didn't I get a crazy dragon even though I lost 18 relatives? Are you stupid? The old woman looked at him with disdain and asked, what kind of blood do you have? And what kind of blood do you have? Your family's ancestor is a branch of the great nobility of Wuxia. But how many generations have you had mixed blood? Other than the high-quality pure blood of Wuxia, how many dragons have been hatched in the history of Targaryen? Those dozens and hundreds of dragons have all died and returned to the kingdom of death. But as soon as they hear their master's call, they will immediately break free from the shackles of death and return to the human world from hell. For example, that black dragon must be the reincarnation of Balerion. Your family has no dragons to summon in hell, so you can only pray to the shadow demon to be merciful and give you a piece of the Megalosaurus soul fragment. Then what will it take for him to be merciful to me? The virtuous lord roared. The old woman stared at the golden dragon egg on the stone platform for a while, and said with a ghostly voice, perhaps, he has already responded to you. I saw a few small shadows in the dragon egg. Virtuous lord, please understand that the gods are never merciful, but the demons are crueler than the gods. The good thing of exchanging the blood of a few branches for a megalosaurus will never happen to you. Think about that dragon queen, her father, brother, nephew, niece, mother, loyal servant, second brother, husband, and only son. They are all dead, and there is only one Targaryen left in the world. What about you? The old woman turned her head, and her cold and mocking dark red eyes met the virtuous lord's. Thump, thump, thump. The virtuous lord staggered back a few steps, turned his head, and said in a hoarse voice, is it really necessary? It should be said that even then you may not get what you want. It's like you want a complete living person, but I can only help you revive an idiot. It was also because Danny Rise's life was too tragic, and the process of hatching a dragon was exactly the same as Shadow Demon Lalo's black magic theory, of exchanging a living soul for a dead soul. Danny just casually said a few words of speculation that she saw on the forum in her past life, and the others felt like they had finally found the truth. The virtuous lord used his trembling hands to support himself against the wall, and asked with great difficulty, then can I stop it? Yes, of course you can quit at any time. The old woman pointed at Gandhi, who was still howling with her walking stick. How about we stop burning today? The virtuous lord looked at his nephew with an inexplicable expression. Mourinho, you idiot raised by a mule. I curse the entire Daznak family to go to hell, ha ha ha. Do you know Dia? Your secret lover. Her ventriloquism is amazing. I've tried it with my big sword. Ha ha ha, long live the mother of dragons, long live the megalosaurus, Yuan Kai will be conquered, ha ha ha. Looks like we have to continue burning. The old woman touched her nose and laughed. The virtuous lord spat out a word fiercely, burn. Ha ha, the old woman slammed the black jade-like wooden stick on the stone floor, and shouted in an ancient Far Eastern language, Lord of Shadows, you are the shadow in the fire, the only god in the shadow. Lalo, I offer you a blood sacrifice. Please perform a miracle for the people around me. Boom! The flame stigmata on the reverse spiral vortex pattern suddenly burst into flames, and Gandhi, who was drenched in olive oil, was ignited together with the firewood beside him. Chapter 151. Ah no, uncle, save me. Mourinho, I will curse you forever in hell. Gandhi in the flames let out an inhuman howl. The virtuous lord turned a blind eye to it and took a few steps back in fear. Because the red sacred mark quickly turned from red to black, the red flame also turned into a constantly twisting shadow. Like a wriggling living thing, the originally short shadow gradually elongated, extending on the floor, and finally projected on the wall, climbing to the ceiling, twisting and swaying with the flames of the burning firewood. The old woman raised her walking stick and chanted a mysterious incantation. At the same time, she used her extremely ugly body to perform a lewd and provocative dance. It was as if she was inviting an indescribable existence to have sex with her. Gradually, someone responded to her. The slender shadow began to split, like a person stretching his arms and legs. The virtuous lord even saw the distorted facial features on the shadow's head. Devil, the devil has appeared again, he murmured with a pale face. Countless twisted shadows danced with the old woman, and from time to time, they floated past Gandhi's torso in the flames. The shadows from hell were long and dark, and no light could stop them. The The flames showed black stripes because of them, and the light beams that came through the skylight were like light bulbs that had been turned off. The bright and warm training ground instantly turned into a barren tomb. An hour later, a group of servants entered the training ground, silently cleaning the ashes on the ground, and the ferocious charred corpse with a big mouth under the light of the skylight. It was very contradictory. It was clearly burned, but it emitted the smell of a rotting corpse, as if what was burned before was not a living person, but a swollen rotten corpse dug out from the grave. Alas, I failed again. The old woman sighed helplessly as she walked on the tunnel leading to the pyramid. Your Excellency, you saw it with your own eyes. I really tried my best. The virtuous lord held a warm wooden box inlaid with gems and responded with a wooden face. Yes? Then arrange a ship to take me away from Yuankai tonight. It's been a few days, and the Mother of Dragons should also attack the city. I'm old, and I can't bear the baptism of dragon flames, the old woman said with a smile. The footsteps of the two echoed in the dark and quiet tunnel. After a long while, the virtuous lord whispered, Don't rush to leave, you will be safe in the pyramid. Oh, you still haven't given up? The old woman asked with a strange expression. Taking a deep breath, the virtuous lord's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly said, Can you have the shadow fiend kill that woman? Are you dreaming? Not to mention the silver-haired queen protected by the megalosaurus. Even if I wanted to hurt a mortal like you, I can't do it. The old woman sneered. But you killed Gandhi, you killed many people. The great sage gritted his teeth. Alas, offering a sacrifice is different from killing people. If my black magic could really hurt people from a distance, the zebra people of the Jujesnai grassland would have long been wiped out by me. But the truth is, even an ordinary zebra youth could easily chop off my head. The old woman shook her head helplessly. The virtuous lord suspiciously glanced at the old woman next to him and said, I recently heard a piece of news from the Westeros. Surrounded by an army of 10,000, a shadow broke into a king's tent and cut his throat like paper. Haha, if everyone thinks so, then the real murderer of the king can enjoy the fruits of victory in peace. Don't you know better than this old woman about the trivial matters of the game of power? The old woman chuckled. You mean the power of witchcraft can't achieve that effect? The virtuous lord hesitated. In fact, he also thought that it was nonsense. If magic was so powerful, what was the point of the Gith people and the Dragon Queen's army of more than 100,000 people fighting? But, is the legend of the Lorna people using water magic to fight against the Megalosaurus fake? The destruction of a city with water magic should have happened. The wrinkles between the old woman's eyebrows deepened. But that involves gods. The Lorna River seems to have given birth to a nature god, the main god of the Lorna people. If someone can drive shadows to kill people, then he must be more terrifying than the Megalosaurus because there must be a god behind him, the god of shadows, Shadow Demon Lalo. Can't you borrow the power of Shadow Demon Lalo? Why can't you drive shadows to kill people? The virtuous lord still didn't give up. The old woman rolled her eyes and asked, How much pocket money does your son get every month? And how much can your dead nephew Gandhi get from you? The virtuous lord said with a straight face, If Gandhi was as good as Dax, I would give him more love. Sorry, I also hope that I'm the best wizard in the Shadow Demon's heart. But I'm not. The old woman said lightly, I advise you not to think too much. Even if there is someone in the Westeros who can drive shadows to kill people. Well, if the rumors are true, then the other party must be a red-robed priest who is proficient in black magic. Even if you invite that red-robed priest, he can't kill the Dragon Queen. Is her slender little neck stronger than a steel plate? The virtuous lord sneered. Hey, let me tell you this. The magic of the mortal world can't hurt the Dragon King. Otherwise, how can the people of Valeglia rule the world? What if the dragon isn't by her side? The virtuous lord said unwillingly. Sai, if you really want to assassinate her, you might as well hire a faceless one. The new guy's people only asked me to hatch a dragon for you for 200,000 gold coins. But 200,000 gold coins isn't even a fraction of the cost of hiring a faceless one. Think about why. Humph, we already thump thump thump. A series of hurried footsteps interrupted their conversation. At this time, they had already passed through the passage between the arena and the pyramid, and were climbing up the stairs with the help of 4 servants. Virtuous lord, there's a situation outside the city. A yellow silk cloak panted and said anxiously. Mourinho handed the box with the dragon egg to the servant beside him and patted the ash off Toka's robe. He said lightly, "The slave queen finally can't hold it anymore and wants to attack the city? No, the centaurs are gone." "What?" "The centaur scouts who have been guarding the east and south gate have disappeared." Yuan-Kai City was not a completely square city. It was built along the curved coastline in the north and west, and there were docks on both sides. The city only had 2 gates in the east and south. A few days ago, the centaur cavalry had been guarding 500 meters outside the city, blocking the passage on the land of Yuan-Kai. Since they have left, immediately send scouts out of the city to find out the situation of the enemy camp. The virtuous lord frowned. General Grazadin has already sent people to check. The militia who were building the siege chariots on the road have also disappeared. The enemy camp is closed, and there's no one outside the camp. What did Grazadin and the ragged prince say? The virtuous lord asked hurriedly. They can't make up their minds, so they asked me to invite you, the soldier said. The last cavalry raid ended up being a complete failure for the Dragon Queen. And the shadow of failure shrouded the hearts of the soldiers of Yuan-Kai City. In the morning, the centaur scouts disappeared. In the afternoon, they found that the civilians on the road outside Yuan-Kai City had also disappeared. A group of people discussed for the whole afternoon, but they still couldn't come up with a plan. In the evening, a few mercenaries who took the settlement fee took the risk to approach the right side of the camp of the Northern Expedition Liberation Army. But, Your Excellency, there's no one guarding the enemy camp. We took advantage of the darkness and hid at the base of the left wall of the enemy camp, but we found that the wall that looked like a tall wooden stake from afar was only a thin layer of wood. A small black mercenary who was 1.5 meters tall said. Grazadin was horrified. He glanced at the leader of the new Second Sons Regiment, Zidane, and asked, "You mean the slave rebel camp is just for show?" "It's worse than just for show. I tried to cut it with a dagger, and it directly opened a hole the size of a bowl," another middle-aged man said strangely. Zidane was still confused. The old sword poet Danzo's expression changed. "Damn it, we've been tricked. The Mother of Dragons deliberately led us to the gate of the camp, and in the whole camp only the gate is real. The rest of the camp, but why?" The ragged prince said with a serious expression. "Have you entered the camp to check? There are a total of 3 camps in the front, middle and back, and they stretch for 10 kilometers. Grazadin quickly asked the 2 scouts. "How would we dare to enter? From the hole we can see that the camp is full of soldiers with spears. They seem to be waiting for us. It's late at night, and they didn't even light a campfire. I don't know what they're doing," the dark skinny man said with lingering fear. "Damn it, they must be waiting for us to sneak into the camp." Grazadin blurted out. "I see. They deliberately let us find out that the camp is weak and then—" The ragged prince had a look of realization at first, and he even agreed with Grazadin's judgment. But halfway through he suddenly froze. "If we found out that the camp is weak, would we sneak in? Or would we dare to sneak in at night?" He looked around at the people around him and asked. "This?" Grazadin's face turned red. "You lowly mercenary leader, how could you say that? If we found out that the enemy was weak, would we, the son of a harpy, not even dare to sneak in? Seems like we wouldn't dare." Then he thought to himself in frustration. Although he had only fought with the Mother of Dragons twice, the results of those 2 short fights were too scary. She was young, but her battle tactics were unconstrained. No one could keep up with her pace. He, Grazadin, had been the captain of the Iron Army for 10 years. How many pirates and bandits had he fought? He had a lot of experience in both land and sea battles, and that woman seemed to be illiterate. She had always been a vagrant and had never even gone to school. So do we sneak in or not?" Zidane asked weakly. The ragged prince, the captain, Grazadin, the virtuous lord. All the generals present hesitated. "The problem is, does the Mother of Dragons want us to sneak in? We have to do the opposite," Danzo said with a serious expression. "Does she want to?" 7 or 8 people asked in unison. Danzo's face began to twist. After a while he said with difficulty, "I don't know. Since we can't guess, then let's not guess," the poop man Yazin said coldly. "It's obvious. If wisdom has weight, then all of us added together won't be half of her weight. If that's the case, then we'll try our best to fight to the death. We'll stick to our original plan and pretend that we didn't notice the disappearance of the centaurs. Don't keep thinking about sneak attacks and sneak attacks. You can't beat her." Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the poop man. Some looked at him with disdain, but more people expressed their admiration. Although the richest man in Yuan-Kai had a foul mouth, he did have some extraordinary intelligence to be able to become the richest man. The virtuous lord and a few generals discussed in whispers for a while before announcing loudly, "Let's do it this way. Everyone go back and sleep. We don't have to care about what happens outside. As long as we keep the people calm and defend the city, don't panic and don't rush, we'll win." Unfortunately, he thought too much. There were many times when you couldn't even pretend to be a coward. At around 10 o'clock at night, more than 100 messenger crows flew to Yuan-Kai one after another. All of them were telling the same news. This afternoon, the Dragon Queen led an army of 50,000 to attack Murine. We are finished. Chapter 152. They could not hold on any longer. They could not even sleep. In the wee hours of the morning, a group of virtuous lords crawled out of their beds like frightened chicks and rushed to the virtuous lord's pyramid. How is this possible? Last night, we were still discussing with her about ransoming the captives. At that time there were still 50,000 people in the camp. Even if dragons can fly, even if... it's 250 kilometers from Yuan-Kai to Murine. There are so many manners and merchants along the way. Are they all blind? Also, how could an army of 50,000 run 250 kilometers in 3 days? They've already marched 600 kilometers in a hurry. The virtuous lord sat on a wooden chair covered with a blanket. He looked at the generals around him in despair, hoping that a wise man would step forward to answer his questions. There were many generals and famous generals present. The Ragged Prince had 30 years of military experience. Grazidan graduated from the famous military academy and was the war god of Yuan-Kai for 10 years. The warship captain had traversed the 4 seas and fought countless battles. Even Zidane, who had the least experience, had served in the Bravo's army for 5 years, and was the captain of a cavalry regiment for 3 of those years. However, they couldn't figure out a simple question. How did we lose? Let's think about it. In the end, it was Yazan who spoke. Yazan was once the wisest person in Yuan-Kai. Together with the war god Grazidan, they were known as the 2 heroes of Yuan-Kai. However, Grazidan was luckier. He developed steadily and had a bright future ahead of him. When Yazan was young, his mind was more flexible. Because he was too smart, he had been trying to explore the unknown world and find the truth between heaven and earth. Yazan went to Sothros opposite Ursos to explore and was infected with a strange disease. He went from a promising hero to a paralyzed young man who could not control his lower body. But even if his body was crippled, he still used his wisdom to earn endless wealth and became the richest man in Yuan-Kai. During the negotiation last night, there were 50,000 people in the Mother of Dragons camp? Yazan looked at Zidane. Yes. Zidane nodded. Counting the chimneys? Yazan frowned. Not only the number of bonfires, I also compared the number of tents and soldiers in the camp with the size of the entire camp. I used a few different estimation methods and the conclusion was the same 50,000 people. Zidane explained. Yazan looked at Danzo and asked, "Are you sure you saw the Mother of Dragons in person? Can this be faked? She has silver hair and purple eyes. She's very pretty. More importantly, she gives off the aura of a queen," Danzo said with a frown. He was an old man, experienced and knowledgeable, and was also a poet. His education level was very high, so he would not make a mistake in his judgment. Azan said thoughtfully, "Maybe the Megalosaurus could." "Wait." Grazidan stepped forward and stared at Danzo. He asked in surprise, "You saw that woman's face?" "I'm not blind. Of course I saw his face." Danzo was baffled. "She did not wear a helmet?" asked Grazidan. "What's wrong with her? It's late at night, and she's in her own tent. Why is she wearing a giant helmet?" Danzo was even more confused. "Who's with her?" "Red-haired Lara from the Rose Regiment and a few unsullied." The last time she negotiated with us she was wearing a helmet. The Royal Guards and the Blood Alliance Guards were present. You might have met an actress with great acting skills. A great lord of Milan lamented at the side. He was one of the leaders of the 10-man alliance. He was as lucky as Grazadin and managed to escape back to Yuan Kai. The poop man Yazan was stunned. What a cunning mother of dragons! The ragged prince rubbed his temples tiredly and asked, "What's with the extra 50,000 people?" The mother of dragons was so good at commanding troops that she could take down Milin in an instant. It seemed that the day she controlled Slave Bay was not far away. He was afraid that he would never get the yellow silk cloak he was looking forward to. To get Pentos, he would have to deal with the cunning Illyrio. But how would he convince the fat spice merchant? How troublesome! Grazadin did not immediately answer the question of the leader of the Wind Regiment. Instead, he flipped through the letters from Milin. Everyone's expression was heavy as they waited for the think tank's analysis. The palace was completely silent. Only the sound of Yazan flipping the paper and the intermittent poochie-goochie from his butt could be heard. 45 great lords, 78 great nobles, and great merchants all swore that the Mother of Dragons brought an army of 50,000 people to Milin, and all of them were elites. They were not slaves in disguise. Azim put down the letter and rubbed Sweetheart's thigh with his thick fingers. Sweetheart was shy, but she endured it in silence. In the evening, when the Mother of Dragons' army entered the city, there were even many people counting the torches. A total of 45,000 people entered the Great Pyramid. Yes, the Mother of Dragons personally took down the Great Pyramid of Milin with 3 dragons and obtained countless food and gold. Originating from the Old Guy's empire, Milin, Yuan Kai, and Astapor each had the largest pyramid, called the Great Pyramid. It was the administrative and military center of the city. For example, Mourinho was the leader of the people, the Great Sage, because the Daznak family controlled the Great Pyramid of Yuan Kai. In terms of wealth, Mourinho Daznak was not even in the top 3. He was not as rich as the god of war Graz Dan. Since it has been confirmed that there are at least 45,000 people in Milin, then outside our city, Graz Dan's thin face suddenly turned red as if he had been greatly humiliated. He shouted, "This is too much. There are not many people outside our city at all. The camp is empty." Then what is the dense crowd that the spy saw? Zidane was puzzled. The camp is fake. The Mother of Dragons is also fake. Naturally, the soldiers inside may also be fake. This is an ingenious deception. Azin's eyes flashed as if he had seen through all the mysteries. He said with certainty, "I am sure that among the 3 camps in front, middle, and back of the Mother of Dragons, only the back camp 13 kilometers away is real. There may be siege weapons and thousands of guards hidden in it." "Why do you say that?" Graz was puzzled. "Do you think that the Mother of Dragons is only satisfied with taking down Milin?" Azin said lightly. Everyone was horrified. Graz Dan gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "So she knows that after taking down Milin, we will definitely receive news from the great lords. She knows that we will know the truth of her camp today. She knows that her trick can't be hidden anymore. She simply withdrew her forces and moved all the power and siege weapons to the back camp. So, even if we find out that we have fallen into a trap, we can't take down the back camp in a short time. When that woman brings food from Milin, Yuan Kai will be finished. What should we do now? That woman is too scary. She has almost calculated everything." A fat young lord was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. "She has 3 megalosaurus and more soldiers than us. Why doesn't she follow the tradition and fight us head-on and have a legendary siege battle? She is stronger than us and is so smart. This is too much of a bully. How can we play this game?" Sigh. When the news of the battle in Slave Bay spread, Danny Rise will become a legend. And we will be fools who serve as a foil for the legendary hero. When the story of the Dragon Queen is passed down through the ages, some of us will be laughed at countless times by the children who listen to their nannies talk about the past. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, sigh. Azin said dejectedly. Bam! Graz Dan, who was destined to be one of those some of us, slammed the table and roared with a twisted face, "No, I don't want to be a laughing stock. We have to do something. What can we do now? Wait for the Dragon Queen to surround us with 100,000 soldiers. With her power, it is too easy for her to recruit 50,000 slave soldiers in Milin," Azin said dejectedly. "I want to vent. I want to vent my anger on the thousands of soldiers in her camp. I want to pull out the nail she left in Yuan Kai, Graz Dan said as he stood up and walked out. Wait, it is too late now. Don't fall into that woman's ambush, the great virtuous lord shouted. Graz Dan looked back at the frightened virtuous lords and mercenaries in the palace and said calmly, if you fall into an ambush, then die in an ambush. Graz Dan raised his hand to interrupt the great virtuous lord and said, I will only bring the people of the Urez family out of the city. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked away in big strides. The ragged prince looked at his straight back and muttered, he is a warrior. No, he is the war god Yuan Kai. The great virtuous lord said with a sorrowful expression. Although this war god is unlucky to have met the dragon queen who shocked the world, Aizen murmured. He couldn't help but think of himself. Back then, the Yuan Kai twin heroes were so heroic and heroic. Now, one of them had become a paralyzed person who couldn't even urinate or defecate, while the other had become a war god who was always defeated. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Could it be that the heavens are jealous of the talents? Aizen thought in self-pity. No one was in the mood to go home and sleep. They stayed in the great virtuous lord's palace and prepared to send war god Graz Dan off. Reports about 3 hours later, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, a man in a yellow silk cloak covered in blood staggered into the hall. He panted heavily and said emotionally, Report, report. Great sage Grazidan the general he sigh no need to say more. I understand. Mourinho, who was sitting at the oval conference table, waved his hand and interrupted the other party. Help the general tidy up his appearance. I will see him tomorrow morning. The man in the yellow silk cloak looked up and said in shock, Great virtuous lord, what are you talking about? What? The great virtuous lord was also stunned. Graz Dan led 500 cavalrymen and wiped out thousands of enemies. He set fire to more than 10 miles away, killed countless enemies, burned countless enemy supplies, and even saved 500 captives. Great virtuous lord, we have won a great victory. Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, the ragged prince came back to his senses and asked, The enemy didn't set up an ambush? Sigh, the enemy didn't have enough manpower to set up an ambush. I heard from Miss Maris that the Dragon Queen purposely used the empty fort stratagem to scare us. The man in the yellow silk cloak said with a smile. Maris was saved too? Danzo was shocked. The soldier said, The captives were gagged and tied to the front camp as targets for the empty fort stratagem. Not only were the mercenaries saved, but the hundreds of our brothers who were lost were also saved. Empty fort stratagem? What an empty fort stratagem. Our army of tens of thousands was scared for 3 days. 3 days that cost us our lives. Aizen smiled bitterly. Although he still couldn't figure out how the enemy led an exhausted army of 50,000 and traveled 250 kilometers in 3 days, he more or less understood how they lost the war. How did Maris know about the Mother of Dragons' empty fort stratagem? The ragged prince asked. That Lila, a knight under the Mother of Dragons, told her. The other party thought that there was no need to hide this from the captives, because they knew that the Mother of Dragons would definitely win. There were even a dozen mercenaries who turned to the Mother of Dragons on the spot. I see. The great virtuous lord nodded. He also understood what kind of people mercenaries were always on the side of the victor. The Mother of Dragons used this method to recruit the captives was considered smart. What else did Maris say? Danzo asked. Miss Maris said that the empty fort stratagem was very clever. If we were smart enough, we would definitely fall for it and not dare to act rashly. However, the empty fort stratagem is completely ineffective against boors and idiots, the man in the yellow silk cloak said proudly. Great virtuous lord, the ragged prince, Aizen. Chapter 153. The next morning, the burned fences were scattered on the yellow mud. Wisps of white smoke rose from the hot black charcoal, carrying a choking smell and a disgusting stench. It spread into the thin mist on the outskirts of Yuan Kai City. Through the fog, he could vaguely see groups of yellow silk capes searching for something on the ground. He could also vaguely hear the rustling of footsteps and the sound of hushed voices talking soon. The first ray of golden sunlight broke through the white mist, bringing warmth and light to the ravaged land, and also gave the guy's generals a wide and clear vision outside the camp. The scorched mark stretched for 10 kilometers. Except for the first kilometer, the land behind was relatively empty and clean. There was only an orderly row of black spots, like the scar on a monk's head. They were all traces of bonfires. It's obvious that most of the space in the front and middle camps does not even have tents. The countless bonfires are naturally not the stoves of the soldiers. Well, empty stoves. General Grazadin, we have been fooled by a clever little trick. The Prince of Ragged Clothes sat tall and straight on the high saddle. His voice was loud and clear, and everyone in the field could hear him clearly. He was riding on a tall and sturdy gray warhorse. The two hind legs of the gray warhorse were dragging countless strips of cloth. They were all sewn from the enemy's robes after the commander had personally killed them. Prince, we need victory. At this special moment when Mirin has fallen, our soldiers need victory to rebuild their confidence. Grazadin said in a low voice. We all understand the importance of morale, so we did not expose your lies. The Prince of Ragged Clothes looked around and also lowered his voice. The soldiers in the city wantonly proclaimed your great achievements, burning 20 miles of camp, killing 10,000 enemies with 500 elite guys cavalry, and the Mother of Dragons remaining 3,000 unsullied being besieged by Yuan Kai's army. Ahem, the rear camp is indeed surrounded by us. Grazadin's old face turned red as he said unnaturally. 500 cavalry besieging 1,500 unsullied and 2,500 militia? The ragged prince glanced at war god Yuan Kai and said indifferently, the truth is that you killed and burned 10,000 scarecrows, 47 mercenaries, and 364 guards last night. If it weren't for the fact that you only brought 500 men with you, the 900+ captives tied up in the front camp would have all died. At least this time we've finally figured out the enemy's true strength. The morale of the people of Yuan Kai has also been boosted, and we've regained our confidence in defeating that woman. The war god straightened his neck and said, so we must take the rear camp? Zidane asked. Of course. Glasden said seriously, that woman will lead the army and countless provisions back to Yuan Kai at any time, so we can't besiege the rear camp for a long time. However, if we leave the rear camp alone, not only will our morale suffer a great blow, it will also increase the arrogance of the enemy. The soldiers and siege weapons in the enemy camp will all be used by that woman. The ragged prince nodded in agreement. From a tactical point of view, Yuan Kai and the Mother of Dragons will have a head-on battle sooner or later. We should take advantage of the fact that the enemy's main force is not here to take down some of her elite soldiers. I think that when the Mother of Dragons returns and sees the heads of 1,500 unsullied on both sides of the road, she will definitely be angry and lose her rationality. Marie's and Danzo's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They never thought that their commander would use such a ruthless method to deal with the Mother of Dragons. They had signed a contract before. The wind-blowing group could stay in Yuan Kai, but they had to work and not put in any effort. They couldn't be stained with the blood of the Mother of Dragons soldiers. What happened to the commander? The two were puzzled. Ha, that's it. The 50,000 slaves didn't disturb her state of mind, but the 4,000 heads of her soldiers must have made her furious. Whether she truly cherishes her soldiers or wants to protect the reputation of the legendary god of war from being tarnished, she will definitely not be able to maintain her cold state of mind. If she makes a mistake in the chaos, we will have a chance to win. Glasden laughed. Your Excellency is wise. You have completely grasped that woman's thoughts, a general of Gith praised. Of course, I am also a god of war. Glasden looked up at the rising red sun in the east, looking like a lonely hero. Only heroes can understand heroes. Although she and I are enemies, I have to admit that both of us are lonely people. How can we not be lonely when we are at the top of the world? In the past few decades, I have experienced thousands of battles, big and small, and returned victorious every time. I am lonely and proud. So, after the defeat at Bayong Slope that day, my state of mind was almost crazy to the point of collapse. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Such a state of mind caused me to make mistakes in judgment in the following days, until the great and sacred victory last night, the Prince of Ragged Clothes said with a straight face. I have a big slap in the face, do you want to eat it? Glasden, who had finally defeated the Dragon Queen once and was about to defeat her a second time, did not notice the constipated expressions of the people around him. He said with emotion, I can understand her feelings the most. After winning several battles in a row, she must be proud and proud. But as long as she suffers a major setback, It will be like falling from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley, and there will be no chance for her to rise again. Your Excellency, the enemy's army is not small, more than 4,000 people, and 1,500 of them are unsullied. I am afraid that we will not be able to take them down in a short period of time. Maris could not help but interject. Humph, we have 2,000 elites in the wind-blowing group. Can't we take down 1,000 unsullied? The Prince of Ragged Clothes glanced at the interrogator expressionlessly, then looked at Glasden and said, How many troops does Your Excellency intend to send? All of them. All of them? The virtuous lord put his palms on the table and shouted, Glasden, are you crazy? Our goal is to protect Yuan Kai. If you bring all your troops out of the city, what about Yuan Kai? Virtuous lord, please listen to my analysis. This time Glasden, who had a draft in mind, systematically explained the psychology of the ever-victorious war god to all the virtuous lords and great generals present. Seeing that everyone seemed to understand, he concluded, Perhaps her state of mind is stronger than mine, but she is only 15 years old, and she has just miraculously defeated Myrine. How can she not be angry when she suddenly sees the heads of 4,000 of her trusted soldiers? Don't forget the Targaryen family's mad blood gene. When she goes crazy, we will have a chance to win. Is there something wrong with your head? Azen stared with his yellow eyes and shouted, If the city is breached, the Dragon Queen, who has been provoked by you, will probably slaughter everyone in the city. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions became hesitant. The virtuous lord suddenly said, That's fine. What? Glasden, 15,000 newly formed Gith militia will remain in the city. They are new recruits and are good enough to defend the city, but they are not qualified to fight in the field. You can bring 10,000 gladiators, 10,000 Gith warriors, and 3,500 mercenaries out of the city. The remaining 1,500 mercenaries will cooperate with the new Gith soldiers to defend the city. I only have one request. Kill all the unsullied. The virtuous lord looked at war god Yuan Kai and said word by word through gritted teeth. His expression was cold and resolute. Mourinho, are you crazy? Azen said in disbelief. It's not that I'm crazy, it's you, all of you. The virtuous lord pointed his right index finger at Azen, then glanced at all the virtuous lords and great generals. You seem to have forgotten one thing. We have already killed 50,000 slaves. Based on the way she dealt with Astapor after Yuan Kai falls, almost all the men in our family will be executed. This is the worst outcome. No matter how crazy she is, can she kill us 2 or 3 times? Even Azen was silent. After a long while he smiled bitterly. I told you not to be so ruthless. Yuan Kai and Astapor are different. Yusai, it's too late to say anything now. Glasden, are you confident that you can take down the 4,000 people camp in a day? War god Yuan Kai waved his hand domineeringly and said proudly, No need for a day. With my absolute strength, you will see my messenger before dark today. Messenger, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the virtuous lords and great generals were sitting in the hall in a daze. A man wearing a yellow silk cloak rushed up from the bottom of the pyramid. Oh, so fast. The slave masters all stood up and looked at the palace gate with joy. The virtuous lord took a few steps forward and shouted from afar, Are you General Glasden's messenger? I am. The man wearing the yellow silk cloak's face was red, and he was sweating. The intense running almost made him breathless. Very well, I understand. The virtuous lord turned around, raised his hands and shouted, Congratulations to war god Yuan Kai Glasden. Glasden, Glasden. War god Glasden. The virtuous lords, great generals, commander guys, and the man wearing the yellow silk cloak all raised their hands and cheered enthusiastically. Even the poop man Yazan reluctantly raised his right hand and lamented to Sweetheart beside him. Although I don't like that guy, Grazadin is also worthy of his great name. He's strong, fearless, unyielding, and quick-witted. He's one of the few famous generals in Yuan Kai for the past 1,000 years. He's the war god Yuan Kai Kai's pillar that holds up the sky. Oh, Glasden was the name of a great general of the Gai's empire. God of war Grazdan. Gradually, even the guards outside the pyramid began to shout. Everyone saw Glasden leading tens of thousands of soldiers out of the city, and knew what he was going to do. Hearing such cheers from the Great Pyramid in the center of the city, the citizens naturally knew that war god Glasdan had defeated the evil mother of dragons again. Thus, the cheers of war god Glasdan echoed throughout the city. Yuan-Kai City was immersed in a sea of joy. Young men in toga robes even walked on the streets and danced with unfamiliar girls on the streets. Amidst the joyous laughter, the messenger suddenly burst into tears. The virtuous lord was stunned at first, but he immediately understood. Although Glasdan had won the battle, the other side had 1,500 unsullied. This young man must have had family members who died on the battlefield. Sai, don't cry. Dying for Yuan-Kai is the best ending for the son of the harpy. He comforted. What? The man wearing the yellow silk cloak cried even harder. Look, this child. The virtuous lord smiled and said to the virtuous lord beside him. He lacks experience. He should learn from our iron-blooded war god. Virtuous lord, mother of dragons is here. We are doomed. General Glasdan is going to be wiped out again. The messenger cried. Chapter 154. Around 9 in the morning, the god of war Glasdan received authorization from the joint meeting of the virtuous lords and began to gather all the soldiers in the city. At around 11, Yuan-Kai's soldiers had a sumptuous lunch and rested for half an hour. They left Yuan-Kai's east gate at 12:30. Mirin sent 10,000 yellow silk capes, 10,000 gladiator slaves, and 2,000 members of the wind-blowing group. Later, the Gai's Alliance's fleet brought in a dozen unknown mercenary groups, adding another 2,000 mercenaries. As Yuan-Kai Plains was scorched, countless slaves and farmers were killed, and a large number of manor owners moved into Yuan-Kai. The virtuous lord also took 15,000 Gai's men from the manor owners' families and let them wear yellow silk capes. In addition to the huge Alliance's fleet, in his extreme state, Yuan-Kai's forces were actually very strong. Under normal circumstances, the Gai's Alliance army was not afraid of sieging Danny. At 1 in the afternoon, Glasdan led 23,500 infantry and cavalry to the front camp entrance 5 kilometers away. Without any delay, they stepped into the front camp, passed through the middle camp, and rushed to the rear camp 10 kilometers away energetically. Don't worry, they can't escape. I've already sent 2,000 light cavalry to guard there. Glasdan smiled as he comforted the ragged prince. How can 2,000 light cavalry stop 1,500 unsullied? Danzo frowned. For some reason, ever since he walked out of the city gate, he felt a sense of uneasiness. Even though the scouts at the front had reported many times that the rear camp was normal, with no ambushes or dragons, suddenly, the warrior poet's gaze focused. He pointed to the trench on the left that stretched to the east and asked, Did you notice that the trench on the left and right is a little strange? It seems to have widened. Is it? Glasdan looked around and smiled. It's narrower, right? The Northern Liberation Army's camp was located 5 kilometers northeast of Yuan-Kai. The front, middle, and rear camps continued for 10 kilometers northeast. Based on the terrain, the width of the camps was not uniform. If one was riding a dragon and looked down from above, Yuan-Kai Plains would look like a black and green dinner plate. Black burnt farmland, green wilderness, and green forest. In Yuan-Kai City, there were meat buns on one side of the plate. In Danny's camp, there was a twisted fried dough stick on the other side. A deep and wide gully was dug on both sides of the Youqiao. The yellow soil that was dug out piled up a 1-meter-high slope on the outside. On the inside, there was a sparse wooden fence surrounding the camp. I'm talking about the distance between the ravines. The width of the camp has increased, Danzo said. The Mother of Dragons built the camp according to the terrain, and the width has been changing all the time. The scarred man on the other side of the tall horse said indifferently. His name was Cargo, and he was a tall, middle-aged man of mixed blood. He was a mix of Dothraki and Bravos. Like Danzo, he was also the deputy commander of the Windblown Gang. One of them was a scholar, while the other was a warrior. Together, they assisted the ragged prince. But Danzo's face flushed red, but he did not know what to say. In truth, he did not know what he was trying to say. After a while he muttered, We ought to fill in those 2 ditches. Sai, have you gone senile? That's a huge project. We'll need the entire army, But where do we have the time? The army didn't even bring any rations. The virtuous lord still wants to go back to the city for dinner. Cargo said impatiently. A huge project. Danzo's mind seemed to explode 4 times. He was in a daze. There's a problem. There's a problem with the ravines outside the camp. He shouted like he had gone mad. What's the problem? The ragged prince was alarmed. He leaned over and asked. There are only about 4,000 people in the rear camp. How did they dig such a long and deep ravine? The old general said with a face full of fear. Oh, this? A mercenary beside him said awkwardly. We dug it. What? Everyone looked at him. Lucifer Lang, what do you mean? Danzo asked hurriedly. The mercenary named Lucifer was in his 40s. He was muscular and wore armor similar to Yora Mormont's. Yes. He obtained the armor before Yuluin Valeglia's armor. He was a knight in heavy armor. The knight scratched his bald head and smiled bitterly. After we were captured, other than Marie's, all the other mercenaries and Guy's soldiers were forced to dig the ravines overnight. I told the supervisor that I'm also from the Westeros like Marie's, and I'm a baron from the north, but... Danzo interrupted him impatiently. Are you sure you 900 people only used 2 days to dig a ravine more than 20 kilometers wide? We weren't the only ones digging. The Mother of Dragons had tens of thousands of people digging with us. They finished more than half of the project in the middle of the night. The rest was handed over to our captives. That doesn't make sense. Aren't the Mother of Dragons soldiers tired? They just finished a rapid march of 600 kilometers, worked hard for half the night, and continued to rush to Meereen the next morning. Are they all made of iron? Danzo was confused. The ragged prince pointed at Grazidan, who was loudly giving orders to the soldiers not far away, and said lightly, Danzo, go to the flank and adjust the formation of the shield bearers and archers. When the slave infantrymen at the rear arrive, immediately launch an attack. This? Danzo was stunned. He stopped the knight from the north who was leaving and asked, It's common sense to dig a ravine outside the camp, but it's usually a small canal to prevent the camp from accumulating water in the storm. The Mother of Dragons ravine is almost as wide as a stream. Why? Hey, are you confused? Other than dredging rainwater, the ravine also serves as a defense against the enemy. You'll understand when you see it. It's not only wide, it's also very deep. Lucifer said casually. This made sense. Danzo smiled bitterly and waved his hand to let the knight leave. Old, or scared by the Mother of Dragons? Danzo muttered to himself and began to command the army to get into formation. At around 2:30 in the afternoon, Yuan Kai's army got into formation. On the ground more than a kilometer wide, 10,000 gladiators were in front. They only had a leather vest, a short sword and a wooden shield. 1,000 shield bearers were behind the gladiators, followed by 1,000 spearmen. 4,000 soldiers in yellow silk cloaks had scimitars at their waists and longbows in their hands. There were 6,000 light and heavy cavalry on both sides. The reason why Grazidan dared to boast that he could take down the rear camp in half a day was because of the 10,000 gladiators that were escorted from Meereen. He planned to use them as cannon fodder. Obviously, when the news of the Mother of Dragons liberating Meereen came, the gladiator slaves would become the biggest unstable factor in Yuan Kai's army. It was better to recycle them, untie the shackles of the gladiators. Grazidan, who was dressed in silver armor, shouted, Oh, I have to explain here. When the slave soldiers went to the battlefield, they also had to wear shackles. But as the Dragon Queen and Dany's reputation as the liberator of the slaves became more and more famous, the wise lord was afraid that the gladiators would betray him. So he chained the 5 gladiators together. The 2 ends of the shackles were locked on the left leg of one gladiator and the right leg of another gladiator. In this way, the 10,000 slaves could be chained together. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Of course, if they were chained together, they would not be able to fight. In a battle to defend the city, the slaves needed to hold on and not run away. Therefore, chaining the 5 gladiators together increased the stability. But now they were not defending the city. Grazidan needed them to rush forward and display the gladiators' individual combat ability. So he needed to reduce their burden. Oh, with only one leg dragging the shackles, they could use footwork skills in a small area, but they could not run for long. 500 meters in front of the gate of the rear camp, Grazadin rode on a red horse and looked down at the gladiators who were squatting on the ground and rubbing their ankles. He shouted, "If you win today's battle, each of you will get a barrel of wine, 5 pounds of meat, and 2 bed slaves." He could not promise the gladiators freedom. Otherwise, why would the Guy's Alliance and the Dragon Queen fight to the death? The gladiators ignored Grazadin's words and focused on warming up. Seeing that his words did not have any effect, Grazadin frowned and shouted again. An unsullied's head, 50 gold radiance coins. An ordinary soldier, 10 silver radiance coins. As long as you survive, even if you are not beheaded, each of you will get at least 5 silver radiance coins. This time the gladiators reacted. They raised their heads and stared at the wise lord. "I swear, I will fulfill my promise." Grazadin pulled out the scimitar at his waist and swore. Bam, 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 the 10,000 slaves slapped the shields in their hands and shouted, "Long live the wise lord! Long live the god of war Grazadin!" The excited gladiators seemed to have forgotten that the person they were about to face was the person who was trying to save them. "Prince, why?" Looking at the slaves who were gradually going crazy, Danzo quietly asked his captain. Although it was a little abrupt, the Prince of Ragged Clothes understood his old partner too well. A cold glint flashed across the gray-haired old man's eyes. He said coldly, "Because that woman lied to me. The person who signed the contract with you was not Dany Liz Targaryen. Tell me, does that contract still have any meaning?" Danzo was speechless. The Prince of Ragged Clothes understood him, and he understood the old captain's personality very well. He could not stand people lying to him. Ho ho thud thud. Ho ho thud thud. The 10,000 gladiators bent their backs and approached the camp step by step. Every time they shouted, they would swing their short swords and hit their shields twice. The Unsullied behind the fence of the camp were in a neat formation. They did not react to the gladiator slaves' provocation. When the gladiators were 50 meters away from the camp, Grazadin waved his hand and roared, "Kill, thud 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 thud." The sound of war drums echoed throughout the camp. Creak at the moment when the 20,000 warriors were at their climax. The gate of the camp suddenly opened. Under everyone's gaze, the Unsullied in the front row behind the gate moved to the left and right. Hiss! A ferocious black dragon crawled up from the ground and roared at the sky. Grazadin, the Prince of Ragged Clothes, 10,000 gladiator slaves, heh heh heh. The gladiators closest to the gate made meaningless sounds. In the end, they roared as if they had a mental breakdown. "Dragon! Mother of dragons!" Thud thud thud. Blackie walked with heavy steps. Every step he took rumbled as he walked toward the gladiators who were standing there in a daze. "Mother of dragons! It's true." Danzo's eyes widened. He stared at the silver-haired woman on the black dragon's back in a daze. There was no doubt that the only person who could control a black dragon was the Dragon Queen. She was the queen they saw 2 nights ago. Under the sunlight, her silver blonde hair was so dazzling. They could even see the sly smile on the girl's face. It was as if she was asking, "Are you surprised to see me? She has been waiting for us to leave the city." In the scorching afternoon, the Prince of Ragged Clothes broke out in cold sweat. The god of war Grazadin wanted to cry. Fuck. Chapter 155. I am the mother of dragons, the liberator of the slaves. Dany rode the black dragon and stopped 10 meters away from the gladiator whose lower body was swaying. She was possessed by the dragon soul in the form of a dragon spirit. Her voice was like a dragon's roar. "Slave, are you going to point your sword at me?" The few slaves who were closest to the gate of the camp felt that the Dragon Queen's voice was filled with endless majesty. Their minds were in a daze. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen gladiators who were intimidated by the dragons might drop their short swords and shields. They knelt on the ground and shouted in a trembling voice, "Long live the mother of dragons! Long live Queen Dany!" It was as if a domino had been pushed down. From near to far, it was as if a hurricane had blown across the wheat fields. 10,000 gladiators knelt in a row and kowtowed. "Mother of dragons! Mother of dragons! Misha Misha!" Before the Jaskali soldiers could recover from the shock of Dany's appearance and the betrayal of the gladiators, they were shocked to hear a monstrous sound coming from both sides of the camp. Then, groups of soldiers holding white, red, and blue flags suddenly appeared on the mound outside the trenches like groundhogs that crawled out from the ground. Rumble. Then, there was the thunderous sound of horse hooves outside the camp. The low mound and the densely packed spearmen and shieldmen blocked Grazidan's and the others' sight. However, the rumbling of horse hooves and flying dust outside the camp all told one thing. The Mother of Dragon's army had surrounded them for no reason. In just a few minutes the situation had changed. Grazidan, who had come back to his senses a few times, was shocked again. Misha, Misha, Misha. The Jiskali language with the meaning of mother rumbled among the slaves again and again. It was like a sound wave attack. The slaves in yellow silk cloaks behind them were scared out of their wits. Involuntarily, they began to retreat step by step. Boom! The wall of the camp behind Danny suddenly collapsed. Countless armored cavalrymen rushed out. Kill! Danny drew her sword and shouted, Kill! The thousands of cavalrymen behind him and the soldiers on both sides roared in unison. The gladiator, who had just surrendered, was almost scared to death when he saw the cavalry charging at him. I've already surrendered and called out Misha. Why would the Mother of Dragons still want to kill me? Then, Danny shouted again, Gladiators, follow me to kill the yellow silk cloaks and the iron armor mercenaries. Kill the yellow silk capes. Kill the iron armor mercenaries. Thousands of foot soldiers and cavalry followed the Dragon Queen's lead and shouted, Kill the yellow silk cloak. Kill the iron armor mercenaries. Gladiator came to his senses and roared as well. They picked up their shields and short swords and joined the charge. The cavalry that came out of the camp did not gallop. Instead, they slowly walked past the gladiators and forced their way towards the Gith shield formation that was at a loss. Shoot! Shoot! Kill all the slaves! Grazidan howled from the back of the archers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Subconsciously following their commander's order, the 4,000 archers shot out weak arrows, causing screams in the crowd of gladiators and clanking sounds when the arrows hit the iron armor of the cavalrymen who were closing in. There were also 2 or 3 unlucky ones whose eyes were pierced by the arrows and fell from their horses while howling. But that was it. Whoosh, 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 2 ceramic incendiary bombs that weighed more than 50 kilograms fell from the sky and smashed into the archers' formation, creating 2 empty spaces with a radius of 10 meters. Then 2 flames rose from the ground with black smoke billowing out. The dense formation of archers was like wheat in the field. They were blown away by the 2 circles of flames. 40 to 50 archers were struck by the explosive incendiary bombs and died on the spot. There were also hundreds of yellow silk capes that were ignited. They looked like hundreds of human-shaped torches as they ran in all directions without any sense of direction. Almost half of the archers that could have dealt great damage to Danny's army had collapsed. Not many soldiers actually died under the incendiary bombs. The total number of casualties was less than 200. However, the scene was too horrifying. Their formation was instantly disrupted. Even though Grazidan and the generals were unafraid of death at the front line to stabilize the formation, there were still the 2 dragons. Danny and the black dragon attracted everyone's attention. They forgot that the green dragon and the white dragon had not appeared yet. The 2 dragons each carried an incendiary bomb and circled in the sky. Because the archers and shield bearers kept retreating, the 2 dragons had to adjust their aim. When Grazidan stabilized the shield bearers' formation and the archers fired a volley of arrows, the 2 dragons dropped their missiles. After dropping the bombs, the bombers immediately transformed into combat fighters. Hiska, hiska. While the archers were in chaos, the 2 dragons drew a beautiful arc in the air above the shield bearers' formation, leaving 2 trails of fire behind. 2 gaps appeared in the shield bearers' formation. Charge! Danny led the way on the black dragon. Blackie was like a clumsy penguin. It ran on the ground with a rumble. Beside it were 500 elite knights of the Queen's Guard led by Kue Luo. Blackie had transformed from a combat fighter to a light cavalry. Hiska boom! Blackie's dragon flames created a 3rd gap in the scattered shield bearers' formation. It was like 3 huge holes in a dam blocking a flood. Thousands of cavalry broke through in one wave. The 1,000 shield bearers of Gith were drowned by the flood of cavalry. The 1,000 spearmen behind the shields were like defenseless chickens. They struggled and were scattered by the cavalry. Then they were surrounded by the 10,000 gladiators who came after them. Without the protection of the shield bearers and spearmen, The 3,000 archers who had already fallen into chaos completely collapsed. The black dragon ran and spat fire all the way. How could the archers, who only wore a layer of leather armor, not collapse? When the Gith infantry formation was pierced through by Dany's heavy-armored cavalry, they were not harassed by the enemy's light cavalry. They also did not face the enemy's heavy cavalry head-on. Yes, the 6,000 cavalry all ran away. Even if they were frightened by Dany's dazzling appearance, even if they were surrounded by countless soldiers, even if the gladiators defected to the Mother of Dragons, even if, in the beginning, the cavalry commander and the mercenary corps were prepared to grit their teeth and fight that cunning woman to the death. After all, they were also human. They were men and proud old mercenaries. They were played like monkeys by a 15-year-old girl. Even if they knew that fighting head-on would not end well. But their pride still drove them to stabilize their formation. They waited for their shield-bearers to block the enemy's first wave of cavalry. They lowered the speed of their horses. If the speed of the horses was low, the impact would be small. It was equivalent to the cavalry going up the slope being more advantageous to the cavalry going down the slope. But the two fiery incendiary bombs were like 2 pails of cold water poured over the heads of the knights. Especially when the 2 dragons swept past at a low altitude at high speed. The war horses nearby could not help but run wildly. How could they fight? Run. What, you said pride? Is the Dragon Queen an ordinary woman? Isn't it natural to lose to the Dragon Queen? Zidane was the first to run with his new Second Sons regiment. Damn, with such an inauspicious regiment name, how could I not run? If I fell into the hands of the Dragon Queen and she misunderstood that I was the illegitimate son of the Titan's illegitimate son, wouldn't I be tied up and fed to the dragons? Once the new Second Sons regiment ran, a few small mercenary corps with only 100 people immediately followed. The ragged prince sighed to the sky and also retreated with the 1,000 over riders of the wind-blown regiment. Under the chain reaction, General Guise could only follow and run for his life. Even the war god of Yuan Kai, Grazadin, saw that there was no way to reverse the situation. He shouted, "Preserve our strength and protect Yuan Kai. Everyone retreat." Then he ran away. In your dreams. Dany smiled coldly and patted Big Black's neck. Big Black then ran a few steps and jumped into the sky with a kick. Dany's action of riding the dragon into the sky was a signal that could temporarily end the battle. Kneel and surrender. Those who surrender will not be killed. The cavalry and the infantrymen on both sides shouted in unison. Kneel down and surrender. If you surrender, you will be spared. The newly joined gladiators imitated them and shouted with pride and pride. The sandwich formation of the archers, spearmen, and shield-bearers was already broken. After being penetrated by thousands of cavalry several times, the Guise soldiers fled like headless flies. At this time they heard the tsunami-like voices urging them to surrender. I surrender. Save me, mother, I don't want to die. A Guise youth with a broken leg whispered with a pale face. Clang! An archer next to him dropped the machete in his hand and knelt on the ground. He held the back of his head with both hands and shouted with a sobbing voice, I surrender. I surrender. Clang ping pong ding dang. The sound of weapons being thrown to the ground rang out continuously. Rows of soldiers seemed to have lost their spines as they collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen as they shouted, I surrender. Dany drove Blackie to fly around the battlefield. After making sure that all the soldiers had surrendered, she shouted to Ago on the ground, let the civilians come over to clean up the battlefield and take captives. Cavalry regiment unsullied, follow me. Under Ago's order, the elite shield-bearers and spearmen standing outside the trenches on both sides of the camp immediately threw away the weapons in their hands, dragged a long wooden board from behind, put it on the trenches and hurried to the battlefield. They are just civilians. Civilians disguised as elite infantrymen. The Guise infantry commander who was kneeling on the ground was stunned at first, then fear. There were only a few thousand cavalry and 1,500 unsullied here. Where did the tens of thousands of elite infantrymen of the Mother of Dragons go? They couldn't be in Meereen, right? The white flag unsullied, the red flag guards, the blue flag wings of liberty. What's going on? Zidane, who had galloped for 10 kilometers, pulled on his warhorse and looked at the orderly formation of shield-bearers and archers on the hills ahead, and the flags in front of the formation fluttering in the wind. He was completely stunned. Why is this happening? We saw 40 to 50,000 along the way. Just as he said this, he suddenly shouted, "Oh, the white flag army, red flag army, and blue flag army on both sides of the camp are all fake. Go back, go back." The Bravosi ordered the cavalry to turn their horses around. Just like that, the thousands of war horses that had galloped for 10 kilometers turned back a few hundred meters and rushed towards the shield wall opposite the trenches. Thump, 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 thump. Like a bowling ball hitting a steel plate, the war horses hit the thick wooden shields at high speed and then bounced back violently, landing in the trenches. The trenches were less than 2 meters wide. Even if there was a half-meter high slope on the opposite side, the war horses could still jump over it, but the shield wall blocked the cavalry's way. "Keep going." Grazdan roared at the mercenaries. "Fill the trenches with corpses and break a bloody path." Bang, bang, bang. A few small mercenary groups did not have the capital to defy the commander of the Allied army, so they braced themselves and continued to try. But after the trenches were filled by more than 10 cavalrymen, a few cold gleaming spearheads suddenly poked out from behind the shield wall. The cavalrymen's throats were accurately pierced. "These are the real Unsullied," one of the cavalrymen exclaimed. "Let's find another place to break through." Grazdan led the cavalry forward. Screech, screech, screech. Grazdan despaired as he saw 3 megalosaurus flying towards him, followed by a black mass of cavalry behind them. Chapter 156. Without a doubt, when the 6,000 Yuan Kai cavalrymen were trapped in the ruins of the front camp, all the soldiers knew that the Dragon Queen had set up an ambush at both ends of the long camp. The cavalrymen were hiding behind the rear camp in the northeast, and the cavalrymen were hiding behind the burnt front camp in the west. It was normal that the scouts couldn't find their hiding spot. After all, the scouts had their own detection range. If they hid outside the range of the scouts, they wouldn't be discovered no matter what. However, when the 20,000 Gith troops entered the camp and charged towards the rear camp, the ambush should have come out. Otherwise, if they missed the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to stop the fleeing cavalrymen. In reality, the 30,000 infantrymen occupied the key terrain and blocked the 6,000 cavalrymen. However, Grazdan didn't receive any news. After all, he had spread 400 to 500 scouts in a 20-kilometer radius. Grazdan wasn't an idiot. Even if he was, the Prince of Ragged Clothes and the other generals wouldn't allow him to be so. Although most of the troops entered the enemy's 3 main camps, although they were certain that the Mother of Dragons and at least 45,000 enemy soldiers were in Murine, although there were so many favorable factors, Grazdan and the other generals didn't lose their vigilance. Under normal circumstances, 400 to 500 scouts would be enough to ensure that Yuan Kai's troops wouldn't be caught off guard. However, Danny had the ability to fight a battle where the information was completely unequal, just like how she led 3,000 infantrymen to take down Murine silently. Yes, Danzo, the Prince of Ragged Clothes, Grazdan and the others guessed correctly. In this world, no one would be able to lead a 50,000-man army to run for 600 kilometers in 12 days, work hard for a night, and finally run for 250 kilometers in 2 days. The entire process would be done without a sound, and not even a few 100,000 people would notice. Danny wasn't a god. Although the soldiers under her command had the title of Release Army, their quality and willpower were a few 100 times worse than that of the real thing. If she really dared to do that, there was no need to attack the Githis castle. Her troops would have collapsed in the process. Traveling 600 kilometers in 12 days was thanks to the rich resources in Slaver's Bay. The army didn't need to bring too much rations. The 3 dragons gave everyone meat, fish, wild boar meat. Even if the supplies carried were small enough, even if each person had at least 2 horses, when they arrived at Yuan Kai City, Danny's 50,000 troops had almost reached their limit. Therefore, in order to take down Murine through a blitzkrieg, she could not have too many soldiers. 3,000 fierce men. 2,000 of them were unsullied. Each man had 3 horses. When the war horses were tired, they would be thrown into the wilderness. Horses that could run for 200 kilometers were rare, but war horses that could run for 200 kilometers were not few. The key was concealment. The slave army of Murine was buried at Poplar Slope by Grazdan, the god of war. The gladiator slaves were transported to Yuan Kai, along with 10,000 yellow silk cloaks. Murine had a general mobilization, and 3,000 regular soldiers died at Poplar Slope. Even so, Murine, which had a total population of more than 600,000 people, including the manors outside the city, could not be taken down by 3,000 people in an instant, unless they hid their tracks and directly broke into the city of Murine. How were they going to hide such a huge force of 3,000 people? Dragon. Big Black had been observing the living humans in a 10 kilometers radius from high up in the sky, and Danny had personally led 200 horse cavalry to clear them out. Not all of them were killed. If they were slaves, they were liberated on the spot and recruited into their own ranks as militia. The others, Gith, foreign merchants, mercenaries and high-level slaves, clerks, musicians, gardeners and other high-tech slaves, were all tied up and locked up in the nearest manor. Well, the 3,000 cavalry did not deliberately avoid the manors. They began to encounter manors 50 kilometers outside the city of Murine. The horse archers and black dragons were responsible for sealing off information about the manors. Well, they hunted down the messenger crows that flew out of the manors. Danny led Little White, Little Green, and a few hundred knights to besiege the manor owner. The sudden attack made the manor, which was unguarded, unable to resist, and almost all of them were taken down in one wave. Replenishing supplies, changing warhorses, collecting slaves, locking up the Gith. When Danny arrived at the city of Murine, she already had 20,000 warriors. The sun was setting in the west. After a day of work, the city guards dragged their tired feet and numbly thought that the ordinary day was over. Suddenly, Danny rode the black dragon, led the white dragon and green dragon, and seemed to come out of the red sun. They landed directly on the city gate fortress from the sky. A dozen guards were taken care of by one person and 3 dragons in a few breaths. Then the cavalry killed their way into the city. The slave soldiers took over the city defense, and Danny took down the Great Pyramid and became the new ruler of Murine before nightfall. Well, that was how Danny took down Murine with the silent blitzkrieg. After taking down Murine, Danny spent the night and the morning liberating all the slaves in the city. During this time, the Black Dragon had flown back to Yuan Kai and had been monitoring the movements of Yuan Kai's army. This morning, Danny, in the form of a dragon spirit, saw Grazidan mobilizing the soldiers in the city through the Black Dragon's perspective. She rode the Green Dragon and led the White Dragon back to Yuan Kai. After that, there was another information blockade. The scouts in the key positions were targeted and eliminated by Danny. It was easier than using the full view of the map to besiege the enemy hero. What was the key position? It was the area between the ambush and the ambush point. It must be known that manpower was limited. It was impossible for a scout to run and patrol all the nearby areas. There was only a small group of cavalry in each area. When the cavalry in the key positions were eliminated, Grazidan became blind and deaf. Of course, if the captain of the scouts did not receive information reports from the riders in a certain area for a long time, he would definitely notice that something was wrong. The key was that it did not take too long to arrange the ambush in place. By the time the scouts found that something was wrong, Danny had already taken down the Gith infantry and was forcing Grazidan's cavalry with thousands of iron cavalry. From the first yellow silk cloak that appeared at 3:30 in the afternoon to 6 o'clock in the evening, 17 or 18 riders came back from the east gate of Yuan Kai. These messengers were all scouts in non-key positions. Report: another yellow silk cloak rushed into the palace of the Great Pyramid. The great virtuous lord sat on the high-back chair and looked at the ceiling blankly. He did not care about the messenger. At the large oval conference table, there were only 4 or 5 low-level virtuous lords wearing silver-tasseled toga robes. They all stood up as if their butts were on fire. They walked a few steps, stopped talking, went back to sit down, and stood up again after a while. Great virtuous lord, something big has happened. The yellow silk cloak panted. Which virtuous lord fled with his family? The great virtuous lord asked in a hoarse voice. The first messenger brought a blizzard to the entire Yuan Kai city, making all the people of Gith feel cold. The dung man Azin was the first to leave the palace of the great virtuous lord. He was also the first to lead his family and servants to board the ship and leave Yuan Kai city. As the richest man in Yuan Kai city, Azin's business was all over the world. He had huge industries in New Gith, Volantis, Queers, and even Reese and Jade Sea City. Even after leaving Yuan Kai city, he was still as rich as a country. Seeing that the situation was collapsing, the wise man of Yuan Kai did not even think about the reason for his defeat. He directly led his family and fled. It was because he was smart that he understood how dangerous the situation was. If the great virtuous lord did not kill the 50,000 slaves, he would have stayed behind to mediate the peace talks. But now it was useless to say anything. The maxim of the Targaryen family: blood and fire come from the same source. Damn it, blood and fire, just hearing it sounds scary. With Aeson taking the lead, the virtuous lords and great lords began to bring their families and big boxes of treasures to the docks. If they were late, the ships would be gone. Before the Mother of Dragons was free, they had to escape through the night. Even their employers had begun to flee. Would the mercenaries who worked for them stay? In the end, even the big merchants and the people of Gith in the city began to rush to the docks. Great virtuous lord, you should escape quickly. The east gate has fallen. The yellow silk cloak wailed. What? As if he had been struck by lightning, the great virtuous lord almost slid down from his chair. He stared with his bloodshot eyes and shouted in disbelief, when did the enemy come? Why didn't they even attack the city? We still have 15,000 guards and thousands of dragon-slaying crossbows. Are you still not willing to die for Yuan Kai at this time? Your Excellency, it's not that our army is not working hard, but the enemy is too cunning. The old guard in his early 50s cried. Well, the great virtuous lord was recruiting soldiers in Yuan Kai. Even the teenagers of 12 or 13 years old, and the old people of 50 or 60 years old were recruited into the city guards. That woman. The great virtuous lord's voice trembled, and he asked with a pale face, what did she do? Just now, back to half an hour ago, outside the east gate of Yuan Kai City, the sun was setting and the sky was dark. The guards on the gate tower suddenly shouted, be careful. A large number of enemies are attacking. The guards immediately became alert. Not long after, the guards on the city wall also saw a black shadow running quickly to the gate. Before they could ask, there was a loud shout in the noisy running sound. Quick, open the gate. There are pursuers behind. Are they on our side? As a few torches were thrown out of the city, the Gith soldiers on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief. It was a group of Gith infantry wearing yellow silk cloaks. There were about 200 remnant soldiers, all covered in blood. Their armor was broken, and many people's yellow silk cloaks had obvious burn marks. However, the gate commander did not immediately open the gate. Instead, he said vigilantly, now is a special time. In order to prevent spies from sneaking into the city, you must stand under the torch and let us see your faces clearly, and report your name and home address. The remnant soldiers below cursed for a while with dissatisfaction. Finally, an officer who was obviously in a higher position stood up and reprimanded the irritable soldiers with a few words such as, take the overall situation into consideration, and evil mother of dragons is insidious and cunning. Then the officer was the first to stand directly below the gate. He raised his face in the fire and introduced himself. Is the gate commander General Hire? I am from Mirine's Graza family, Lingard Graza, nephew of King Salskjaer, and commander of the infantry regiment for King Salskjaer. There is this person. I remember that King Salskjaer did bring a nephew to Yuan Kai City. Immediately, a guard whispered to the gate commander. I am the gate commander personally appointed by General Grazadin, Hire Karaz. Responding to Lingard below, General Hire turned back and asked the guard in a low voice, see if it is him. The guard looked up and saw that the man below had lost his helmet. His black and red hair was messy on his shoulders, and there were black stains on his dark face. It should be. The guard was not sure. Your Excellency, where is King Salskjaer? General Hire asked again. Bring King Salskjaer over. The general named Lingard waved behind him. Chapter 157. Two men in messy yellow silk capes carried a stretcher and ran toward the bright light at the city gate in a hurry. Be careful, don't hurt the great lord. Lingard shouted. As he spoke, he walked forward to support the slightly swaying stretcher. Under the light of the fire, the commander on the city gate found that the stretcher was made up of 2 spears and a few pieces of leather armor. It was very simple. On the stretcher lay a tall general in silver armor. His blue coat under the mail armor was dark red. and there was an arrow with its tail cut off on the left side of his chest. Obviously, the general in silver armor had an arrow in his chest and was in critical condition. Rumble. At this moment there was the sound of horse hooves in the distance. There were arrows flying over from far away. The enemy's centaur scouts had caught up. Fortunately, the distance was a little far, and the 200 remaining soldiers were huddled at the base of the city wall. There were more than 10 soldiers outside with shields. When Lingard carefully removed that person's helmet, the city guard commander's expression changed, and he loudly shouted, "Quickly, quickly, open the city gates. That is infantry great commander Thorsky. Quickly call for a doctor." Lingard was a small character, and not many people knew him. But Thorsky was the infantry commander of the Murine army, and had a high position. He was previously in charge of the defense of Yuankai City, and could be considered the commander's immediate superior. Seeing the great lord bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted because of the pain. His mouth opened and closed silently, and he struggled to raise his right hand to ask for help. How could the commander endure it? Creak. As soon as the city gate opened, the commander quickly ran out and held the great lord's raised right hand, and said affectionately, "Great lord, don't worry, I will immediately arrange for the best doctor for you." In the time it took to say 2 sentences, the stretcher had already entered the city gate. The great lord glanced sideways and saw that most of the remaining soldiers had already entered the city gate. His eyes suddenly bulged, his face was extremely distorted, and his throat made a hee sound. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Obviously he was agitated. Feeling the great lord's iron grip on his arm, Hire gradually comforted him in a soft voice. "Great lord, you are safe, now you are completely safe." Then, he raised his head and shouted to his attendant, "Great lord is in too much pain. Bring him some poppy milk." Tears rolled down from the corners of Wei Zhudaren's eyes. He closed his eyes and stopped struggling. Seeing that even Lord Wei was moved to tears, Commander Hire's heart warmed and he was overjoyed. Suddenly his warm heart turned cold. He looked down and saw that a sharp blade had pierced through the chainmail in front of his chest. Why? He tried his best to turn his head, but his vision was blurry, and he collapsed to the ground weakly. Chi. 200 yellow silk cloaks burst out, slaughtering the group of guards who were the manor owners half a month ago as easily as slaughtering chickens. Kill! A black mass of armored cavalry rushed in from outside the city, followed by an endless stream of infantry. Yuan Kai's eastern city gate had completely fallen. Ha ha ha. After listening to the report of the old soldier, the great sage smiled bitterly. He walked to the gate of the palace and looked at the long line of torches swimming along the wall. He waved his hand behind him and said softly, "Virtuous masters, you can all leave now. Leave Yuan Kai immediately." The virtuous masters who were still here were all the great sage's confidants. They did not leave immediately. Instead, they asked with concern, "Your Excellency, when will you leave?" "I think for a short period of time. The dock area is still under the control of the coalition fleet. I am the great sage and from the beginning, I have decided to live and die with Yuan Kai." The great sage said lightly, "Is that necessary? We have not lost yet. Grazidan's main force is only besieged, not annihilated. Even if Yuan Kai eventually falls, we still have the coalition army. Queers is building an expedition team, and Volantis is also frantically gathering mercenary groups from all over the world. Our messenger even got a promise from Prince Reese that if Volantis officially declares war on the Mother of Dragons, he will send a fleet to join us. Your Excellency, the wave of the people of the world against the cruel tyranny of the Mother of Dragons has just begun. We need you, the people of Guise need you. The Great Alliance needs you, the peace-loving people of the world need you, and the great sacred cause of the Mother of Dragons cannot be separated from you." Several virtuous masters took turns to persuade, and the veteran of Guise next to them also burst into tears. He choked and said, "Great sage, if you die, who will rebuild Yuan Kai? No need to say any more." The great sage waved his hand and said coldly, "There have been too many virtuous masters who have abandoned the city and fled. The people of Guise now need a kind of spirit, a kind of symbol. I will use my sacrifice to awaken the fearless will of the son of the harpy who once galloped the continent." "Great sage, we are already very motivated. This defeat is mainly because the other side has a dragon. The mother of dragons is too cunning, and not because we are afraid of the enemy. You really don't need to sacrifice yourself. The veteran could not help but argue for the brave men of Guise. These words were not wrong. The Yellow Silk Cloak's combat skills were naturally not as good as the Iron Legion, but they had never surrendered without a fight. Their will and courage were higher than the mercenaries and slave warriors. In the original plot, Danny Rise also formed a slave legion of tens of thousands of people, and there were more than 10,000 unsullied. As a result, the combination of the Yellow Silk Cloak and the mercenaries in Yuan Kai City beat her to the point that she did not dare to go out. Astapor Murine and then Yuan Kai City, Slave Bay, the three Guise city-states have all fallen, almost equivalent to a dead country. A dead country, but no one took the initiative to die for the country. What do you think that woman will think? What will the people of Quiles and Volantis think? The great sage waved his hand tiredly and sighed. Let's go. I will guard this great pyramid and try to buy some time for you. A hunchbacked old virtuous master smiled bitterly and said, Great sage, I am 63 years old this year. I will accompany you. Oh, I have many sons, I will also stay. Another fat virtuous master sat back in his seat with a determined look. I report before the others had time to express their opinions. Another Yellow Silk Cloak rushed into the palace and shouted in fear, Great sage, the Great Pyramid is surrounded. That woman, she came in person. I am still young, and I don't have a son, I can't stay. A young virtuous master screamed. The great sage looked around the palace, but it was too dark, and he could not see the dragons or the soldiers in the square below. Oh, I should have thought that the Great Pyramid would be her first target. He looked back and looked at his companions with a complicated expression. Under normal circumstances, the Great Pyramid was really Danny's first target, but Yuan Kai was different. After the army entered the city, they first controlled the four walls because there were more than 2,000 Dragon Slayer crossbows placed on the walls. After that, Danny found the arsenal under the guidance of the spies in the city. The three dragons and the shield bearers formed the flamethrower of the Iron Shield flamethrower, and burned a few hundred yellow silk capes who were guarding the armory. Danny immediately ordered the militia to bring out the oil barrels from the armory. The three dragons once again became bombers. The vision at night was poor, and they might not be able to burn many ships, but Danny needed to force the Gith fleet to leave Yuan Kai immediately. There were 80 or 90 warships and more than 400 ships at the dock. If they were left alone, how many Gith people and Gith gold could they take away? In addition to sending dragons to throw kerosene barrels, after the main force took down the city defense, Danny immediately asked them to attack the dock outside the city. Therefore, whether the Great Pyramid would be surrounded or not, the virtuous masters inside could not leave Yuan Kai by boat. The chaos in the city lasted for 4 or 5 hours, during which the residents of the city hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. Only from time to time, there were horses running in the streets and soldiers shouting, but the dock area became a sea of flames. The north and west sides of Yuan Kai were close to the sea, and the Mother of Dragon's army almost unscrupulously threw kerosene barrels and everything that could be burned outside the two walls. Danny told her soldiers in advance that Yuan Kai did not need a dock, and burned all the ships, houses, warehouses, and people on the beach. At this time, leaving a Gith person meant that there would be one more Yellow Silk Cloak in the future. At this time they took away a gold coin, and there would be one more iron sword to cut them in the future. 30,000 soldiers carried out the Queen's will very well. In the early hours of the morning, the dock area outside the city was scorched black, and there was no more burning wood. Calixi, there is something unusual in the Great Pyramid. Danny was awakened from the dragon's dream by the maid Jichi. Her tent was placed in the huge square in front of the Great Pyramid. In addition to the soldiers who were responsible for the night watch, many soldiers nearby were directly lying on the ground and sleeping. They were really ready for battle. Even Danny was wearing a full body armor when she slept these days, only taking off her helmet. On the left side of the blanket was a two-handed sword, on the right side was an iron shield, and under the pillow was a dagger. Since the last assassination by the Faceless One, not only was there at least one Imperial Guard or Blood Alliance guard around her at all times, but Danny also learned Chow Chow's skill of killing people in dreams. It was not a fake dream like Chow Chow's. After Danny fell asleep, she would enter the state of the dragon's dream, which was conducive to the recovery of her body. Before, it was her consciousness that entered the black dragon's soul realm. But at this time it was different. During this period, Big Black would possess her body. When the soul entered Danny's sea of consciousness, it could obtain her 5 senses. Because dragons were extremely sensitive to danger, if someone wanted to assassinate her, Big Black could detect it in time. What's the abnormality? Danny sat cross-legged in the tent, holding a stone egg in her hands. Well, she was not sleeping at this time, and was contacting the dragon's dream in the bronze dragon egg. Before leaving Astapor, Danny thought that there would be a lot of killing on this trip, so she might as well take Little Four to replenish some spiritual essence. She did not know how many people were burned to death in the dock area, and a large amount of colorful spiritual essence poured into the stone egg like a waterfall. Little Four was born in the last 1 or 2 days. Danny wants to see you. She said the great sage is crazy. Ji-Chi got into the tent, curiously looked at the dragon egg and asked, "Don't we need to burn it?" "Burn it again and he will come out." Danny smiled and handed the egg to her. Ji-Chi held the stone egg and looked left and right, curiously asked, "Is it going to hatch? Is it bronze? It's a bit ugly." Golden yellow, there are a few bronze spots on the wings just like the small pockmarks on your cheeks. Danny stood up and said, "That's not bad." The centaur maid touched her cheeks and smiled. Danny opened a corner of the tent, poked her head out, and waved to the small figure in the shadow 5 meters away. "Come here." Quiet as a shadow, light as a feather, moving as a snake. The small water dancer, with a few sliding steps, escaped from the shadow, and almost teleported to the front of the tent. Seeing this, the strong man Beworth, who was guarding outside, narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Half a year has passed. This little brat is getting better." An ordinary face, an ordinary maid's linen clothes, even her eyes. The immaturity and childishness of a 10-year-old girl was not missing at all in her eyes. "Danny, see, you've grown taller." Danny touched her dry and messy hair, smiling. Danny frowned slightly, but did not avoid it, and said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, Mourinho is crazy." Chapter 158. The former little gladiator, the bitch, and now Danny C was one of the spies that Danny sent to Yuan Kai. Because she killed the children of Astapo Grazidan's family, she was sentenced to death after the code was published. Well, remember the performance when Danny learned from Boss Chow's, cutting off hair in place of the head? It was the Queen's whipping code that shocked hundreds of thousands of Astapo people. By whipping oneself to atone for the death row prisoners. Buying people's hearts was a secondary purpose. The main purpose was to establish the sanctity of the code. Even the Queen could not change the laws of the code at will. Little Danny C was also among the rebellious slaves whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. She was honest. When she knew that she was going to be beheaded, she neither resisted nor cried. When Danny C was whipped in front of her, the little girl cried. Alas, the people in this world were too simple and Danny C was too small. She was tricked and became Danny's loyal follower. Not only Danny C, but many of Danny's guards were once members of the death row prisoners. After being exchanged blood for blood by the Queen, almost all of their loyalty was off the charts. Danny C was originally going to arrange for a kind family to adopt Danny C and let her live a peaceful and normal life. As a result, the little girl refused to leave and said that she wanted to be the Queen's right-hand woman like Missandei. Baristan also persuaded her that it was a pity for such a little girl to go to the manor and be a peasant woman. She could be kept as a seat of the king's guard. So in the beginning, Danny C was Danny's maid and little bodyguard. Later, Danny C began to form a spy team and arranged for spies to go to Mirin and Yuan Kai to inquire about the enemy's intelligence. The little bodyguard had been listening, but suddenly found that the work of spies was more suitable for her. In this way, Danny C changed from a bodyguard to a small intelligence leader. She did a good job and sneaked into the Great Pyramid and became the little girl of the Great Sage's house. Well, she helped the Great Sage raise hounds. The virtuous lord has gone mad. Danny mused. But how did you get out? Is it dangerous? Danny was more concerned about the little spy's safety. I'm small, so I can enter and exit most of the rooms through the ventilation duct. There are also vents on the ground floor. Danny said proudly. It seems that Astapor's vents need to be changed to multi-pipe mode, Danny said cautiously. There's no need. His Majesty's pyramid is only 100 meters tall, much shorter than the Great Sage's 120 meters, and the ventilation is also smaller. I tried it when I was a child, and it was very uncomfortable. Danny smiled. Then she said seriously, the slave owner is crazy. I'm worried that he will destroy the entire pyramid. There are more than 1,000 slaves in it. Oh, what did he do? Danny was interested. He burned his son, daughter, wife, and relatives to death. Sigh, the sorrow of the last emperor is nothing. Danny sighed. There were many similar emperors and heroes in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. It's not a normal burning, it's a sacrifice. The witch summoned a shadow demon to devour souls. It's too scary, Danny said with a pale face. Shadow demon? Danny was stunned. An old witch with bare breasts, big iron rings, and rubies on her cheeks summoned the shadow of a demon that seemed to crawl out of hell. It danced under the witch's spell under the illumination of the flames. Danny's face was filled with fear as she recalled the whole process. Ji-Chi's face was pale and she was trembling. Not to mention the centaur maid. Even Danny herself had a layer of white sweat on the back of her neck. What was scarier than listening to a ghost story in the middle of the night was listening to a real ghost story. The demon summoned by the witch took away the souls of those people, Ji-Chi said with a trembling voice. Seeing her shrinking into the blanket, Danny quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, we have dragons. No matter how strong the witch is, she's not as strong as an immortal. Big Black is monitoring the cavalry in the wilderness. Little Green and Little White are looking for corpses to eat at the docks. They're not here, Ji-Chi said. What? Those two bastards went to eat people again? Danny's anger immediately drove away her fear. Why didn't you tell me before? She glared at the maid. Calixi, compared to disturbing your rest, eating a few charred corpses is nothing. The maid said. I can't let them get used to it. Green dragons, white dragons, and black dragons are different. Saying so, she took out the Dragon Striker whip, a long whip made of thin metal. She opened the tent and prepared to go to the docks to teach the two disobedient brats a lesson. Your Majesty, what should we do with Mourinho? Danny pulled her back. Don't worry, let him die. He's sacrificing his family to hatch the dragon eggs, Danny shouted. It can't hatch. Sacrificing his family to hatch the eggs is a lie I deliberately put out. Danny didn't encourage everyone to do things that went against human ethics. It was mainly based on Danny's previous experience that this kind of lie was the most credible. Before she crossed over, she and countless other Cheba friends also thought so. If Danny said that as long as the whole family gathered together and prayed to the 7 gods happily, the little dragon would hatch. Who would believe that? Another point was that the method of hatching the dragon that Danny said was itself a paradox. Only by sacrificing the person you loved most could you hatch the dragon. But when you took the initiative to sacrifice your family to hatch the dragon, it meant that your family wasn't the person you loved most at all. You loved the dragon more. In other words, Danny was actually telling everyone that no one could take the initiative to hatch the dragon. Everything was arranged by fate. Don't force it. If the great sage killed his family, I would only be happier. But with his degree of madness, if the whole family died and the dragon eggs didn't hatch, I'm afraid that the next step would be to sacrifice the slaves in the pyramid. This is also why I came out to find you, Danny said quickly. Danny hesitated. It had to be said that although Danny was young, she considered the problem very thoroughly. How crazy would it be to sacrifice the whole family? There are at least 1,000 Gith guards in the pyramid. We can't attack in a short time and the environment at night is bad. If we launch a strong attack, our losses will be too great. She hesitated. Who would want to set up a tent in the square if they could live in the comfortable pyramid palace? But Yuan Kai was different from Murine. Murine's military strength was extremely empty. The great sage didn't think that Danny would attack Murine and was completely unprepared. Yuan Kai had a large number of soldiers. The great sage had long known that she would attack the pyramid. The last time the Black Dragon attacked and killed 3 of the great sage's sons. Therefore, every pyramid in Yuan Kai City was stationed with a large number of yellow silk cloaks and Dragon Slayer crossbows. Danny was still waiting for Sir Shackle to help her solve this big problem. Well, Butcher Cleon was almost at Yuan Kai. Then, I'll kill him, Danny said decisively. Don't. Danny quickly dissuaded. Your life is far more precious than that dying man. How could she, a little assassin, survive if she killed the great sage in front of so many people? No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as 1,000 slaves. Danny gritted her teeth. This little girl had been led astray. She was too righteous. Danny looked at her for a while with a wooden face and asked, "Can you steal that stone egg?" The sacrificial ceremony is on the 3rd floor below the garden. The stone platform where the egg is placed is just below the ventilation vent. If no one was there, I could have hooked the egg with a hook despite the smoke and fire. But there are many people there in public. Well, I'll let the soldiers launch a feint attack and see if they can lead people away. If everyone leaves, you can steal the dragon egg. Without the dragon egg, he will... At this point, Danny suddenly caught a glimpse of the bronze dragon egg in Ji-Chi's arms. I remember you said in the last message that the royal family of Kills had 2 dragon eggs. Regretful Guest and Lun each took 1 dragon egg? Yes, I heard it from the great sage to the other great sage. Danny's expression changed a few times. After a while, the demon Danny and the angel Danny argued in her mind. If the dragon egg was replaced, the great sage would mistakenly think that she hatched little four. Danny could remotely complete the last step of the dragon hatching process nearby. Then the royal family of Kills would become extinct. The fake regretful guest was really a faceless one. Maybe she could kill the Sea King of Bravos while she was at it. The faceless one's backer must be the government of Bravos. The ruler of Bravos was known as the Sea King. But this kind of thing was too immoral. It might even hurt little Four Sai after stealing the dragon egg. Escape to the top floor garden immediately. Don't go down. It's too far and too dangerous. She finally said. Even if the great sage's attention was distracted, it wouldn't last long. The opportunity was fleeting. Such a short time was not enough for Danny to escape by the original route. The place where the sacrificial ceremony was held was only 3 floors away from the top floor garden. The top floor was the closest distance. What happens after I escape to the top floor garden? Danny was puzzled. I'll let the dragons pick you up. There were no crossbows in the top floor garden. There were no guards because no one wanted to repeat the mistake of the 3 sons of the great sage. Watching Danny step into the shadows, Danny sighed. Under the protection of Beavos and the others, she carried the whip and walked to the dock area. But before she left the square, there was a sudden situation on Blackie's side. The more than 5,000 cavalrymen trapped in the old camp were ready to break out. Did they notice the change in Yuan Kai? Danny was puzzled. Of Danny's army of 50,000, 3,000 went to Murine. Yuan Kai left behind 47,000. In the afternoon, he instigated another 10,000 gladiators. With almost 60,000 soldiers, there were less than 6,000 cavalrymen and 3 dragons. The original encirclement was almost impenetrable. There was no fear of Grazadin breaking out. But now almost 40,000 people entered Yuan Kai. There were less than 20,000 left. The army seemed to be weak. There were 3 main reasons why she didn't take down Grazadin in one go. First, it was late when she trapped them. Second, Grazadin's 5,000 cavalrymen didn't bring any food or horse feed. The longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for Danny. There might even be a large-scale defection of the mercenaries. She had already arranged for Lila to contact the wind-blowing group in the middle of the night. Last but not least, Danny's army of 50,000 didn't bring enough armor-piercing arrows. They didn't even have iron arrowheads, crossbows, fire oil, and other powerful weapons. For example, the incendiary bombs thrown by the White Dragon and Green Dragon in the afternoon. The camp didn't have any stock. The 2 dragons flew them from Murine, which was 250 kilometers away. Fortunately, they had been fighting for the past month and killed countless enemies. There were also 50,000 slaves slaughtered by Yuan Kai. In the process of burning the corpses, Little White and Little Green also got a share of the spiritual rain. The 2 dragons grew at an exponential rate. The largest weight they could carry was 200 pounds. Ji-Chi, go and call the generals. We'll settle everything tonight. Danny had an idea. She came up with a plan to kill them. Chapter 159. Before dawn, the stars were hidden and the moonlight was gone. The sky was like the bottom of a pot that had been burning for 100 years. It was dark and heavy, making it hard for people to breathe. Well, at least Warlord Yuan Kai was so nervous that he could barely breathe. He was about to do something that would affect Yuan Kai's future. Break out of the encirclement before dawn. He couldn't wait any longer. Even a commander like him was so hungry that his stomach was growling. How could the ordinary soldiers have it easy? Besides, they didn't dare to kill horses and roast meat. It was late at night. Would they light a bonfire and become targets? There were dragons in the sky. Dragons could throw bombs. If they really waited until tomorrow morning, not to mention whether the woman would attack them or not, there was an 80% chance that the 1,000 or so mercenaries in the group would defect and become enemies. Faced with such a desperate situation, Grazadin could only try his best. He would break out of the encirclement as many as he could. At least he wouldn't be completely wiped out. He, Warlord Yuan Kai, couldn't lead an army that was completely wiped out every time, right? In order to persuade the prince in ragged clothes and the other mercenary groups to fight with him, Grazadin promised that he would lead the charge with the yellow silk cloak. The mercenaries only needed to follow behind the main group. In a way, Grazadin saved this group because just 2 hours ago, red-haired Lila secretly met with Danzo. Lila told Danzo that since the wind-blowing group wasn't stained with the blood of the Northern Expedition Liberation Army, the previous agreement was still valid. If the wind-blowing group was willing to backstab the Gith people in the morning tomorrow, the Dragon Queen would allow them to take away the commission they received from Yuan Kai. Of course, if the wind-blowing group resisted stubbornly and was completely wiped out, the Mother of Dragons wouldn't have any obligation to fulfill the agreement. Under such coercion, Danzo and the prince in ragged clothes felt aggrieved, but in order to not be wiped out, they could only listen to Danny's orders. Not long after, Zidane and the leaders of a few small mercenary groups also found the prince in ragged clothes. They said bluntly, in order to survive, we have to give Yuan Kai to the Mother of Dragons as a gift package. We'll raise the flag tomorrow morning. Danny looked down on those small mercenary groups and didn't send anyone to contact them at all. Zidane and the others were completely following the tradition of mercenaries that everyone knew. Looking at Zidane's newly sewn flag of the Imperial Guards, the black dragon flag with a red background, the prince in rags had a blank expression, but he heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. I was just about to look for you, but you came here on your own. You came at the right time. I don't need to be tainted with the stigma of betraying my employer. Brother Zidane took the initiative to take the blame. In other words, if Grazadin did not break out of the encirclement and take the initiative to take on the role of cannon fodder, he would most likely be wiped out in the battle tomorrow morning. The process of breaking out of the encirclement was much easier than Grazadin had expected. Only about 300 cavalrymen died, and they managed to break through the defensive circle of the trench. By the grace of the gods, we have found the weakest point, Grazadin shouted in high spirits as the night wind blew across his face and the sky to the east turned indigo. He did not suspect any trickery, because the encirclement was 2 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers long. Even if the enemy had 60,000 men, it was impossible for every place to be filled with soldiers. In other words, both sides knew that the encirclement had more than one weak point. If it was during the day, even if the guy's cavalrymen managed to reach the weak point, before they could break out of the defensive trench, a large number of mobile cavalrymen would immediately rush over and turn the weak point into a death meat grinder. But at night, rumble. A large number of cavalrymen did indeed catch up, but it was too late. I didn't expect that we would really break out of the encirclement. After the Mother of Dragons received our promise, she was much less vigilant. Danzo's expression was complicated. He did not know if he should be happy or upset. Grazadin may have lost many battles, but he lived up to his name as the god of war. He must have noticed that something was wrong with the mercenaries, and he also keenly noticed that the Mother of Dragons troops were a little lax before dawn. His accurate grasp of the situation of both sides allowed him to find the opportunity to win. His repeated defeats were not because he was too stupid. He did not even make a small mistake. The key was that the woman's tactics were too imaginative. The prince in rags sighed. The Dragon Queen still has a dragon. A dragon can throw kerosene bombs. It's even more terrifying than the legendary devil dragon that burned cities. Kago muttered loudly. Danzo looked around and saw mercenaries galloping on horses nearby. He asked, "Then what do we do now? The mother of dragons who signed the contract with us is a real person. She also recognizes the contract." The prince in rags hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Let's go back to Yuan-Kai first. We have come all the way from the land of strife to the west. We have also seen the evaluation of the mother of dragons by the major cities. She is almost the enemy of the entire world. Without the cheap slave workers, the cost of the great voyage trade would increase by almost 5 times. For some slave merchants it would even increase by 10 times. How much of a conflict of interest is there? Many sea merchants would like to take out half of their property to join the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance. Perhaps in a few days, there will be ships transporting tens of thousands of troops to Yuan-Kai. When the indigo night sky in the east was dyed with a few streaks of dark red, Grazidon, who was at the front, finally arrived at the city gate. "Who are you?" The torches on the city gate tower shone brightly. A familiar shout came from above. "Is that General Hire?" "It's me." Grazidon let out a sigh of relief. Judging from the voice, the person shouting on the city gate was the gate commander he had personally arranged before the army left. Whoosh! A torch was thrown down the city wall. The voice said excitedly, "Lord Grazidon? It's really you? Did a messenger report that you were trapped in?" Grazidon interrupted him. "I found an opening in the enemy and led the army to break out." "Hire! Hurry up and open the gate. Let the soldiers go in first. There are still pursuers behind us." "Oh." Hire nodded. He turned around and shouted, "Open the gate. Inform His Excellency the virtuous sage that His Excellency Grazidon has returned. Our Yuan-Kai Empire has regained its backbone." This kid must have been scared out of his wits yesterday afternoon," Grazidon said to a virtuous lord beside him with a smile. This virtuous lord named Azul was like Grazidon. He had a dark and thin face, a muscular body and long limbs. He was a rare virtuous lord general in Yuan-Kai. That was why Grazidon chose him as his deputy. "You're not wrong. You're the backbone of Yuan-Kai," Azul said respectfully. Creak! The city gate opened. A few people wearing yellow silk cloaks were setting up torches on the stone walls. Grazidon stood on the saddle and looked behind. He said to his deputy without turning around, "Azul, bring the men in first." "You're worried about the mercenaries?" Azul asked in surprise. Why else would I risk breaking out in the middle of the night? There are 3 types of people in this world that you can't trust. The bed slaves that Yuan-Kai trained, the mercenaries that roam the world, and the Westeros politicians," Grazidon said disdainfully. "Why are there Westeros? The mother of dragons is cunning, but she's not a liar." The deputy was confused. "I'm not talking about her. That Tywin Lannister and—" "Ouch, don't fight, don't rush." As soon as the city gate opened, the cavalry rushed into the city like sheep being chased by a dragon. One of them was so anxious that he bumped into Grazidon's horse, almost knocking the virtuous lord off his saddle. "Go in and maintain order," Grazidon yelled at his deputy. "Mercenaries." Grazidon pointed at the thick dragon-slaying crossbows that poked out from the murderous hole above. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are countless crossbows near the city gate. The Megalosaurus won't dare to cause trouble here. Then I'll go to the Great Pyramid first. I have to figure out why we lost so inexplicably this time. How many soldiers does that woman have?" Azul muttered as he followed the cavalry into the city gate. After exiting the city gate, the deputy saw the cavalry gathering at the square below the Great Pyramid. He shouted at the guards above, "Why don't you go back to the cavalry camp? Why are you going to the square?" "The virtuous lord wants to reward the soldiers and boost their morale," Hire said helplessly from above the tower. The virtuous lord has put in a lot of effort. With a spiritual leader like the virtuous lord and a backbone like the god of war, there's no need to worry about the dragon calamity not being quelled." Azul sighed. Soon, more than 4,000 guys cavalry entered the city gate, and the mercenaries behind them followed suit. "What are you looking at, virtuous lord?" The prince in ragged clothes asked Grazidon, who was standing on his tiptoes. "I'm afraid someone will fall behind," Grazidon said coldly. The prince in ragged clothes was so angry that he laughed. Something's wrong." Danzo suddenly pulled his commander and said with a serious expression, "Prince, smell it." "Smell what?" The prince in ragged clothes was confused. "There's a burning smell in the air." Danzo's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the city gate. He felt as if a monster was about to attack him with its mouth wide open. Burning. The prince in ragged clothes smelled the burning smell in the sea breeze, and his expression changed. He was a veteran general who had been through many battles, and he immediately felt a great sense of fear. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, the prince in ragged clothes pulled the reins and urged his horse to gallop toward the east. The soldiers on the city wall had been watching the movements of the people below. When they saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Shoot!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dragon-slaying crossbows that were originally pointing at the sky immediately changed direction and fired wildly at the city gate. At the same time, a row of archers suddenly appeared on the city wall and shot a dense rain of arrows at the people below. With just one wave of attack, a large number of mercenaries gathered outside the city gate fell. "Help, I don't want to die. We've been betrayed by the guys, damn slave traders. I surrender, don't kill me." There were also some members of the wind-blowing mercenary group who knew the inside story and shouted, Our plan to surrender to the Mother of Dragons has been discovered by the guys. Run, Mother of Dragons, help." The mercenaries could not be blamed for being ignorant. In fact, this kind of thing had never happened in the Ursos continent. "Dismount, kneel, surrender." After 2 waves of attack, the guards on the wall stopped attacking and shouted in unison, "Dismount, kneel, surrender." Such shouts also sounded around the city square. As torches suddenly lit up, the guys' soldiers who were sitting on the saddle waiting for the virtuous lord's reward suddenly found that the square was filled with dragon-slaying crossbows. On the streets, on the roofs, and even on the stone steps on the first floor of the Great Pyramid, rows of steel crossbows glowed coldly under the torches. Hiss, a dragon's roar came from above, and the guys' cavalry who originally had a little hope completely lost all hope. It was not a misunderstanding, nor was it a coup by a virtuous lord. But Yuan Kai had fallen into the hands of the Mother of Dragons. "Surrender and you'll be spared." Chapter 160. The sky in the east was red. The guys' cavalry could vaguely make out the true dragon flags behind the ballistae. Red flags, white flags, and blue flags fluttered in the breeze from the sea. It told everyone clearly that they were once again surrounded by the Mother of Dragons guards. On the balcony of a 4-story tower next to the square, Danny held up her metal horn and shouted, "I am the conqueror of Slavers Bay. Soldiers of Yuan Kai, the war is over. Lay down your weapons and surrender to be spared." Ozil looked around and found that he had the highest status. Without hesitation, he rode forward and shouted from the bottom of the tower, "The great guy's people will never be conquered. Woman, the son of the harpy will never surrender to you. If you don't surrender, then die." Danny said coldly, "Ha ha ha, kill me if you have the guts." Ozil laughed. Whoosh, a 2-meter-long refined steel arrow shot through the air like a bolt of lightning and pierced through the armor on Ozil's chest. The arrow carried Ozil's body and flew for more than 17 meters, killing or injuring another 7 or 8 cavalrymen along the way. Blood splashed out, leaving a long trail on the square. Fuck, that woman has guts. The first ray of red light from the east fell on Ozil's twisted face. "I just wanted to surrender in a more dignified way. Is there a need to?" After saying his last words, this General Yuan Kai's neck tilted and he breathed his last. The metal horn reflected the golden red light in the sun. Danny shouted at the guys' people below, "Who else?" Thud thud thud. The cavalrymen near her shrank back together with their horses. "Ready." She raised her hand, and the sound of bows and arrows being raised rang out. "Don't shoot, I surrender." A mercenary threw down his sword, jumped off his horse and knelt on the ground, crying. The guy's general next to him was furious. He pulled out his scimitar and was about to strike. "What about me? We only have a total of 5,000 people. Not counting the archers and the dragons in the sky, the other side has more than 2,000 dragon shooting crossbows. How are we supposed to fight?" The mercenary cried. The general was silent. He put down his scimitar. I surrender, I surrender." The mercenaries were the first to surrender. They only hesitated for a few breaths. The Gith cavalry also silently dropped their weapons and knelt down. Under the golden red sunlight, 52-57 Gith cavalry and mercenaries knelt on the ground. It's over, it's completely over. The great sage who was watching from the entrance of the Great Pyramid muttered to himself. The warm red sunlight shone on his body, but it couldn't hide the paleness of his cheeks, nor could it drive away the cold and despair that seeped into his spine. "Sai, we can't blame those children. Other than surrendering, what else can they do?" The old virtuous master said helplessly. "What's wrong with that idiot Grazadin? Half of Yuan Kai City has been burning for half a night. Can't they see it?" Another young virtuous lord cursed loudly. Of course he couldn't see it. Danny's front camp was 5 kilometers away from Yuan Kai. If they were on the plains, Grazadin might be able to see the burning red light at the dock, but the front camp was on the hills. Simply put, the front camp, the middle camp, and the back camp, 3 camps that stretched for 10 kilometers, the main camp was on the hills. It was common sense to build a camp on high ground. After the 20,000 Gith soldiers entered the ambush, the front camp was occupied by Danny's army. Before the Gith cavalry could retreat, Danny personally led people to block their retreat. As a result, more than 5,000 cavalry were stuck in the valley between 2 hills. To be honest, the front camp's hills were not high. It was only a gentle slope of 30 to 40 meters, but this slope could completely block the Gith cavalry's vision. Not to mention Grazadin, even the defenders on the hills of the middle camp did not see the fire in Yuan Kai City. Although Danny's brain was flexible, she was not Zhuge Liang. She did not expect this to happen. The camp was also chosen by the old general Baristan. To be honest, she did not expect Grazadin to break out in the early morning. If Danny did not transfer the 40,000 troops to Yuan Kai City, he dared to break out. She dared to let the 5,000 cavalry not see the sun of the next day. The reason was very simple. In the night, when the Megalosaurus roared, the enemy's warhorses could not charge. The cavalry that lost their momentum was a training target for the spearmen. A series of coincidences led to the current situation. Of course, the virtuous masters who did not go to the battlefield did not know these things. They were all cursing the war god Yuan Kai loudly. While they were cursing, the old witch of Helkelin ran with her walking stick, shaking the 2 dried eggplants hanging low on her chest. As she ran, she howled, "Your Excellency, it's not good." The virtuous master, who was standing at the gate of the palace and watching the sunrise, seemed to be numb. He was stunned for a while before he turned around and asked, "Is there a slave revolt in the pyramid?" "No." "Oh, I don't know, Sai." The old witch slammed the hardwood walking stick in her hand and shouted, "The dragon egg was stolen." "What?" The virtuous master was stunned. Then he showed an anxious look and said excitedly, "Which bastard dared to steal my dragon egg?" Because of the fear of slave rebellion, there was not a single slave on this floor of the palace. In the virtuous master's mind, if the dragon egg was stolen, it could only be Gisni. "It doesn't seem to be your guard. I was at the door but I didn't see." The old witch was not sure. The drastic change in the square interrupted the sacrificial ceremony. Most of the virtuous masters and guards went out to check the situation, but the old witch was not interested in the life and death of the Gisni. She just took a look and went back to the sacrificial hall. When she came back, she found that the dragon egg was missing. "Virtuous master. There are traces of someone climbing through the skylight." Soon a guard found something strange. In fact, the vent above the dragon egg was the first place to be checked. Just by looking, they found clear traces of crawling in the passage that was blackened by thick smoke. There was no need to think about it. A small man took advantage of the time when everyone was away and hooked the dragon egg through the skylight. The virtuous master was furious and shouted to the guards, "Search carefully." Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall and shouted, "It's the mother of dragons." "What?" "Go out and see. Outside the pyramid, the mother of dragons stole the dragon egg." Although the virtuous master and others did not understand, they did not slow down. Some rushed to the window, and some ran directly to the gate of the palace. Hiss! Under the golden morning sun, the black dragon flew towards the square in front of the Great Pyramid. A 7 or 8 meter long hemp rope was tied under his right claw. A little girl in gray clothes was holding the rope with her left hand and a golden stone egg in her right hand, floating in the air with the wind. Damn it, damn it. The guards shot arrows, but the arrows could not get close to the girl. It's over. Even our last hope has been taken away. The virtuous master's legs went soft, and he fainted. Phew. The old witch breathed a long sigh of relief. She was a little grateful to the mother of dragons that she had never met before. The dragon egg was stolen. The virtuous master's whole family died except for his 13-year-old son. If he could not hatch a dragon in the end, that crazy guy would probably burn himself. It's not that I didn't work hard. And it's not that I didn't have enough power. Obviously, the virtuous master loved the child named Caragher the most, so... The old witch shrugged at the masters who were desperate and said helplessly, "It's too late to say anything now." "It's not too late." The virtuous master, who woke up faintly, struggled to get up and stared at the old witch with eyes full of death. "Sacrifice Caragher." But, the virtuous master and the old witch said in unison. The two looked at each other, and the old witch closed her mouth. The virtuous master said, "But you only have one blood descendant left, Caragher." The virtuous master sighed and said coldly, "In this way, Caragher will not be able to survive. I must have been crazy to leave him for last." But the dragon egg was stolen. The old witch immediately said, "Let me ask you, is Lalo a god?" The virtuous master's eyes turned red as he stared at the witch. Although she was scared to death, the witch still shook her head and said, "He's not a god. He's a demon, a devil, a demon. It doesn't matter if he's a demon or a god. He has received so many offerings from me, and he must know what I want. A few 100 meters is nothing to a demon god." The virtuous master roared, "I'm not sure." The witch could only say this to the madman who was on the verge of going crazy. "You better be sure, 100% sure." The virtuous master said with killing intent, "Damn it. It's not easy to earn 200,000 gold radiance coins." The witch sighed and said, "Virtuous master, you have to understand that the sacrificial ceremony has its own rules. Let alone a few 100 meters, as long as the runes and incantations are wrong, the ceremony will not be completed. Even if Shadow Demon Lalo responds to your prayers, the baby dragon will still fall into the hands of the Dragon Queen. Isn't this helping the enemy? Do what I tell you, don't talk nonsense." The virtuous master roared crazily. The witch finally understood. In his despair, the only thing the virtuous master had left was to hatch the dragon. This was the only thing he could hope for, and it was the only thing he could do. All right. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Sir Shackle led 10 cavalrymen and rushed over. Danny was smashing the dragon egg. For some reason, the fake dragon egg that had been hatched once really contained, how to put it, a purple-black mass of spiritual substance. It was evil and vicious, and it was unknown what kind of monster it could hatch, or if it was just spiritual substance. If not for the fact that Danny could see through the spiritual substance, she would have thought that the witch's sacrifice had no effect on the fake egg. It seemed that the sacrifice of Lalo could really get a response. Danny did not dare to absorb the spiritual substance of unknown origin. She was also afraid that it would really hatch into a demon. After hesitating for a while, she decided to smash the stone egg. The butcher took a total of 500 cavalrymen from Astapor. Yesterday afternoon, when he was 80 kilometers away from Yuan-Kai City, he received a message from Danny. 2 things. First, cooperate with the Centaur Rangers to clean up the remaining soldiers that escaped from the south of Yuan-Kai City. Second, come to Yuan-Kai City as soon as possible to help her destroy the pyramids. After defeating Yuan-Kai City, go to Myrene and continue the fight. Well, Myrene had the most pyramids. Except for the Great Pyramid that was controlled by Danny, most of them were surrounded by the new freedmen. After all, there were only 3,000 elites, and it was difficult to maintain order in the city. Sir Butcher handed the 490 soldiers under him to Agu, while he rushed towards Yuan-Kai on his light horse. "The queen needs me," he said to Agu. Danny did need him. She was a just and benevolent queen. Attacking the pyramids often led to the destruction of the great slave owners. Although they deserved it, it was not good to do it, and their reputation was bad. It was better to let Sir Shackle work for the queen. After this wave, Danny would promote him to the Earl of Shackle. Receiving the hint in the Queen's words, Sir Butcher patted his chest and promised, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured that you will be able to live in the Great Pyramid tonight." Then, Danny posted a notice to all the citizens and merchants of Yuan Kai City that Sir Shackle would temporarily take over the position of the Master of Yuan Kai City, and she would ride the dragon back to Murine to continue liberating the slaves. Outside the city of Murine, there were still manors with a radius of hundreds of kilometers that had not been conquered. Chapter 161. After Sir Butcher took office, the first thing he did was to check the household register of the guards of the Great Pyramid. The yellow silk cloaks guarding the pyramid all came from Yuan Kai. They had families and businesses, old and young. They had recently joined the army because of the great sage's extreme recruitment. Through the household register of Yuan Kai, Sir Butcher easily found most of the guards' families, and then took them to the square of the Great Pyramid. He first shouted for the soldiers to come out and surrender. If the yellow silk cloak in the tower refused, it meant that his family's ordinary free people label was removed. More directly, the families of the guards who refused to surrender were not under the protection of Queen Danny's code of law. In this way there was a lot to be done. Sir Butcher wanted to let the Gith people taste his clean 18 pig slaughtering techniques, but he was afraid. He was afraid of Queen Danny, afraid of her dragon, and afraid of her code of law. How could he not be afraid of the queen who could even whip herself into a bloody mess? However, he also had a way to deal with these Gith people. Sir Butcher selected men over the age of 13 from their families, put shackles on their feet, and then distributed a short sword and a wooden shield to each of them, forcing them to charge at the Great Pyramid. Well, he personally led the battle supervision team to follow behind. Whoever dared to resist would be killed directly. It only took 2 hours for the Great Pyramid to be broken through. The battle process was very tragic. More than 1,000 people died, dozens of people went crazy, and more than 200 yellow silk cloaks chose to commit suicide after surrendering. Their father, brother, and nephew died in front of them, even under their own arrow rain. Normal people could not bear it. If they fought with the army of the Mother of Dragons, they would not be afraid no matter how many casualties there were. Many people even had the awareness that they would die, but the suffering and despair of slaughtering their compatriots and even their loved ones was unbearable for the soldiers. When the Great Pyramid fell, almost all the yellow silk cloaks had problems with their minds. After taking down the Great Pyramid, Sir Butcher was in high spirits and began to attack the next pyramid almost tirelessly. He used the same method to take down the second pyramid, then the third, the fourth. At noon the next day, Danny rode Blackie back to Yuan Kai and found that all the pyramids had been taken down. Her side did not lose a single soldier, and even saved arrows and kerosene. "Sir Shackle, I'm impressed by your efficiency," Danny praised sincerely. This was the truth. Previously, she had thought of letting the mercenaries and Gith warriors who had surrendered to attack the pyramid. Even so, she still felt guilty and felt that she had mistreated the prisoners. She didn't even dare to think about Sir Shackle's crazy method of making his guards fight with his family members. More importantly, Sir Shackle didn't break the law. Those old and young nominally belonged to the militia who served the corvée because their relatives committed crimes. Wasn't it natural for the militia to attack the city for the queen? "It's my honor to serve the queen," Butcher revealed an ugly smile. "Sir Clyde, after we take down the Pyramid of Murine, with your achievements in the past month, you will definitely be made an earl. Once you become a count, you will have the right to choose your fief. You will be the first noble under my command to receive a fief." Danny smiled and encouraged him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Queen Danny Liz. Long live the Mother of Dragons." Sir Butcher shouted excitedly. "By the way, is the virtuous lord dead?" "He's dead. He burned himself to death. I also caught 2 virtuous lords and a witch from the Great Pyramid. That witch has been clamoring to see you," Sir Butcher said. "Okay, I'll go see her when I'm free." Danny nodded and said casually. After Clyde left, Danny began to command the sergeants in the square to move her queen's palace. A large tent, 2 large wooden boxes with clothes, blankets, and medicine. It was very simple. "Why did you leave the Great Pyramid to Clyde?" On the way to the West City, Jiki muttered unwillingly. "I didn't leave it to Clyde. The Great Pyramid is the administrative center, and I can't stay in Yuan-Kai permanently. A pyramid is enough as a temporary residence. The Great Pyramid was left to the city lord, Danny said. The little silver horse was left in Murine. Danny was riding a big yellow horse at this time. In front of her were 3,000 unsullied walking in line, and behind her were 8,000 armored knights. The group of people was mighty and majestic. The people of guys who opened their doors on both sides of the street and peeked at them. Their eyes were filled with respect, fear, and the last part was hatred buried deep in their hearts. Jiki looked around and said, "The people of guys on this street don't like us. There are many new free people living near the Great Pyramid. They love you very much. I still think you should live in the Great Pyramid." This was related to the overall layout of Yuan-Kai. Most of the manor owners who moved into the city from the Great Plains lived in the East City. The West City was close to the sea and was more of a commercial area. There was no doubt that Danny hated the owner of Yuan-Kai Manor, who slaughtered more than 50,000 slaves. She didn't let any of those bastards go. According to the household register, Danny found all the families who owned land in the Great Plains. All the boys over the age of 10 were imprisoned, and all their property was confiscated. This time, Danny was more ruthless and limited the age of men to 10 years old. Those slave owners didn't let the slaves go just because they were young, and didn't have the strength to rely on Danny. In fact, even the babies of the slaves were hung in the cemetery. As a result, large areas of the East City block were vacated. They were first taken over by Danny, and then assigned to the newly liberated slaves to rent for free. Well, when Danny was done with this, she would organize the people in Yuan-Kai Manor, distribute the land and property equally, and then the new free people could choose which house to buy. The main industry of Yuan-Kai Manor was the trading of bed slaves. The training bases for training boys and girls in the 7 kinds of crying in spring were mostly located in the West City. The supporting industries were also in the West City. Although Danny understood that even the slave owners who trained the bed slaves must have their hands stained with the blood of the 50,000 slaves, she couldn't punish them for their innocence. The person who made the decision to slaughter the slaves was a virtuous master, and the person who killed the slaves was the manor owner. Other slave owners and citizens of Yuan-Kai Manor didn't support this matter in their hearts, but they didn't directly participate in it. Danny had no reason to punish them, unless she used the king's authority of the queen's wrath, such as learning from Boss Chow again and learning how he dealt with Shujo because of the death of his father. But Danny had been working hard to create a society that combined the legal system and the rational system. Kings could enjoy privileges, but they absolutely couldn't be convicted of evil, nor could they be absolved of their crimes because of love. In her opinion, if a traveler from another world wanted to play the game of king's struggle, they must have the awareness of bringing a better world. If they couldn't do it, they shouldn't take on this burden. With the experience and skills of her previous life, she could be a big businessman and play as she pleased. Therefore, the merchants in the West City district were currently being treated coldly by her. Well, she would write it down in a small notebook first. After dealing with the big slave owners, she would specially take time to teach those bastards a lesson. Seeing that Ji Chi was still blabbering, Danny deliberately lowered her voice and said gloomily, "The virtuous master's family of more than 100 people were all sacrificed in the Great Pyramid by the witch. It almost overlapped with hell. Maybe there will be demons wandering in the middle of the night. Do you still dare to live there?" "Really?" The centaur maid shrank her neck, and the afternoon sun could no longer make her feel a trace of warmth. "Then let Cleon live there. Yesterday, 1,300 Gith people died unjustly. It is estimated that he will seek revenge in the middle of the night." "None of the Gith people died unjustly," Danny corrected her. The pyramid chosen by Danny as the Queen's Palace was only 100 meters high, but it was very new. The yellow bricks on the outside of the pyramid were newly laid, and its interior decoration was very luxurious and elegant. This pyramid belonged to the richest man in Yuan-Kai Aizen. The pyramid of the Quag's family was also 5,000 years old, but after Aizen made his fortune, he renovated the whole pyramid again. He also bought a 1-kilometer block from the bottom of the pyramid to the sea in the west and built a square connected to the sea. The square was full of shops, and the sea was equipped with an exclusive dock area. Whether it was the scenery, economic value, or comfort, The pyramid of the Quag's family was far more suitable to be Danny's palace than the Great Pyramid where 1 or 2,000 people died. Well, this place can be used for a vacation. Danny stood on the platform in front of the gate of the palace on the top floor and looked to the west. The blue sea was connected to the sky, and the waves were sparkling. There was a sense of heroism that the whole slave bay was embraced in her arms. Since it is in the West City, let's call it the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. She laughed strangely. If there was another nanny wrong, Danny thought about it and giggled, which made Jichi, who was watching on the side, inexplicably. In fact, the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful was not built by the Qing dynasty at all. It originally belonged to the residence of the imperial concubines of the previous Ming dynasty. Oh, Calixi, come and see, something happened. In the afternoon, when Danny was discussing the plan to deal with the prisoners of war with several generals in the front hall, the maid who helped Danny make the bed in the bedroom of the back hall suddenly shouted in panic, "What happened?" Danny paused the meeting and walked a few steps to the back hall and asked, "Calixi, your egg cracked." Jichi shouted, "What do you mean my egg cracked?" As she said that, Danny's expression changed, and she quickly ran to the front of the bed. She saw that the bronze dragon egg in the wooden box at the bedside had a thin crack, and the crack was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Is this a natural birth?" Danny asked strangely. Soon, under Danny's command, a group of Unsullied built a charcoal stove in the garden on the top floor with bricks. The charcoal burned with the help of a blower, and the wire mesh above the stove was fiery red. "Why are you burning the dragon egg?" Liberty Wing's infantry commander Morono was puzzled. The stove, which was 1/2 meter in diameter, seemed to be imprisoning countless fire demons, and long red tongues were sticking out through the holes in the wire mesh. The rolling heat wave blew away Danny's soft silver hair, and under the reflection of the fire, her cheeks were red and tender. A baby dragon that has not experienced the fire is a defective product. As she said that, she held the dragon egg with both hands and placed it on the wire mesh. Boom! The flame instantly engulfed her silk sleeves and climbed up her flawless white arms like a fire python. In a short while, Danny's entire upper body was enveloped in flames. However, the outer layer of mail blocked the exposed spring scenery. Danny's palm, which was pressed against the surface of the dragon egg, was like a squid on a metal plate, making sizzling sounds as if it was being roasted, and a burnt smell spread in the surroundings. "Your Majesty, isn't the temperature too high? Don't you feel pain?" the red-haired Lila asked worriedly. When she spoke, her tongue felt sour, as if she was the one being roasted. "I didn't expect that even an Unsullied can't withstand the flames of this charcoal stove," the muscular Beworth said nervously as he rubbed his hands. Chapter 162. Blood and fire come from the same source. Blood is fire, and fire is the power of existence in this world. My blood can allow the baby dragons to withstand higher temperatures when they are born. The higher the temperature at birth, the higher their resistance to fire will be when they grow up. Danny was sweating profusely, but her voice was extremely calm. "So that's how it is." Everyone was enlightened and in awe. In the process of assisting the 3 dragons and 1 egg to absorb the spiritual substance, the colorful light spots would first enter Danny's soul. Because the dragon souls had a mysterious connection with her soul, the spiritual substance could enter the dragon's consciousness through her sea of consciousness. Therefore, Danny's soul quality was also very high, and her blood was rich in spiritual substance. At this time, using her blood to help Little Four hatch was not only to increase the nourishment for the baby dragons, but also to strengthen the intimacy between them. It was a kind of blood connection. Blackie was the closest to Danny because he could produce a dragon soul with her, so his efficiency in absorbing the spiritual substance was also better. Little White and Little Green were very obedient when they were born. Later, Danny and Blackie became closer and closer, and the 2 little dragons gradually drifted away from her. This was the nature of dragons. At the same time, they could only have 1 partner, 1 rider. A dragon knight could not control 2 dragons, and it was also impossible for 2 people to share a dragon. Of course, Danny was not an ordinary dragon knight. She was also the mother of dragons. Even if they could not dream with her, Little White and Little Green would not refuse her ride. Later, during the Dragon's Horn incident, Danny merged her soul with Little White and Little Green again, and the three dragons worked together to break the restraint of the dragon's horn. In addition to obtaining a witchcraft, Dani's biggest gain was that her relationship with the two dragons had undergone some kind of qualitative change. From the dragon rider and the one being ridden, they became family, friends, and partners. Except for the skill slot, they could not dream with each other. They were as obedient as Blackie if they could understand. The two dragons were a little stupid, like 5 or 6 years old babies. They might not understand or misunderstand what adults said. Although Blackie was a little retarded, Dani could guide him in real time through the dragon soul state. This new Little Four was a little troublesome. Little Four would follow the same path as second brother and third brother. When he was young, he would be extremely close to Dani. Sometimes they would even have their souls fused together in their dreams. But as he grew older, Xiaoxi's will gradually matured. Even though he still loved his mother, he and Dani's mother would gradually drift apart. Therefore, Dani wanted to carry out the most barbaric blood sacrifice when he was born. She wanted to merge her essence with Little Four's soul. She wanted to extract the essence from her body and transfer it into Little Four's body along with her blood. Little Four, who was still struggling in the eggshell, was in his dragon spirit state with Dani, so he could receive gifts from Dani's mother. Crack! An obvious cracking sound startled the people nearby. They all stretched out their necks and stared at the stone egg on the stove without blinking. The flames are extinguishing? Beworth cried out in surprise. Indeed, the bright red tongue of flame that had been flickering in the air half a meter above was now visibly shrinking. It was like the valve of a liquefied gas was gradually closing. Add more charcoal. The dragon is incubating. Don't let the flames go out. The red-haired Lila anxiously called out to the Unsullied who was pulling the bellows. The newly built stove had 2 thin and long iron pipes connected at the bottom and the middle. The thin and long iron pipes were connected to the bellows, blowing air from the bottom of the stove. The thick iron pipe with a sealed stopper in the middle was the entrance to the charcoal. The charcoal is full. It was just added. The Unsullied who was in charge of adding firewood said doubtfully. The flames are not extinguished. The flames are. Fatty Morono pointed at the stone egg that had more and more cracks and said with a trembling voice, "The flames are all being absorbed by the dragon egg." The dragon inside the egg swallowed them. The few of them looked over. They could see that between the small black cracks, there were light red threads that were as thin as a cow's hair crawling inside. Gradually, an illusory flame vortex appeared between Dani's hands. The flames that jumped out of the stove were like seawater that met a huge whirlpool. They were all sucked into the stone egg at the bottom of the whirlpool without leaving a single drop behind. "Oh, is this how a dragon hatches from a dragon egg?" Bruce Wayne murmured in shock. Even Dani was shocked, let alone the onlookers. Although she had incubated a dragon once, she had been stuck in the fire last time and could not see anything. Now she saw with her own eyes that the flames and dragon soul were slowly combining to form a palm-sized baby dragon. Suddenly, the system that had been sleeping in Dani's mind sent her a message. The planet's principle will give every dragon egg a dragon mark, just like how a manufacturer provides a verification code for every product. Every mark can only give birth to one dragon. Even if the dragon egg was fossilized, there would still be a dragon mark in the fossilized dragon egg. A normal active dragon egg could absorb spiritual essence from the world on its own. The spiritual essence and the mark would combine to form a complete dragon soul. The dragon soul and the baby dragon embryo in the eggshell would mature together. The eggshell would crack, and a newborn megalosaurus would be born. In the process of hatching a dragon, the mother of dragons could artificially infuse spiritual essence into the dragon mark and gradually form a soul. As the active substance in the eggshell had already turned into stone, the baby dragon that had lost its original body would absorb the energy in the flames with the cooperation of the mother of dragons and be reborn from the flames. Blood is fire, fire is blood, blood and fire come from the same source. Dani suddenly had a new understanding of the maxim passed down from Valeglia. Fire is the source of life. I used the power of the flames in my blood to build a body for the baby dragon, Dani said proudly to the people around her. This? Red-haired Lila's eyes widened in disbelief. This is more mythical than a myth. Yes, even Westeros fairy tales aren't this exaggerated. Bruce nodded and muttered. But this is real. Beavis took a few steps forward and lowered his head to look at the cracks on the surface of the stone egg. There's something inside. There's a dragon. The flames formed the dragon's body. As he said that, the tall eunuch showed a look of realization. No wonder their bodies are so hot. The dragon essence is also so hot. I'm sweating all over. I've been swallowing fire. Crack crack. Crack crack crack. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and the stone egg finally cracked into a few pieces. Hiss! A palm-sized baby dragon crawled on Danny's palm and raised its head to roar. Look, its body. Beavis pointed at the baby dragon and shouted in shock. It's illusory? The baby dragon's body seemed to be made of golden red glass. It looked transparent and illusory. Its body is solidifying. Morono thought. Her Majesty is right. The true dragon absorbs fire to build its body. No wonder the stone egg can hatch a dragon. As long as the soul exists, the true dragon can use fire as its body. After the baby dragon hatched, it continued to burn for 2 hours. After burning a few hundred kilograms of charcoal, its body finally solidified completely. Danny looked at the baby dragon that was nibbling on its finger like a cat and laughed. Since you look golden, I'll call you Gold. As soon as she said that, everyone who had just witnessed the Dragon Queen hatch a dragon froze in awe. What kind of stupid name was that? Moreover, the baby dragon was not completely golden. Its wings had obvious bronze spots. Even the skin covering its spine was dark green. Danny was very happy that she had just won a great battle and hatched a dragon. She decided to hold a banquet in the garden on the top floor. All the high-ranking officers were invited. Clayton was the first to arrive. He even brought a guest with him. Your Majesty, it's been a few days. That witch has been wanting to see you. Before the banquet started, Butcher Knight found Danny alone and said hesitantly, to be honest, I'm a little afraid of her. I don't dare to reject her directly. But without your permission, I don't dare to release her. You should just deal with her. What are you afraid of? Danny asked casually as she played with gold. That witch sacrificed hundreds of Mourinho's family. How can I not be afraid? Butcher Knight, who had a fierce face, mumbled. Didn't I tell you that if you respect ghosts and gods and avoid them, the disaster will be eliminated? As long as you don't come into contact with them, you won't be in danger most of the time. Danny did not say anything definite. Under normal circumstances, avoiding the mysterious people would prevent them from being harmed by witchcraft. There were many wizards in this world, but 99% of them were trash. A machete could kill a large number of them. However, there were very few existences that had surpassed the mortal realm and entered the realm of gods. For example, the immortals and demigods. For example, the red-robed woman Melisandre, who served under Stannis. Obviously, the gay Duke Renly did not provoke anyone from the mysterious realm, but he was still killed by the blood witchcraft. Your Majesty, do you want to release the witch? Why don't you lock her up in your pyramid? Clayton said with his head lowered. You can't even pronounce Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. You want me to help you resist the lightning? Danny glanced at him and said, bring her to the garden on the top floor. The chef was still cooking downstairs. There were only 3 wooden tables that were 8 or 9 meters long in the garden. If the place was spacious enough, Danny would even put the 3 tables together. Well, according to the customs of this world, the king and vassals ate at the same table. When the old witch followed Clayton to the garden on the top floor, the first thing she saw was the 3-headed dragon climbing on the western wall. Then, she looked down and saw a silver-haired girl sitting under the megalosaurus. Without a doubt, the pretty girl with a hint of childishness and a hint of heroism on her face was the dragon mother. She was so young. Just as the rumor said, she had silver hair, purple eyes, and a beautiful face that was typical of Valeglia. The witch sighed in her mind and walked up to greet the girl. The old woman's actions startled the giant dragon on the wall. However, its 6 fist-sized eyes only glanced at her and Clayton before it turned its head away. It continued to stare at a palm-sized beast sitting at the front of the long table in the middle. The beast was tearing at a piece of charred meat that was as thick as a finger. Wait, that's not a beast. That's dragon. Golden dragon. This is a newborn golden dragon. Old Witch pointed at the baby dragon and yelled in disbelief. Clayton's expression changed. He scolded in a low voice, "Don't be rude in front of the queen. It's okay. It's the first time the old lady has seen a dragon." It's okay for her to lose her composure. Danny waved her hand and gave the Unsullied a look. Then she invited the witch, "Madam, please come and sit down." The Unsullied pulled out a high-back oak chair that was placed at the fourth position of the long table. Jichi also brought a cup of milk tea and a pile of dried fruits. The old witch suppressed her boiling emotions and sat diagonally across from Danny after thanking her. Chapter 163. "Old madam, you're from Helkelin, right? How should I address you?" Danny looked at the witch's attire and asked with a smile. "I'm a priestess of the Shamiliana Temple, Kayana." "Priestess Kayana. May I know why you're looking for me?" Danny asked. "Your Majesty, did this little dragon just hatch?" The witch finally could not hold it in any longer. Danny paused for a moment before nodding. "It just hatched this afternoon." "This afternoon? 2 days late." "Sigh, what a pity." The witch muttered. "Late? Not late, just right. The eggshell cracked naturally at noon. The day was just right." Danny only realized after she finished speaking. "Who do you think hatched this egg?" "Wasn't it me?" The witch rubbed her wooden cane and said matter-of-factly. "Danny," she said in a huff, "call him and see if he answers. Little dragon, come here. I'm your mother." The witch's eyes lit up as she called out to Little Gold. Danny was speechless. "Klein, Jichi and the rest of the Immaculate. What are you thinking? Not everyone can become the mother of dragons." Klein's face turned red as he growled in a low voice. The witch's face stiffened, and she glared at the Butcher Knight with her triangular eyes. She shouted at the Butcher Knight impolitely, "This old one works for money, so naturally, I won't covet my employer's dragon. I also wouldn't dare to ask the Silver Queen for a small dragon. Wasn't this golden dragon summoned from Lalo the Shadow Demon by sacrificing the 263 members of the Virtuous Lord's family?" Klein was stunned for a moment before he asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" "The little dragon just hatched this afternoon. Mourinho died a few days ago, and it's not even an egg." "Hey, the great sage is already dead. There's really no need to lie to me." The witch pointed at the little dragon that was engrossed in eating meat. "Look at this pretty little face. It's golden and shiny. It's the same color as the dragon egg that Dragon Queen stole that day." Danny understood that the old man thought that Goldie was hatched from a fake egg. "Sigh, it's a pity that I smashed that magic egg too early. Otherwise, I'll take it out and let her see how she'll snatch the bandit title of Mother of Dragons." "It's not the same. This is a brass dragon with cyan spots." Jichi refuted. The witch pointed at her face and retorted, "You have black pockmarks on your face. Why don't you say you're a black person from the Midsummer Islands?" The centaur maid's face turned red, and the freckles on the sides of her nose became brighter. Danny didn't want to waste any more time with the old woman. She asked, "Priest Kana, why are you here?" "Dragon Queen, I didn't want to disturb you, but you've been keeping me locked up in prison. I'm already so old, I'm afraid I won't last long." Although she was begging for mercy, the witch's tone was calm and didn't sound like she was begging. Who knows where she got her confidence? Or maybe, she's already so old that she doesn't care about life and death? However, Danny wouldn't lower herself to her level. Just like what she said to Klein, she should respect the gods and avoid them. This old witch is obviously a ruthless character. Damn, she's so ruthless. She sacrificed the great sage's entire family of 263 people. Danny wasn't afraid of these witches, but they didn't have any conflict or hatred. There was no need to deliberately make enemies with her. She was a priest of Shamiliana's temple. She had her own sect and inheritance. She wasn't a rogue cultivator whose entire family died. The old priestess isn't a criminal. Why are you keeping her in prison? Danny frowned at Sir Butcher. Although it's a prison, she's been treated well, Klein argued. Priest Kayana, you know that not only did I take down Yuan Kai, I also took down Myrene a day earlier. I've been dealing with Myrene for the past 2 days. After explaining, Danny said directly, although you're helping the Gith people breed dragons, you're not a member of the Gith Alliance. Oh, by the way, Herkulon didn't declare war on me, right? The members of the anti-evil Mother of Dragons Alliance weren't limited to the cities of Slave Bay. New Gith was already involved, and Quills and Volantis were still building their armies. According to the information obtained from interrogating the Great Sage and the Wise Sage, the few slave trading countries in the Jade Sea and the free cities in the Western continent had the possibility of declaring war on Dany. No. Shamiliana wants to, but it's too far away. The witch shook her head. Wants but not enough? Old woman, who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Dany said with a straight face, since you're not an enemy, then your actions in Yuan Kai are considered commercial activities. Your Excellency, you're free to leave now. The Dragon Queen is wise and righteous. This old one can't thank you enough, but... The yellow-black wrinkled old face actually blushed, causing Dany to think that she had seen wrongly. If you have anything to say, say it. Dragon Queen, I'm paid for serving the Great Sage, the witch said. You've sacrificed the Great Sage's entire family to the devil, and you still want to ask him for money? This kind of service? Well, it's best to do it for each of the city kings who oppose me. How much? Dany asked, rubbing her nose. Obviously, no matter what the Great Sage promised the witch, it couldn't be fulfilled because all of Great Sage Yuan Kai's wealth had gone to Queen Dany's treasury. It's a total of 200,000 gold radiance coins. He paid me 50,000 in advance, so I still have 150,000 left, the witch said hesitantly. A mere 150,000 was not even a drop in the ocean of the Great Sage's wealth. Dany waved her hand generously and said, Targaryen values promises the most. I'm willing to help the dead Mourinho fulfill his promise with you. Really? The old witch was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Targaryen. Once a promise is made, nothing can stop it. Then, the witch smiled and pointed at Xiao Jin. The Great Sage promised that as long as a dragon hatches, he'll reward me with an additional 300,000 gold radiance coins. Old woman, this is too much. Dany lowered her voice and said, Your Excellency, Xiao Jin definitely didn't hatch from that golden egg. At least I won't admit it to the outside world. I'm a decent person, a benevolent king. How can I encourage others to sacrifice their entire family? This is too vicious. I can't do it. I'm going to deny it. I'm going to tell the world. I want everyone to understand that whether a dragon can be hatched is completely up to the heavens. It can't be forced. I understand. Even if a sacrifice can't guarantee that a dragon can be hatched every time. Thinking of the Great Sage's threat to her, the witch felt a sense of familiarity with Dany. As long as I sacrifice your entire family, even if your entire family dies and you don't hatch a dragon, you can't blame me. After all, the mother of dragons also admitted that whether a dragon can be hatched is up to the heavens. How can you not believe the words of an expert? Dany emphasized, a sacrifice can't hatch a dragon at all. Sacrificing the person you love the most to hatch a dragon is a logical paradox in itself. I've already said so, do you still not understand? I understand. The old witch nodded repeatedly. It's good that you understand. Dany sighed in relief. Then, Your Majesty Dragon Queen, what about my 300,000 reward for hatching a dragon? The witch blinked and asked. Dany almost choked on her saliva. What the hell do you understand? At this time, an unsullied came to the queen and asked, Your Majesty, everyone is here. Should we start the banquet immediately? Your Excellency, please stay for a meal. We'll talk after that. Dany said helplessly. She actually wanted the old witch to leave immediately, but it would be too rude to do so. Other than the personnel on duty, there were a total of 40 to 50 generals. 3 8-meter-long wooden tables were placed side by side. The tables were quickly filled with delicacies. Dany sat at the head of the wooden table in the middle, and a dozen people sat on both sides according to their positions. Cleon and Bevo sat on her left and right, respectively, while the witch sat opposite Dany as a guest. Yes, 2 blood guards and Barristan went with her to Meereen. Ago, who stayed in Yuan Kai, led thousands of light cavalry to search for the remaining Gith soldiers outside the city. The ambush last night didn't work. The Ragged Prince and Grazidan ran away with 400 to 500 riders. Congratulations to the Queen. Congratulations to the true Dragon Gold. Everyone raised their cups to congratulate Dany. Ha ha ha, brothers, congratulations to all of us. Congratulations to the unification of Slave Bay. Congratulations to no more slaves in Slave Bay. Dany raised her cup in response. Long live the Queen. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Danny also thought of a good idea to deal with the old witch during the banquet. After the banquet, she asked the old witch to stay and handed her a stack of parchment. These are the deeds found in the virtuous master's house. There are 10 luxurious villas in North Queers. I don't need to emphasize. You should know the value of these deeds. The old witch hesitated. She knew how expensive the houses in Queers were. According to the data on the deeds, the 10 villas were worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Will the people of Queers admit it? She doubted. Why not? Just say that the virtuous master gave these deeds to you before I entered Yuan Kai. Even if the people of Queers guessed the truth, they could only admit it. After all, if news of them breaking the contract spreads, who would dare to do business with them? Danny said. The witch thought about it and agreed. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After sending off the witch, Ago returned to Yuan Kai with a face full of dust. He also brought 2 captives with him. They were the 2 vice leaders of the wind-blowing group, Danzo and Kago. "Hey Ago, you're late. Our banquet just ended." Ago was not in the mood to care about that. He said in frustration, "Calixi, those guys escaped." "Oh, how did they escape?" Danny asked curiously. "A ship released a small boat to pick them up." Ago pointed at Danzo and Kago. He said in frustration, "These 2 guys led 30 suicide squads to stop them. They tried to buy time for those people to escape." Danzo and Kago were not in good condition. The poet swordsman's old face had a twisted scar across the bridge of his nose. Kago was stabbed in the left side of his waist. His clothes were wet and emitted a strong smell of blood. Due to excessive blood loss, the rough man with a scarred face was pale. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Seeing that the 2 of them did not say a word, as if they were waiting for death, Danny laughed and said, "Why? Why bother? When did I say I was going to kill you all? Why are you so determined? Since it's already like this, Your Majesty, you can do whatever you want with us," Danzo said calmly. Your resentment is quite strong, huh?" Danny smiled and asked, "Tell me, how many times have I given you guys the chance to surrender?" Chapter 164. After the news of the fall of Mirin reached Yuan Kai, "You should have come to me immediately. After all, we have a contract." Even if your leader had unrealistic fantasies and wanted to make one last gamble, after more than 20,000 soldiers were ambushed by me outside the city, the fantasy should have been shattered, right? My request is not high. The wind-blowing group will turn against the Gith people and help me take down Yuan Kai. Then you will leave with the commission promised by the Gith people and get a promise from me. To be honest, I really can't guess what your leader is thinking." Danny shook her head and said in a helpless tone. The wind-blowing group with 2,000 soldiers was qualified to negotiate with her. That was right. But 2,000 soldiers could not change the situation of the entire battlefield. The price she gave was absolutely fair. Grazadin suddenly wanted to pull us to break out of the encirclement and disrupted the leader's plan. Danzo sighed. Well, even if the plan was disrupted, the Gith people had all entered the city. Even if you found out that you were tricked, why did you run away? Do you know how many people died the night before? Because of your sudden escape, nearly 800 mercenaries died in the chaos. Your wind-blowing group accounted for 90% of the deaths, and only 1 Gith person died. That's right, only 1 Sage Lord. Danny sneered. No, impossible. Kago struggled and shouted. What's impossible about that? The Gith people were already surrounded, and there was no way to escape. The people who rioted were all from your wind-blowing group. Even if I had no malice towards the wind-blowing group, I had no choice in that situation. Danny said lightly. It was me, I killed those brothers. Danzo's voice trembled, and 2 clear watermarks were drawn on his dirty old face. Why didn't you slaughter the Gith people and the mercenaries who entered the trap? Kago glared at Danny and asked. He was extremely unbalanced. The wind-blowing group had succeeded in discovering this woman's trick, but they were the ones who suffered the greatest loss. This was unfair. If this woman killed all the Gith cavalry that entered the city, then their escape would be meaningful. In your heart, what kind of person am I? A monster who kills for pleasure? Isn't it good to keep the mercenaries for ransom? The guy's soldiers were demoted to coolies to plant wheat for me. Isn't the bread they make delicious? Sigh, our pride has harmed the bragging group. Perhaps in the depths of our hearts, we always thought that Her Majesty the Queen was bound to lose, and that the losers were not worthy of our attention, much less our allegiance. Subconsciously, we even arrogantly believed that we could decide Her Majesty's fate. Danzo laughed bitterly. Now that his thoughts had jumped out of the chessboard and looked at the actions of the wind-blowing group as a bystander, he suddenly discovered an extremely terrifying thing. Dragon Queen had 3 dragons, more than 10,000 unsullied, and tens of thousands of Mother of Dragons guards who had been training for half a year. She herself also had wisdom that surpassed mortals. Ever since she was born, she had never lost a battle. But whether it was the leader or the group's officers, in the depths of their hearts, they all looked down on her, thinking that she was just a stupid little girl who had gotten lucky. If he wasn't stupid, would he have thought of freeing the slaves? If she wasn't stupid, would she make an enemy of the entire world for someone who had nothing to do with her? If she wasn't stupid, would she have led 50,000 soldiers to attack Yuan Kai? Almost everyone was saying that it was a pity for the Dragon Queen. Even if she could win countless times, she would end up in a miserable state sooner or later. But the problem was that she had always been the victor, and the wind-blowing group had no right to look down on a giant who was taller, smarter, and stronger than them. Every time the giant had good intentions, they would subconsciously think that she was weak. The leader had always wanted to make the Dragon Queen take the blame for her, and he would reap the benefits without doing anything. Sigh. He didn't know his place. If you don't have any ill intentions towards us, why did you send the Centaur cavalry to hunt us down? Can't you let us leave? Kago glared at the weak Danzo and roared angrily at Danny. Danny looked at him with disdain as if she was looking at an idiot and said, "Is there something wrong with your head? A group of crippled soldiers wandering in the heart of my rule. How can I just leave them be? What if you raid my manor and slaughter my people? Who can I reason with? We just want to leave this stinking cesspool immediately," Kago shouted. "Then you tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know what you're thinking?" Looking at the wind-blowing group's behavior, "I thought you were all Githa's suicide squad, and wanted to fight me to the death. Your Majesty, can you answer a few questions for me, so that I can understand how we lost the war?" Danzo looked at Danny with a longing gaze. These words had touched her itch. If she didn't brag about her success, it would be like not returning home after riches. It depends on the situation. I still want to try some of these schemes a few more times. Danny lifted her chin slightly and said reservedly, "Your Majesty, the soldiers you brought to Murine were at most a few thousand. Why did almost everyone in Murine think that you brought 50,000 soldiers? And many people saw it with their own eyes." Danzo asked. "I liberated a large number of slaves along the way, and the soldiers were newly recruited." Danny said half of the truth. In less than 3 days, it was already extremely difficult to travel 250 kilometers. How could there be time to liberate 50,000 slaves? The real reason was simple. When Danny took down Murine, it was almost dusk. The 50,000 cavalry outside the city was just an illusion created by a few thousand slaves riding horses and dragging branches behind them. As for the 50,000 soldiers who entered the city with torches after dark, this time, Danny learned from Dongjua, Boss Dong. 1,000 elites entered the city from the east gate with torches, so that the Gith people in the east could see. The north city, which had no tall buildings, had long been under martial law. Another 1,000 people sneaked out of the city through the north gate in the dark. This cycle repeated dozens of times, and there were 50,000 armored elite soldiers. At that time, the lords of Murine were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to leave their pyramids at all, giving Danny precious time to expand the Mother of Dragons guards. Danzo didn't know whether he believed it or not, and continued to ask, "How did your Majesty hide the traces of the army's movements? Send scouts to clear the main road." Danzo smiled bitterly. This was obvious nonsense. Anyone with a little common sense would not believe it. But they had already said in advance that they would have some reservations. "I have now figured it out. You left almost 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry in Yuan Kai. The 1,500 unsullied in the rear camp were just bait to lure us out. But the rear camp was not the real ambush point. Because 40,000 people were too many, the rear camp could not hide them. Maybe you wanted to reduce the losses, so you separated the infantry and cavalry of the coalition army and ate them separately. There was no doubt that the real killing point was in the front camp, which was already in ruins. We didn't expect it at all. After all, we just came from the front camp. Without the protection of the infantry, the cavalry ran back and forth for nearly 20 kilometers. The warhorses also lost their momentum and could only be trapped to death. It was true that there were only a few thousand cavalry in the rear camp. The infantry in the ravines on both sides of the camp was just a cover. There might be no one in the rear at all. As for the rumbling of horse hooves further behind, it was just a few dozen centaurs driving the horses. Oh, there were branches behind the horses' tails. A Gith scout saw it and told us the next day when he met us. Danny nodded and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I didn't want to make it so troublesome, but as you said, 40,000 soldiers were too many to hide in the rear camp." Danzo's eyes flashed and asked, "The key is, where did you hide the 40,000 ambushers?" As mentioned before, the Gith people were not stupid. When they left the city to attack the rear camp, there were hundreds of scouts who investigated the territory 20 to 30 kilometers around the camp. Perhaps the 3,000 cavalry led by Danny and a few thousand civilians disguised as the main force could be squeezed in the rear camp. But where did the 40,000 infantry that set up the real ambush point in the front camp come from? If Danny's 40,000 infantry were hiding 30 kilometers away, it would definitely be too late to stop the cavalry team that fled back. Under normal circumstances, 30 kilometers was enough for a large force to walk for a day or two. Danny spat out 3 words with a gloomy face. Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake. Danzo and Kago's expressions changed wildly. There was relief and shock. 5 kilometers north of Yuan-Kai, there was a beautiful lake that looked like a piece of jade embedded in the earth. Therefore it was called Emerald Lake by the people of Yuan-Kai. The nobles of Gith often took their families there to hike, row boats, swim in the lake, and hunt in the nearby forest. However, in order to kill the Dragon Queen who had 50,000 troops and 3 dragons, the virtuous lords of Yuan-Kai sank the corpses of 10,000 slaves in the Emerald Lake. The manors on the Great Plains of Yuan-Kai were burned, and the wells within 20 kilometers of the outskirts of Yuan-Kai were blocked. The 50,000 troops ran for 600 kilometers and were already exhausted. Even if ordinary generals suspected that there was a problem with the Emerald Lake, they would be careful and vigilant while taking water from the lake. The Gith people also deliberately threw a lot of horse dung and sewage into the lake, meaning we have polluted the water source, so that they could hide the real killer moved 10,000 corpses. In the end, it was the first time in this world that a disease was caused by stuffing corpses into the lake, a tactic created by the ruthless virtuous lord. Moreover, there was a process for the corpses to rot. In the first half of the month, the lake was still beautiful, and the lake water was like a mirror. However, invisible germs had already bred and the lake water was polluted. The thought of 50,000 troops eating, sleeping, and training around a pit of 10,000 people without knowing anything was terrifying. The virtuous lords were also afraid. Regardless of whether it was the east or the west, the ancients were extremely afraid of diseases, so the scouts did not dare to enter that area. The Emerald Lake was only 3 kilometers away from the front camp. "You're not afraid of the disease?" Danzo asked in disbelief. Of course I'm afraid. I'm scared to death. I came to Yuan-Kai in the afternoon, and that night I built the camp and dug the wells. The next morning, I arranged for 20,000 soldiers to go into the lake and fish up the corpses that had been soaked for 2 days, Danny said coldly. Danzo suddenly understood. "We also noticed the scene of you burning the corpses. At that time we only thought that the corpses came from the corpse forest on the main road. It turns out that you mixed the corpses in the lake with them and burned them together." At the same time, this sword poet also understood something. The smoke that he and Zidane saw at the camp that day was most likely real. At that time there were really 40 to 50,000 people stationed at the camp. Later, when the news of Marine's fall came, they naturally thought that the front and middle camps were empty. The other party also deliberately piled up scarecrows in the camp, making them even more convinced that they had fallen for the empty city strategy. Yes, at that time, the prince in rags and he were amazed by the Dragon Queen's empty city strategy, and thought that it was the greatest tactical innovation in the Ursos continent in the past 1,000 years. There had never been an empty city strategy in this world. However, the other party was no longer satisfied with using the empty city strategy to deceive the pitiful people of the other world. The Dragon Queen had surpassed the empty city strategy. The empty city strategy that annoyed and secretly impressed the Guy's coalition army was a fake. More than 40,000 soldiers were lying in ambush. The war had ended for a few days, but the dignified god of war Graz, Dan and the prince in rags, who had fought for a lifetime, still did not understand how they had lost. So miserable, so pitiful. Danzo's face was ashen, and he looked extremely depressed. How did you know that there were corpses in the lake? Kago could not help but ask. Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know how to spread spies in Yuan-Kai? To tell you the truth, I have spies in Yuan-Kai, Murine, New Guys, Queers, Volantis, and even Pentos and Bravos thousands of miles away, Danny boasted with a cold face. Chapter 165. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed since the end of the war. Under the sunset, the sea rippled with dark red scales. A sailboat painted with the word seahorse was sailing towards the city in the west. Yuan-Kai, the old poet Danzo, stood at the bow of the ship, his half-length gray hair dancing in the salty sea breeze. He looked at the megalosaurus circling the pyramid in the distance and sighed. I'm back again. Woo! Suddenly a low horn sounded from behind. The sailor on the lookout post immediately shouted down. It's the Prince Viserys. The Dragon Queen's fleet has returned to port. Danzo turned his head and saw a red-hulled ship taking the lead. It was almost twice as fast as the seahorse as it chased after them. The ship's wide sails, which extended 7 or 8 meters out, were printed with the image of a roaring megalosaurus. Behind the red shell ship, there were 9 long and narrow ships. The sails of the ships all had the pattern of a black dragon on a white background. They looked like ice blades walking on the sea, giving people a feeling of sharpness, swiftness, and fierceness. Whoosh! Soon, the leading red-hulled ship cut through the waves like a flying fish leaping out of the sea. It passed by the seahorse nimbly and swiftly. The Prince Viserys. Danzo read the Valeglio words written in black paint on the ship's hull. Even the Navy is on a scale. Can she really change the world? The old poet muttered. The captain of the seahorse was over 40 years old. He had a thick red beard. He seemed to have heard the old man's whisper and walked up to stand beside the old mercenary. He sighed. How can it not be on a scale? She's captured 200 ships in Murine. Ships are not longships. They can't be used as warships, but they have sailors and slave boatmen. You haven't seen that scene. When the slaves on the docks saw Danny rise flying over their heads on a dragon, they all raised their hands like crazy and shouted Misha Misha. The Dragon Queen has never lacked ships. Experienced sailors and the huge shipyards of Murine were what she wanted the most. If we take down Murine, the Navy's last weakness will be fixed. In another 3 to 5 years, the summer sea will fall under the claws of the true dragon. I'm afraid the Alliance won't give her 3 to 5 years. Danzo sighed. I hope the Alliance can hold on for another 3 to 5 years. Captain Redbeard shook his head disapprovingly and said meaningfully, what we have experienced in the past few months has proved one thing. With a dragon you can control the world, but without a dragon? If not, then kneel at Danny Rise's feet and shout, long live the Queen. Oh, why do you say that? Edward, you haven't seen the Battle of Poplar Slope, right? Donswa asked doubtfully. Although Dragon Queen had won countless battles in the past 2 months, she had only won the battle at Poplar Hill with the help of dragons. At other times, she relied more on her extraordinary intelligence. The Megalosaurus also played a role, but it was not as shocking as the Battle of Poplar Hill. I've been running the sea at Slaver's Bay for the past 2 months. My seahorse alone helped the Dragon Queen transport 1 million gold coins from Murine to Astapor. TSK, after taking down Slaver's Bay, Queen Danny suddenly became the richest person in the world. Some people speculate that she has at least 100 million gold coins, Redbeard Edward said enviously. 100 million? Donswa was shocked. Then he asked doubtfully, what does this have to do with the Megalosaurus? Oh, think about it. The Dragon Queen sent dozens of ships to transfer the wealth of Murine to Astapor. How big of a scene would that be? Would the Alliance's fleet not react at all? Not long after, The two sides engaged in a fierce battle at sea. About 70 warships of the alliance went up against 5 of the Queen's fleet. 14-1. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Queen would definitely lose. However, the Dragon Queen rode her dragons to Prince Viserys. 70 ships throwing incendiary bombs was not as efficient as 3 dragons throwing Molotov cocktails. Oh, you didn't expect it, did you? The 3 dragons received Molotov cocktails from the ships while the Unsullied helped the Megalosaurus load up with ammunition. The numbers were too fast. Donswa suddenly understood. Not all of the Dragon Queen's ships were loaded with treasure? Do you think the Queen is stupid? She purposely spread fake news. The treasure was fake, but the Unsullied on the ships were real. Even us captains were fooled. Redbeard laughed strangely. The Alliance suffered a great loss, didn't they? I don't think there are any more warships left in Slaver's Bay, Donswa said. The two sides fought from morning until evening. 3 of the 5 ships of the Dragon Queen sank, while the other side lost 29 of their 70 ships. However, 22 ships had their sails burned and were lying on the surface of the sea, captured by the Dragon Queen. Just the sailors who fell into the water alone numbered 3,000. After that battle, Slaver's Bay was completely peaceful. No one dared to mess with Queen Dany's dragon whiskers. In the end, Captain Redbeard concluded with a complicated expression. That's why I said that the Dragon Queen is almost invincible with her dragons. Perhaps. Donswa looked at the shore that was getting closer and closer. He could not help but think of the old witch who had left Yuan Kai with him that day. The Ragged Prince had followed Grazdan to New Guise. Donswa wanted to find his captain, so he naturally went to New Guise. The witch was going to sell her house in Keles before returning home in the Far East. The two of them had different goals. They were supposed to part ways in New Guise, but the people of New Guise did not let the witch go. They had heard that the witch had really hatched a dragon. This news was too shocking. The meaning behind it was also extraordinary. Perhaps it would not be long before New Guise and Keles would have dragons too? I wonder which royal family of the 2 city-states will die out first. With a sigh, the old poet returned to the cabin. He carried a huge leather case that was half the height of a man and prepared to leave the deck. It was Yuan Kai's turn. Edward, I'll take my leave first. Wait, I'll go with you, Redbeard Edward called out. I want to see the Dragon Queen to redeem more than 100 of our captured brothers. What are you doing? Donswa stopped and turned around to ask in confusion. The Queen has put up a notice in the city. She's requesting to buy seeds and seedlings of exotic plants. I got some from New Guise. I hope. Redbeard winked at Donswa and rubbed his hands. If I follow you, I might be able to see the Queen herself. I don't have that much influence. Donswa smiled bitterly. It depends on luck. It's not a loss anyway. Redbeard instructed the first mate before pulling Donswa toward the dock. The last time I left the pier it was still scorched. At this time, the stone embankment where the ships were docked was still scorched black. However, on the empty space along the shore, there was a row of brand new brick houses. There was a wine shop, a barbecue stall, a clothing store, a warehouse. There are no more prostitutes? It took Donswa a while to react. Yuan Kai, known as the capital of bed slaves, did not have any prostitutes at the dock. No. The Dragon Queen has restored the freedom of those girls in training. According to the marriage law section of the code, she created, free women above the age of 18 must marry. If they can't find a husband, civil officials will help them arrange a partner. Those prostitutes are all married? Donswa asked in surprise. It's not that simple. Redbeard shook his head and said with a complicated expression, unless they find a partner themselves. If civil officials are needed, they will be arranged to participate in the good wife and loving mother test, before arranging a partner for the woman. What? Donswa's eyes widened in disbelief. Sigh. If you want to marry after the age of 18, you have to pass the good wife and loving mother test. You have to pass a test to marry? Donswa had lived for 50 to 60 years, but he had never heard of such a strange thing. What's the test? You have to bake bread, pickle sausages or smoke bacon, and recite the book of vegetable root tan. Those 3 tests are the basics. If you don't pass, you can't marry. Other than that, there's also needlework, farming and herding, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The civil officials will reward you according to your score and help you arrange a better husband, Redbeard said. This? Donswa was stunned. He muttered, "Why is that? Sai, isn't it obvious? If you don't even know how to bake bread, won't your family starve to death? If you don't know how to pickle or smoke meat, if your family kills cows, sheep, pigs and other livestock, won't you be able to finish it in one meal? Won't the leftovers rot?" Redbeard asked. Did the Dragon Queen say that? Yes, that's what she explained to everyone. You have to understand that the prostitutes in Yuan-Kai might be proficient in the more difficult 7 cries of spring, but they don't know how to live. The Dragon Queen wants to find a wife for her soldiers, not a noble lady. That makes sense. Donswa sighed. The Dragon Queen is indeed meticulous. She doesn't do bad things out of good intentions. Redbeard seemed to have been praised. He nodded with pride and said, of course, to encourage those women to improve themselves, the Dragon Queen gives them a lot of rewards. Other than gold coins, jewels, accessories, gorgeous clothes, silk, and other material rewards, there are also nobility titles like Young Madam, Madam, Eldest Madam, and so on. Donswa was stunned. Nobility titles specially prepared for women? Well, it was obvious that Danny had borrowed some of the ancient systems of the Celestial Empire. However, unlike the ancient dynasties, where women were noble because of men, sons, husbands, women in slave bay only needed to rely on their own abilities to obtain a respectable status. However, it wasn't as complicated as the ancient system of 1st and 2nd grade madam, 3rd grade virtuous lady, 4th grade respectful lady, 5th grade pleasant lady, 6th grade peaceful lady, and 7th grade gentle lady. There were only 3 ranks: young madam, eldest madam. How do you obtain a nobility title? Donswa asked again. Redbeard thought for a moment and said, it's determined by the score of the virtuous wife test and future performance. For example, if a woman's handiwork is especially good, she can become a young madam. Her status is similar to that of a knight. If she can make inventions that benefit the people, she can become a madam or eldest madam, similar to a knight. For example, a month ago, a female textile worker in Myrene presented a loom to the queen. Because it was twice as efficient as a normal loom, the Dragon Queen directly conferred the title of eldest madam. At the same time, she rewarded her with 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Donswa was flabbergasted. This was even more lucrative than being a mercenary. Sai, that's why I say that the Dragon Queen is magnanimous. She said that after the loom was popularized, the benefits of all the freedmen would increase by more than 100,000 gold coins. It was equivalent to her buying the patent for the female textile workers' loom in one go. Yes, the patent was also first mentioned by the Dragon Queen. She also said that when the time was right, she would add a patent law to the code to encourage the people to work hard for a better world. Edward's eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. For a better world. Donswa seemed to be in a daze. Although my slave workers have also been freed by the Queen, I have to say that compared to the slave owners, I prefer Queen Danny, Edward said with a complicated tone. Oh, Donswa came back to his senses and asked, what's that vegetable roots thing? It said that vegetable roots is divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. The upper volume is prepared for ordinary families. It's about washing your hands before eating, bathing at least once every 7 days, how to make your own toothbrush, toothpaste, soap for bathing and washing your hair, how to identify common illnesses and treat them. Sigh, it's too much and too messy. It has almost everything. I know about toothbrushes, but what's toothpaste? Donswa was confused. It's a paste made from herbs used to clean your teeth. Sigh, it seems that it's quite difficult to become a qualified wife. It's even harder than learning the 7 cries of spring technique. Donswa sighed. If a woman can find a husband before she turns 18, she won't need the help of a civil officer to find a husband. Then she won't need to take the exam. The Dragon Queen said that men have to be responsible for their own choices. Chapter 166. Most of the new freedmen under Danny's rule didn't have wives. 3 cities, hundreds of thousands of bachelors, which made her worried. Those without permanent property had no perseverance. Only when everyone had a family and a job could the society be stable and harmonious. And Queen Dani's rule could be as stable as Mount Tai. It was easy to get property but difficult to get a wife. Without a wife, how could there be a family? Therefore, Dani urgently needed a large number of wives. At least, she had to let her soldiers live a happy life with a wife. Fortunately, Yuan Kai was a city of bed slaves, and there were a large number of idle women. Almost all the owners of Yuan Kai Manor were confiscated, and a large number of Gith women who lost their fathers, brothers, and husbands, plus the widows left by the yellow silk cloak who died in the battle. Dani got hundreds of thousands of women with personal characteristics. Those women, how to put it, they were not suitable to marry her soldiers. Wives were not only used to hold hands, not to mention helping each other in the soul level. At least in the future life, the husband and wife had to support and understand each other. Obviously, whether it was the bed slaves who only knew 7 kinds of spring cries, or the Gith women who used to be superior, they were not qualified to be the new freedmen's wives. Before finding a husband for them, they must be trained to correct their past old and rotten ideas and become new women in the free era. Well, the ideological realm could be improved slowly. At least they should learn how to cook first, so that they wouldn't starve themselves and their husbands to death. Of course, Dani didn't force the Gith women to marry her soldiers or the new freedmen. They could also find a Gith bachelor who was willing to marry them. It was just that the soldiers who married the queen could get more material subsidies and a higher status. They would get extra points in the good wife assessment, and it was easier to get the title of young lady. In short, after the war, Dani was trying her best to clean up the single dogs in Slave Bay. It was still the old saying, only those with a family and property were good people. Good people. Hey, I found that there are more people in Yuan Kai City, but there are fewer Gith people among them. After passing through the slightly cold dock area and entering the Western Business District, Danzo found that there were more pedestrians on the street, but there were fewer Gith people with black and red hair and toka robes. He still remembered that the last time he left, Dragon Queen did not make things too difficult for the GC people in the Western District. There may be fewer in the future, Redbeard Edward smiled. Except for the manor owners and virtuous lords who have been confiscated and imprisoned, ordinary Gith people without skills have all been sent to Murine by the Dragon Queen. What do you mean by a skill? I remember that Yuan Kai trained slaves for bed. The red-bearded captain waved his hand to interrupt him and said, that kind of technology doesn't count. The Dragon Queen needs skills that can increase productivity. Zai, don't ask me what productivity is. I don't really understand it either. Just think of it as the ability to produce more food and goods. So you're saying that Dragon Queen doesn't allow Slave Bay to cultivate bed slaves? Danzo said regretfully. Redbeard paused, looked at him suspiciously, and muttered, how does this affect people like you? What do you mean? Danzo's face flushed red. He shifted the large chest in his right hand to his left, and his free right hand unconsciously reached for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Redbeard quickly apologized and changed the topic. Yuan Kai and Astapor can't have bed slave business, but Murine has no restrictions. You can go there and try. Of course, they are no longer bed slaves. Slaves are not allowed in Slave Bay. The woman must be willing, and can only be a contract worker. If the woman doesn't want to work, she can cancel the contract at any time if she pays a certain penalty. Yo hey. As the two of them were talking, a neat chant suddenly came from the east side of the street. As the crowd on the street dispersed, the two of them were surprised to see the Dragon Queen riding a big yellow horse, leading a long line of people from the east side of the city. The Dragon Queen's outfit today surprised them. Brown open-toed leather sandals, white and slender calves exposed, a pair of medium-length silk pants covering her thighs, and a sleeveless leather vest on her upper body. Her long silver hair was braided into a long braid at the back of her head. They could see that her small knees, apricot yellow silk pants, vest, and arms were more or less stained with yellow mud. The team behind her was dressed almost the same as her, except that the color was different. They were all wearing sandals, silk pants, vests, and all covered in mud. Some of them carried hoes, some carried rakes, some pulled baskets, some pushed wheelbarrows, some pulled cows, horses, and even elephants and camels. The cows, horses, and elephants all had strange curved iron knives, plows, hanging from their backs. The two unsullied in front of the queen were each holding a long pole. A banner hung from the pole which read, "Follow the queen's footsteps, and realize agricultural production. This is... Danzo's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The queen went to farm? Just as he thought this, the dragon queen walked over and raised her right fist, shouting, "For our homeland, farm hard! For our homeland, farm hard!" The 20,000 farmers behind her shouted together, "Winter is coming, farm hard!" The dragon queen raised her fist again, and her clear voice was exceptionally loud. Well, according to Barristan's definition of a famous general, with Danny's current voice, she had barely stepped into the threshold of a famous general. "Winter is coming, work hard in farming." The farmers shouted again. "For the queen, for our wives, for our homeland, winter is coming, farm hard." It was not until the dragon queen led the farmers into the palace of Compassionate P and the nearby pyramids that Danzo came back to his senses. He stared at Edward, who was equally stunned, and said, "Is this your first time seeing this?" "I've been floating on the sea for the past month," Redbeard mumbled. After asking a passerby nearby, the two found out that the queen had been working at sunrise and returning at sunset for the past month. Almost every day, she pulled the farmers of the Agricultural Mutual Association out of the city to farm, working hard to realize the queen's super-fertile land plan of opening up 45 million acres of wheat fields in Yuan-Kai. Danzo saw that the middle-aged man who spoke to him was speaking in the advanced Valeglia language, and his words were clear, so he asked, "Sir, are you an officer of the Mother of Dragons Guard?" Well, this middle-aged man with deep eye sockets was wearing Queen Danny's militia outfit: leather sandals, brown beach pants, and a white linen t-shirt with a black dragon's head printed on the chest. It was a completely modern outfit. However, this outfit was indeed the most economical with fabric and the lowest cost. Danny currently had 4 troops under her command: white, blue, red, and yellow banners. The white banners were the Unsullied, the blue banners were the Wings of Liberty, and the red banners were the 3 main combat forces. The militia, minotaurs, and centaurs were all under the yellow banner, and were collectively known as the Dragon Mother's Guard. If newly liberated slaves were recruited, they would first join the Mother of Dragons Guard. After the militia training, those with high technical and tactical skills could join the Wings of Liberty or the Guards. In a non-war state, the Mother of Dragons Guard mostly wore militia outfits. The middle-aged man looked down at his clothes, shook his head, and said, "I serve Queen Danny, but I didn't join the Mother of Dragons Guard. The Queen didn't restrict our dress, but many ready-made clothing stores sell this true dragon battle robe. Well, it's quite comfortable to wear, cool and light." Danzo looked at his woolen sweater and half-body leather armor. It was indeed a little hot and sweaty. "I just heard you mention the Agricultural Mutual Association. What kind of association is that?" The middle-aged man didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he asked hesitantly, "Are you a mercenary?" Dragon Queen had mercenary generals under her command, but she didn't hire any mercenaries. "I'm the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo Dahan. I'm here to redeem the captured members of Yuan Kai." Danzo didn't hide anything and directly revealed his identity. The thin man with deep eye sockets let down his guard and smiled. "Hello, Commander Danzo. I'm Bill Clinton, Slave Bay's Minister of Culture." Minister of Culture? Before the previous question was solved, a new question mark appeared in Danzo's mind. He suddenly felt that the current Yuan Kai, no, the entire Slave Bay, was very unfamiliar. The 3 of them had the same goal, so they didn't stop and walk together on the large square leading to the Palace of Compassionate and Peace. Bill explained as he walked, "I used to be a slave under the Great Lord of Murine. Because I'm proficient in string instruments, I was chosen by Her Majesty as a music teacher." "Ah, so you're the Queen's teacher?" Redbeard Edward exclaimed, interrupting Bill. "Haha, that's nothing. Her Majesty is very studious. After doing farm work during the day, she would study for 3 to 4 hours at night. Literature, music, history, etiquette, medicine, forging, architecture, and so on. More than a dozen subjects, more than a dozen teachers. I'm just one of them." Bill spoke very humbly, but there was an unconcealable pride in his eyes. Clearly, he was proud to be able to teach the Queen. "There are so many subjects. Can the Queen learn them all?" Edward clicked his tongue. I had similar thoughts at first, but now..." Bill's expression was complicated. There was surprise, reverence, and envy. Her Majesty's learning talent is far beyond that of ordinary people. She can learn almost everything in one go. She can often draw inferences about other things and come up with new ideas that no one has ever thought of before. Are you serious? Dragon Queen's tactical talent is already so amazing, and now she's even learning literature and art, and forging and architecture. The old poet said dejectedly, how are we supposed to live? Her Majesty's swordsmanship is also very good. It's best if all the slave owners can't survive. Bill tilted his head and looked at the old mercenary, implying something. Danzo touched his nose. Minister Bill, please continue. What are the Ministry of Culture and the Agricultural Mutual Society? Bill looked at him deeply and said, more than half of the plains outside Yuankai City have been burned to the ground. The Queen intends to plant all of them with crops. But there are millions of acres of land. Even 100,000 farmers from Murine won't be able to divide them all. Her Majesty has united everyone to form a society to help each other during the busy farming season. Danzo said incredulously, what's the use of planting so much food? I remember that Slavers Bay has never been short of food. Didn't you hear the slogan? Winter is coming. Well, after Lannisters, debts must be repaid. The House of Stark's winter is coming was also stolen by Dany. I also know that summer is over. But Slavers Bay is located at the southern end of the continent. There can be a harvest in winter. There's no need to store food in advance, right? Bill had similar thoughts, but he couldn't say anything bad about the Queen. He could only shrug and continue. The Queen wants to liberate the slaves from their ideological state. She needs an official organization to manage the cultural propaganda work of Slavers Bay, which is the Ministry of Culture. Besides playing musical instruments, I'm also quite accomplished in literature, history, opera, and music arrangement. When the Queen tested us as palace teachers, I made up a story called Shrike, Hill and the Bug on the Spot. Then I was appointed as the Minister of Culture. Shrike and Hill? Who are they? Chapter 167. Queen Dany once explained to her people that the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, written in the true dragon language, meant a palace of love and peace. As the Misha of hundreds of thousands of slaves, Mother Queen gave them houses, land, and wives. She was simply too kind. Obviously, under the rule of Queen Dany, all the people lived a happy and peaceful life, maybe. So the name Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, that implied beauty, was quickly accepted by the people of Yuankai. In their free time, the citizens were also happy to go to the big square in front of the pyramid to do some entertainment. Not square dancing, there were jugglers who circled an area to perform in the square. There were also 2 bare-chested wrestlers who rolled into a ball under the shouts of hundreds of spectators. There were also vendors who shouted loudly to sell their goods. 2 months had passed, and Yuankai had once again returned to its former glory. No, it was more lively than before. It seemed that there was a mysterious power that changed the spirit of the citizens. Danzo thought, who are Shrike and Hill? Redbeard asked curiously. Bill smiled proudly and explained, Shrike, you are a slave. Do you know what a slave is? Before the Minister of Culture could explain, a loud shout came from not far away, and his words came to an abrupt end. Redbeard Edward and the old mercenary Danzo looked over in shock, and saw a wooden stage built under the pyramid. It was almost at the same level as the first stone step of the pyramid. In fact, the two were leaning against each other. The wooden stage was backed by a blue curtain, and there were common stage props on it. There were also a few slave owners who were dressed in exaggerated toga robes, and slaves wearing bronze necklaces. 3 sides of the stage were filled with people. There were almost 1,000 spectators. The 3 of them took a few more steps forward, and the voices of the performers became clearer. As the stage was 3 meters high, under the golden red light of the setting sun, Danzo and the others could even see the expressions on the performers' faces clearly. A fat slave owner with long black and red hair and a golden tassel toga robe pointed his whip at an old man kneeling on the ground and cursed, "I'll tell you what a slave is." The slave owner was as fat as a big fat pig, and the makeup on his face was exaggerated to the extreme. His mouth was red and his teeth were white, and his face was ferocious. He looked like a heinous villain. The old slave's face was haggard, and his body was thin like a hemp rope. His face was full of bitterness, which made people feel sympathy for him. As the slave master whipped the old slave with the harpy's whip, he shouted arrogantly, "Your life is not yours, the money you earn is not yours, and your daughter is not yours. As your master, I, the Lord of Kindness, have everything you have, everything. Do you understand?" But Hill is only 11 years old. He's still a child. "Benevolent Lord, please be merciful and spare her." The old slave with the collar held his head and wailed, All right. You want my kindness, right? I, the Lord of Kindness, will grant you kindness." The fat slave grinned and said to the yellow silk cloak standing on both sides, "Tomorrow I'll take Hill to the arena and let the old man have a good night's rest. My kindness is not that easy to enjoy." Danzo was captivated by the two actors' superb acting skills. He didn't enter the pyramid immediately. Instead, he stood there and watched quietly. Soon, the scene changed to the beast fighting arena. It turned out that the benevolence Lord's mercy was a one-eyed wolf. Well, its name was Kindness of the Lord of Kindness. The old man's arm was bitten off by Mercy. In the Colosseum, amidst Hill's cries and when the wolf devoured the old man's arm, the Lord of Kindness took her with a laugh. The Lord of Kindness did not make Hill his lover. In fact, in just 2 days, the crippled old man and Hill who had lost her virginity were forgotten by him. The scenes changed one by one. Perhaps it was a change of fortune. Hill gradually grew up and recovered from the pain of childhood. She met a handsome young slave, Emota. Emota and Hill met, got to know each other and fell in love. For the next 10 years there was a sweet pink atmosphere between them. Even the background music became sweet and cheerful. Edward, who was showered with PDA, could not help but feel gratified and said, "Emota is a clever young man. God bless, Hill has a good ending." Redbeard had been clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. All the muscles in his body were bulging. If the stage was not a little high, he would have rushed up and beat the evil Lord of Kindness. This plot was added at the request of Her Majesty the Queen. Bill looked at the direction of the stage with a complicated expression. I couldn't understand her intentions before, but now, keep watching. The Minister of Culture sighed in his heart. 10 years later, the little girl Hill grew up. Under the witness of the old man, she married her childhood sweetheart, Emota. The next year, the two had a cute baby. Over the past 10 years, their journey was not smooth sailing. There were many times when Hill and the old man faced a life and death crisis. There were many times when the beautiful Hill was coveted. Fortunately, Emota was extremely smart and used ingenious means to resolve the crisis every time. It could be said that Emota on the stage was the smartest person Redbeard had ever seen in his life. That was why he was happy for Hill. Unfortunately, when their child was 5 years old, he was captured by the Lord of Kindness and castrated into a little unsullied. Even with Emota's divine wit, he could not save his son because the Lord of Kindness' main business was to manage the unsullied. Redbeard clenched his fists again and gnashed his teeth. He was even angrier than before. His anger was soaring. But this was just the beginning. In the 16th year, the old man was hanged by the Lord of Kindness in the punishment square because he secretly went to visit his grandson. In the 17th year, Emota and Hill had a daughter. But before she was out of confinement, a unsullied came to Hill. After throwing a silver coin, he chopped off the baby's head in front of her. Emota and Hill cried as they were pressed to the ground by the yellow silk cloak. They looked on helplessly as the smiling Lord of Kindness took away the silver coin. The musicians behind the stage curtains played sad and low music. The audience could not help but recall what the Lord of Kindness had said before. The life of the slave belonged to the master. The property of the slave belonged to the master. The child of the slave belonged to the master. Everything of the slave belonged to the master. The clever and capable Mota, the virtuous and hard-working Hill, and the honest and patient Shrike had carefully managed a comfortable life for more than 10 years. But it was more fragile than a sandcastle on the beach. Because of the slave owner's careless thought, it immediately collapsed. Slaves could not control their own destiny. Slaves needed to control their own destiny. Let go of me. I'm going to kill that bastard. Redbeard felt that he had become the Shrike and Hill was his daughter. Anger burned away all his rationality. He struggled and roared, wanting to rush up the stage and kill the Lord of Kindness. Yes, he even pulled out the dagger at his waist. Edward, calm down. This is just a play. Danzo pulled his companion and shouted. Huff, huff, huff. Edward's blood-red eyes regained some clarity. He broke free from the old mercenary's wrist and cursed in a low voice, "Damn the slave owner." But the play was not over. Hill's sad fate was not over. Another 3 years passed. Hill gave birth to 2 more children. Emota had learned his lesson. He no longer wished for a family reunion. As long as his children could survive, anything was fine. So his second daughter was sold to Yuan Kai. She was to be trained as a bed slave. His second son was offered to the Lord of Kindness without his wife's knowledge. When she found out that her second son would also become an Unsullied, Hill went crazy. In her madness, she stabbed her husband Emota to death with a pair of scissors. Then Hill really went crazy. Not long after, her eldest son failed the training to kill a puppy and was chopped up and fed to the dogs by the Lord of Kindness. Hill only smiled foolishly at the side without any other expression. I'm going to kill that bastard. No one can stop me. Redbeard Edward went crazy too. Not only was Edward shouting crazily, but the old poet, who was always known for his rationality and wisdom, was also red in the face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The nearby audience was even more rowdy. The situation was almost out of control. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen was here. A silver-haired, purple-eyed woman rode a black cloth dragon onto the stage. When the Great Judgment arrived and the Lord of Kindness was burned to death by the cloth dragon's dragon flame, Redbeard felt as if a valve had opened in his chest. All the anger and resentment in his heart were vented in an instant. How satisfying! How satisfying! How satisfying! Long live the Dragon Queen! Edward yelled. Burn the slave owner to death. Long live the Dragon Queen! The audience cheered thunderously. Everyone felt as if they had eaten ginseng fruit. They felt comfortable all over. After the Lord of Kindness was burned to death, the play was not over. In the last scene, the Dragon Queen held the hand of a little Unsullied. She asked, "Why are you not going back to take care of your mother? What are you doing here?" The little Unsullied said, "I want to join the Northern Expedition Army. I want to help Her Majesty take down Yuan Kai. I want to go to Yuan Kai and help my mother find my sister." The actors took a curtain call and the play ended. "Oh my, this is Hill's son," Edward said in surprise. "He's Bedbug? That's a good story." Danzo looked at the middle-aged man beside him. "Yes, he is Bedbug." Bill nodded with a complicated expression. "You think this is just a story? Haha, if you have the chance you can go to Astapor and see Hill. The real Hill, countless hills." Redbeard, Edward and Danzo were silent. The sun had completely sunk below the surface of the sea. The sky became dark, but the play on the stage was not over. Butter torches were lit in front of the stage. Under the blazing fire, the characters in front of the screen could still be seen clearly. Soon another play opened. Danzo watched for a while and found that it was similar to Shrike, Hill and Bedbug. It was also about how miserable the lives of people under the slavery system were. The stage is so high. I guess they are afraid that people like Edward will rush up and chop people up, right? He glanced at Redbeard and asked with a smile. Haha, you guessed right. The first time this kind of play was performed on the street, the actor playing the Lord of Kindness had one of his legs broken. The middle-aged man with deep eye sockets laughed. Don't they charge money for this kind of play? Redbeard held a handful of copper coins and looked left and right. He did not see any actors coming to collect them. The audience nearby are all new freedmen. They don't have much money left. After the play, the Queen will give subsidies according to the number of performances. Danzo's eyes flashed. He probed. I'm afraid the Queen will have to spend a lot of money. I guess there are many similar plays in Slaver's Bay, right? Not many. Bill looked into his eyes and said lightly, very many. Almost all of the 1.3 million people in Slaver's Bay know the story series of 20 Years a Slave. Chapter 168. 20 Years a Slave? What's that? Danzo was puzzled. A memoir that's about to be published on a large scale. And the author is me? The book you wrote? Danzo looked at the minister up and down and said doubtfully, your experience as a slave for 20 years? It was obvious that Bill Clinton was a high-level slave. They were from a completely different world from the coolie slaves. Their lives were leisurely, and they lived more comfortably than him, the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group. Could such a person's experience help the Dragon Queen preach the need for anti-slavery? It's not just my experience. What I saw and heard can be woven into a short story similar to Shrike, Hill, and the Bug. You can think of 20 Years a Slave as a collection of stories. The old poet said disapprovingly, this kind of story can be told orally. It's a waste of paper to write it into a book. Wait and see. Queen Dani's great invention will change the world. Bill Clinton smiled proudly. After entering the Great Pyramid, Danzo and Edward separated from the Minister of Culture. They reported their names and intentions at the desk. After waiting for about half an hour, the old mercenary and the red-bearded captain were led to the top garden by an unsullied. On the long wooden table, Dani, who had taken a bath and changed into a loose dress, was having dinner with a few subordinates. Dani swallowed the food in her mouth, drank a mouthful of red wine, and then asked, have the two of you had dinner? No. Then let's eat together. Dani invited the two. It was Edward's first time eating at the same table as the Queen. He was so nervous that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Although Danzo was also a little nervous, he still thanked her politely and pulled his companion to sit beside Bruce. After sitting down, the old mercenary found that the Queen's food was unusually rich and simple. Toasted white bread, lamb chops smeared with honey and cloves, mushroom stewed chicken with a lot of fire dragon peppers, barley stewed beef and frozen fruit salad. The variety was simple, and there were no fancy delicacies, but the portions were sufficient. There were large pieces of meat, large bowls of soup, and toasted bread that was as thick as an arm and longer than a person. The old mercenary cut a piece of bread with a knife and dipped it in the bowl of barley beef soup. Captain Edward, what kind of seeds have you brought me? Dani asked casually. Cough, cough, cough. Redbeard almost choked on the food in his mouth. He did not expect the Queen to ask him first. I'm sorry. After taking a sip of red wine, Edward caught his breath and said, there's black rice and sorghum from the barren lands, white corn from Helcoland, sweet potatoes from an unknown island. There are even specialties from the Seven Kingdoms, such as barley from the Northern Territory, fire dragon pepper from Dorne, and many more. They are all edible exotic plants that His Majesty requested. Very good. After I see those seeds tomorrow, I will pay you the reward as promised. Dani nodded with satisfaction. Slave Bay mainly dealt in the slave trade, and did not pay much attention to agricultural production. The crops were very simple. The most common were olives, grapes, wheat, and sugar beets. There was rice in the Worm River Basin, but the yield was low and the taste of the rice was terrible. After Dani took control of Slave Bay, there would naturally be no more slave trade. However, Slave Bay's location was really good. Leaving the bay was the main route of the Great Voyage. It would be a waste if they did not produce some crops that could be used as commodities. Of course, she also wanted to improve her diet. She was tired of eating bread every day. After all, this world looked like the Middle Ages, but it had actually developed the Great Voyage trade for thousands of years. Regional specialties such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, corn, rice, tea, and so on were already known by the world. It was not too difficult to find their seeds. Well, the difficult part was to popularize them locally. While Dani was only 15 years old now, she felt that she could cultivate hybrid rice in her lifetime. There was no need for it to be as high-yielding as Farmer Godyuan. She only needed to improve the taste so that it could grow on a large scale in Slave Bay. This was not a fantasy. After all, this world had the children of the forest. After dinner, Edward, Lara, Bruce, and the others said goodbye and left. Only Dani and Danzo were left in the garden on the top floor. How was it? After taking a sip of the barren black tea, Dani looked at the old poet and asked. The leader agreed to pass on information that is not considered core secrets to you. Haha, if you don't give me core secrets, why would I work with you? Dani sneered. Your Majesty, the Windblown Group has too little access to core secrets. If even a little is leaked, we will be in danger of being exposed. Illyrio will most likely reject the prince's return to Pentos. If that happens, won't we get nothing? The greater the profit, the greater the risk. I think this is a fair deal. After pausing for a moment and seeing that Danny's expression did not change, Danzo let out a sigh of relief and continued, unless you do not need to consider Governor Illyrio's opinion and directly agree to help the prince take down Pentos. Well, I can't let my old friend down. Danny refused. The old mercenary's eyes dimmed and said helplessly, then what about the deal? Danny shrugged and said lightly, tell me about those that are not considered core secrets first. After knowing Dragon Queen's choice, the old mercenary did not hesitate and said directly, first of all, the previous Guy's Alliance has officially changed its name to World Trade Alliance. Queers, New Guys, and Volantis will be the three heads of the alliance. Whip Island of the Jade Sea will follow Queers to declare war on you. Although Elephant Island of the Jade Sea did not join the alliance, its ruler, King Shan, has promised to provide an unlimited amount of elephant soldiers to the alliance. The barbarians are not willing to participate in the conflict of the Western continent, but the Emperor's envoy has also promised the alliance to join the trade blockade of Slave Bay. Danny supported her chin with her right hand and tilted her head. In other words, there are now two opposing alliances in Slave Bay. The military threat of the alliance and the trade blockade of the Sea Trade Alliance? Yes, Your Majesty's summary is very accurate. The alliance and the United Nations. Danzo nodded. This is too unlucky. The alliance and the United Nations are such auspicious names, but it was taken by the enemy. Doesn't that make me lay foam? It doesn't make sense. I'm the one who raised the flag of freedom and liberation. What's up with Whip Island? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know about it, Danny asked. Whip Island is nothing. It's just a barren island in the Jade Sea. But its location is too good. It's a transit station for slaves. Slaves from the Far East have to pass through there. So, dozens of Far East slavers and pirate lords who rely on the slave trade joined the alliance in the name of Whip Island. I see. Danny was enlightened. There were two sources of slaves, war and slavers. The Dothraki were used to reducing the defeated to slaves. But the slaves that the centaurs brought to Slave Bay only made up a small portion of the total number of slaves. Most of the slaves came from slavers. For example, Missandei and her three siblings were captured from Nos Island by slavers. Other than Missandei, she had races from all over the world under her command. Forget about 56 races, she could make up the whole of the United States. There was no doubt that the slavers played an important role in this. Although they were scattered and individually weak when combined, what's the reaction of the free trade city-states? She asked. Rhys promised to advance and retreat with Volantis. Although Mir and Tyrosh are also involved in the slave trade, the two sides have been fighting for control of the land of dispute for decades. It's difficult for them to join the same camp. Our captain guessed that if one of them joins the alliance, His Majesty might have another ally. Danny waved her hand and said in disdain, I won't ally with any slave city-states. Danzo was stunned and sighed. His Majesty's temper is too strong. This is a matter of principle, Danny emphasized. All right. Second, the Alliance and the United Nations are still in their embryonic form. Currently, representatives from all sides are gathering in New Gith to participate in the Dragonslayer Convention, held by Glazodon. Dragonslayer Convention? Danny's expression was strange. You are the mother of dragons and 3 dragons, the old poet explained. Glazodon has been defeated time and time again, but he still has such great appeal? Sai, you might not know how famous you are in the major city-states. Although Glazodon has been defeated time and time again, he is also the only general who has fought you head-on many times and survived. Danny's heart skipped a beat. How many people have come to the Dragonslayer Convention? The main representatives of Volantis, Kyles, Rhys, and the barbarians are all here. Many of the slavers from the Summer Sea, Jade Sea, and Kyle's Strait are also here. The convention has probably started already. What else is there? The Iron Legion's 3rd Fleet has lost contact in the Smoke Sea. The New Gith people are buying dragon eggs from the Kyle's royal family. The witch who left Yuan Kai with me is now an honored guest of the Gith people. I heard the Kyle's royal family has also sent her an invitation. Haha, it's best if the witch sacrifices those bastards. Danny laughed inwardly and asked, What's the matter with the Iron Legion? Why are they in the smoke sea? Oh, don't tell me they went to explore Valeglia with you, Luan. She suddenly realized something and said with a strange look in her eyes. Noticing her strange expression, Danzo said in surprise, "Is it true that you, Luan Greyjoy, once explored the ruins of Valeglia?" Even I don't dare to let you, Luan, lead the way. The Gith people are really bold. Dany sneered. You mean you, Luan, tricked the Iron Legion? That's impossible. The Third Fleet has 10 longships and 2,000 soldiers of the Gith Iron Legion. This kind of power is enough to suppress anyone in the Summer Sea. Humph, you can ask around in the Westeros. Luan most likely returned with a full load. The next day, Dany let tens of thousands of farmers out to plant the fields for the whole morning. Yes, planting wheat. The seasons in this damn world were chaotic. As long as winter did not come, they could keep planting and harvesting. There were even strange scenes where they planted wheat in this field in the morning and went to the next field to harvest wheat in the afternoon. For example, the Rural Mutual Aid Association that Dany set up had been planting wheat for a month. The first wheat field that was planted had already grown half a meter tall green wheat seedlings. Even if the average farmer had planted more than 30 acres of wheat, there were about 10 million acres of wheat fields outside Yuan-Kai City. Dany still pulled hundreds of thousands of farmers to plant the fields. The Yuan-Kai plains were too vast. There were more than 30,000 square kilometers of fertile land, at least 45 million acres. There were still more than 30 million acres left empty. Chapter 169. According to Dany's original plan, she would turn the Yuan-Kai plains into a large granary, preferably planting all 45 million acres of land. Even if the rough sowing yielded poor harvests with only 200 pounds of wheat per acre, it could be harvested twice a year, which was 9 million tons. If each person ate 1,000 pounds of grain a year, meat, eggs, and milk were also converted into grain, then the Yuan-Kai plains could feed 18 million people. What did that mean? Dany doubted that there were 50 million people in the world. Anyway, there were only 1.5 million people in Slave Bay. As long as Her Majesty's full moon plan could be realized, even if it was only for a year, then when the long night came, Slave Bay would be able to survive for 10 years in its extreme state. Of course, Dany was generous in anticipating the enemy. She had already labeled the Dothraki as the Dragon Queen's exclusive. When the long night came, she had to help them no matter what. Well, there were at least 400,000 or 500,000 people. There were also Volantis and Queers. The Alliance was still discussing dragon slaying, and the real Dragon Queen was already thinking about helping the Alliance to get through the long night. She was too responsible. More importantly, according to the calculation method of the Westeros scholars, it was now the end of autumn and winter was coming. She did not have much time. She had to full moon or people would die if she could not jump over. So, Dany was crazily transferring the new freemen of Meereen to Yuan-Kai. In 2 months she had already transferred 100,000 people, and she had to continue for the next year. In her plan, the most prosperous Meereen was left to the Gith and her vassals. Well, she was also transferring the Gith of Yuan-Kai to Meereen, and Astapor and Yuan-Kai to the new freemen. At this time there was only one Earl of the Broken Shackles, but after the long night, there would definitely be a large number of Earls and Marquises. Earls and Marquises with real power must have fiefs. The fiefs that Dany had arranged for them were to the north and west of Meereen. Slave Bay was an inner lake, recessed into the continent of Ursos, with the land surrounded by mountains on both the east and west. With Meereen as the boundary, the land to the west had the 2 Gith cities of Yuan-Kai and Astapor. To the east, facing the Dothraki Sea, there was a large number of ancient Valeglia city-states that had declined due to the Great Cataclysm, such as Borash, Tolos, Aurelia. In the plan, Yuan-Kai and Astapor to the west of Slave Bay belonged to the king's territory, and were directly under the queen's jurisdiction. Yuan-Kai gave up on the bed slave trade and would be turned into a granary. He would have the most freedmen farms. Astapor, on the other hand, would develop handicrafts first. After 100 or 200 years, when the population of the royal territory began to swell, he would carefully develop the similarly enormous Worm River Plain. The eastern wasteland, with Meereen as the political and economic center, belonged to her vassals. This was actually very fair because the wealth of Meereen far exceeded that of Yuan-Kai and Astapor, especially after the Yuan-Kai plain was burned down. The richness of Meereen did not only lie in the meandering Great River and the coastal plains. It was bordered by the Dothraki Plains to the north, Slaver's Bay to the south, and the Great River that connected it to the Raza in the east. It was a thoroughfare of the 9 provinces. It could be said that Meereen was the upper land, Yuan-Kai and Astapor were the middle land, and the ancient city to the east of Slaver's Bay was the lower land. Dany took 2 pieces of the middle land that were connected together, and the vassals divided the upper land and the lower land that were also connected together. She faintly revealed this idea to her generals, and they had no objection to it. They even became more motivated because the higher the title, the closer the fief was to Meereen. Let's talk about Dany's plan. In addition to Yuan-Kai, Astapor and Meereen had also entered a frenzied farming mode. Although a large number of new freedmen had left Meereen, the Gith of Yuan-Kai, the captured Gith warriors, the sentenced slave owners, and the manor lord of Yuan-Kai had all gone to Meereen. Together there were nearly 60,000 adult males. This time Dany did not go on a killing spree. Except for Sage Yuan-Kai, who was the direct murderer of the massacre of 50,000 slaves, the rest of the Gith were sentenced to reform through labor and education. Well, the education was not long. The shortest was 3 to 5 years and the longest was 10 years. When this sentence was announced, even the freedmen of Gith could not help but shout, "The Queen is merciful." Merciful? Oh, in 2 years the long night will come, and then there will be at least 5 years of polar night. The whole world will lose sunlight, and even if the ghosts are defeated, there will be 8 to 10 years of severe winter. 30% of these 50 to 60,000 male prisoners will be shouting, "The Shackle Earl is merciful" next summer. Well, the Shackle Earl, Clan, went to Meereen as the lord of the city. The pyramids in Meereen were also taken down by the Gith people under his command, and he supervised the 60,000 Gith prisoners in Meereen Manor. In short, Queen Dany embraced the new freedmen of Slave Bay with love and smiles, and the Shackle Earl drove the Gith people with roars and whips. In the end, Queen Dany harvested a warehouse full of wheat, rice, and the love of all the people. How could they not love her? With the Shackle Earl as a comparison, the Gith people would find that Her Majesty the Queen was an angel, a savior. Well, although the Shackle Earl had some Gith blood, he hated the slave owners and the high Gith people, nobles, merchants, manor owners, even more than most of the foreign slaves under Dany. If it were not for Dany's prestige, that guy would have castrated thousands of small Gith people. In the Queen's court, Clan had repeatedly suggested that, blood for blood, chicken for chicken, to castrate all the Gith people and make them unsullied. Later, Dany secretly asked the Astapor people. It was said that Clan was the son of a slave girl, born to be a slave. It was said that Clan was not bad when he was young. It was said that the good Lord had done many indescribable things to the butcher when he was young. It was said that, in short, after Sir Shackle Earl watched the revolutionary drama made by Dany, he cried in every scene, and he could empathize with almost every story. Although that guy's character was not good, he was violent and he was a little lustful. After becoming a knight, he had 2 lovers. But he was a good person. His consciousness was high, very high, and his spirit of resistance to the slave owners and the slavery system was particularly strong. He could also perfectly accomplish what Queen Dany wanted to do but could not. What a good comrade! After the completion of the migration, there would be more than 500,000 people in Yuan-Kai. 500,000 people would follow the Queen to the Great Plains to farm. On average, they would work for 2 days and rest for 1 day. In the Queen's liberation plan, there were also 25 million acres of land in Meereen that needed to be farmed. But the new freemen had been summoned to Yuan-Kai by the Queen, and the Butcher Earl could only happily exploit the 200,000 freemen of Gith, and almost 100,000 convicts of Gith. There were 60,000 in Yuan-Kai, and 40 or 50,000 in Meereen. In addition to Meereen and Yuan-Kai, Dany's old nest, Astapor, also had a quota in the liberation plan. 15 million acres of farmland and 10 million acres of grassland. It seemed exaggerated, but in fact the task was not heavy, because in the past half a year, Dany had already cultivated 7 million acres of land in Astapor. In the Battle of Bayong Slope, Dany had to liberate 70,000 to 80,000 strong slaves. And 3 days after the end of the war, The 30,000 militiamen recruited from Astapor returned home with a large number of cattle and pack horses. The newly cultivated 8 million acres of land would be planted with cotton, flax, and other textile crops. Well, most of the excellent craftsmen in Slave Bay were migrated to Astapor. In addition to the weavers, there were also blacksmiths, bricklayers, porcelain craftsmen, and so on. And the 10 million acres of grassland was under the responsibility of Danny's Kalasar. After conquering Yuan Kai and Murine, Little Kalasar, which used to only have 100 people, had swelled to a huge Kalasar with 20,000 people. Danny's roaring warriors were close to 4,000 people, which was a force that could not be ignored in the sea of grass. If this went on, even if the Queen's liberation plan was only 30% completed, Slave Bay would not have to be afraid of the long night. Well, Danny was not stupid. Although she made a plan for the liberation plan, she did not think that it could be 100% completed. Under the bright afternoon sun, outside Yuan Kai City, on the ridge of the fields. Gulp, gulp. Danny, who was wearing a slightly bloated training armor, hugged a pottery pot that was as thick as a wooden stake and drank a big mouthful of juice. She exhaled comfortably and said, "Let's not fight anymore. Let's rest for a while." On the opposite side, Baristan, who was dressed similarly, took off his helmet and put his unopened blunt sword aside. He also picked up a kettle and drank some juice as he mumbled, "Your Majesty's sword skills have improved rapidly in the past month or so. You don't lose to Prince Liga of the same age at all." Well, the respected Queen Danny shouted the slogan "Winter is coming. All the people are farming every day." She also carried a hoe and led tens of thousands of farmers to the ridge of the fields every morning. She did not dig the soil herself. She threw the hoe aside and only focused on training her sword skills. It was no wonder that her martial skills were getting better and better recently. Don't praise me on purpose," Danny said cheerfully. Although the reputation of Liga and Arthur Dane as the two peerless heroes was a little weak, he was indeed a first-class knight. "It's true. After nearly a month of training on the battlefield, Your Majesty has completely reached the level of, you can wield the sword as you wish. You even have the meaning of, you can wield something heavy as if it were light. Moreover, your strength has been growing rapidly recently. Your speed and strength are nearly 30% stronger than 3 months ago." Baristan looked at Danny carefully again and found that Her Majesty the Queen's body had grown taller. She was now 1.7 meters tall. Her body was tall and slender. Her shoulders were as if they were cut. Her waist was as white as silk. Her limbs were slender and powerful. She was weaker than when Qualls first saw her. There was a kind of vigorous beauty, but there was not the slightest feeling of a majestic figure. Her Majesty's talent is really good. Or rather, the Targaryen bloodline is really good. The old knight sighed secretly. Danny herself also felt that her strength had been growing rapidly recently. It was faster than the half-year of training in Astapor. She did not know whether it was because of the physical development or the high concentration of spiritual quality in her body. Chapter 170. A strength of 1.2 was already very good, which was measured according to the standard 1 of an adult man. For example, Baristan only had a strength of 1.6 and Mormont was young and strong with a strength of 1.8. Both of them were in the extremely strong category. Danny suspected that the level of monster was specially prepared for the Demon Mountain. Well, only after fighting many times could Danny see the more accurate attribute value of the enemy. If the Demon Mountain only touched her gently, she would only see a strength of 0.3. Then the Demon Mountain would punch her gently, and the value would soar to 0.8. At present, her system could not read the opponent's strength at a glance. After resting for a while, Danny took off the iron armor for training with the help of Jichi. She wiped her face with a wet towel and said to Baristan, "Sir, I will ride the dragon and leave Yuan Kai later. In the evening, help me bring the farmers of the Mutual Aid Association back." "Where are you going?" White Knight asked. "New guys. What are you going to do there?" The old knight frowned. Danny's eyes flashed a cold light, and she sneered, "Not only is Grazadin not dead, but he is also holding a dragon slaughtering convention in New Guise. Many countries and trading city-states are involved. I can't do nothing. Riding a dragon and showing off in the sky above new guys? What's the use? The corner of Barristan's mouth twitched. Humph, you see, I will give them a big gift, Danny said confidently. Not long after being summoned, Dahe flew from the east of the blue sky, and its shadow slid across the ground. The farmers who were working hard nearby stopped their work and looked up to see the black dragon. They all raised their hands and cheered loudly. The water buffaloes that were pulling plows in the field moaned and wanted to run away. Then, there was another sound of farmers scolding and whipping water buffaloes in all directions. Danny nimbly jumped on Dahe's back, waved to the people below, and flew into the sky. She liked riding a dragon very much. Holding the protruding bone spur on Dahe's back and watching the scenery on the ground fly by quickly, Danny had a feeling that she was controlling the whole world. She could not experience this feeling at all by plane. Danny didn't know if it was because of magic or the genes she was born with, but even if Big Black was flying at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, she wouldn't be blinded by the strong wind. Things like flying helmets could be made with the technology of this world, but there was no need for that. Just like how her eyes were not afraid of fire or smoke, her purple eyes would not shed tears even in the face of strong winds. Moreover, her vision and spatial awareness were particularly good. If she were placed in modern society, she would probably become the strongest fighter pilot. Soon, Danny crossed the field and came to the surface of the sea. She found Little Green and Little White, who were gnawing on bison bones on Yaris Island. There were also islands in Slave Bay. Yaris Island was located between Yuankai and Astapor. It was desolate and uninhabited, but it was rich in resources. A large number of wild cows lived on it. When the three dragons were free, they liked to go to Yaris Island to find a bison to eat. Well, in more than 2 months, Goldie had also grown from a palm-sized kitten to a strong hound, but the three dragons were unwilling to play with their little brother. The 4 dragons were divided into 3 factions. Big Black was arrogant. With higher wisdom, stronger strength, and larger size, it despised its 3 younger brothers and had always been alone. Little Green and Little White grew up together. Their strength, wisdom, and size were similar. The 2 dragons were almost never separated. Goldie was the youngest. Even if it could fly out to hunt, it was always taken by Kue Luo because its 3 older brothers ignored it. However, no matter how wild it was during the day, when Danny returned to the pyramid in the evening, the 4 dragons would also follow her. They would gather together, climb on the top of the pyramid, and sleep together. At this time, Big Black flew over the trees, creating a green ripple. Danny shouted to the 2 dragons who were looking around in the forest, "Let's go." The 2 dragons were very obedient. They put down their bison legs, stepped back, and jumped into the sky. A few months had passed, and the 3 dragons continued to grow at an exponential speed. Including the tail, Big Black was 18 meters long. Well, the long tail took up almost half of the total length of the body. When the wings were fully spread out, they could almost cover a room of 100 square meters. The maximum weight had also risen from 200 pounds to 400 pounds, almost doubling. Even Little Green and Little White could lift more than 300 kilograms. The 3 dragons were as fast as lightning, and in less than 2 hours, they arrived at Astapor. The guards above the Great Pyramid saw the megalosaurus from afar and shouted, "The queen has arrived." Toot toot toot. The 2 Unsullied picked up trumpets and played rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. In a moment, a group of people rushed up the stairs. There was Yora Mormont in iron armor, Little Black Sister Missandei, and a few centaur maids in Unsullied. After the war, Danny often flew back and forth between the 3 cities on the dragon, perfectly controlling the entire Slave Bay. Therefore, the 3 cities had her palace. If Doria did not die in the hands of the Faceless, it would be just right for the 3 cities and 3 palaces, and a maid would be arranged for each palace to serve as the palace manager. For example, Jichi was now in the palace of Ci Ning in Yuankai, and Ellie was in the Great Pyramid of Murine. The queen could not be unattended, so Danny chose a dozen centaur girls to enter the palace of Chaoyang, which was the Great Pyramid of Astapor. Those maids were all from Danny's original little Cass, who had followed her through the Red Wasteland. Although their service level was a little poor, their loyalty was completely guaranteed. Nimbly jumping off Big Black's back, Danny asked Yora, "Is the thing I want ready?" Yora waved to the Unsullied behind him, and a soldier immediately carried something wrapped in fur to Danny. Yora squatted on the ground and personally removed the outer layer of the blanket, revealing a black iron rod that was as thick as a wrist and 3 meters long. The iron rod was not a perfect cylinder, and its surface was even a little uneven, with traces of hammering visible. The style of the iron rod was also very strange. One end was as thick as a beer bottle, and the slightly slender end had 3 2-finger-wide fins. The fins were hammered out and were somewhat irregular. As per your request, a full 150 pounds. Danny held the iron rod and lifted it, feeling its amazing weight, and could not help but grin. There are some flaws, but to be able to create this fury of the goddess of liberty, according to the blueprint in just one night is not bad. With that, she laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, slave traders, accept the divine punishment of the goddess of liberty. Yora was a little embarrassed for the queen, touched his nose and whispered, "You want to use this long iron rod to smash the people of Zingis? I'm afraid it's not as good as a barrel of kerosene. You don't understand. This kind of space-based weapon is far more awesome than incendiary bombs." Danny waved her hand and said with the look of a lonely master, "Well, Your Majesty, you have to be careful. It's best to repair it on Jean Island first." Yora suggested. "I understand." Soon Danny's fury of the goddess of liberty was wrapped in a thick blanket again. Well, it was easier for Dahe to grab it this way. Danny switched to Little White, and Dahe followed behind with the iron rod. One person and 3 dragons did not stop, and flew straight to the south. After crossing 500 kilometers of long mountains, Danny rested for an hour on the old Zingis plains. After flying for more than 1,000 kilometers, the 3 dragons were a little tired. Yuan Kai was about 600 kilometers away from Astapor, and from Astapor to New Zingis, in addition to crossing 500 kilometers of long mountains, there were also 200 kilometers of old Zingis plains, 200 kilometers of Jiskari Strait, and 200 kilometers of Jean Island, more than 1,700 kilometers. After the Pearl Harbor incident, the Tokyo bombing that the Americans did was only 1,200 kilometers. They set off from Yuan Kai at 2 in the afternoon, and rested for an hour on the old Zingis plains. When they landed on a tall cliff on the southern edge of Jean Island, it was about 9 in the evening. Although the night affected the vision of the Megalosaurus, it did not affect their flying, nor did it make them lose their direction. Not to mention the Megalosaurus, most migrating birds did not rely on their eyes to identify directions. Danny was also a little hungry. She gnawed on a few sausages brought from Astapor, adjusted her state, and climbed on Little Green's back again. An hour later, New Zingis was already in sight. The crescent moon was like a sickle cutting through the night. It was late at night, and this pearl of the summer sea was still dotted with a series of bright flames. On the dock, sailors were unloading goods from ships under thick butter torches, and slaves were transporting fresh water and food to the ships that were about to leave the port. In the night market, under the illumination of wind lamps, vendors were selling goods. When passing by, customers encountered something they wanted, they would also stop and take the initiative to bargain with the shop owners. In the wealthy area in the south of the city, the hall of the high tower was brightly lit, and people were singing and dancing. In the administrative center of Zingis in the center of the city, the top garden of the Great Pyramid was also filled with red lights, green paper and green figures. No one noticed that 3 black shadows swept across the sky. "Big Black, test your height limit," Danny excitedly ordered the black dragon. Amidst the whistling wind, Dahe spiraled higher into the sky. As the political and economic center of Zingis, there was only one pyramid in New Zingis. The pyramid consumed too many bricks, and the island where New Zingis was located was too small, only 2 kilometers wide and 7 or 8 kilometers long. The geographical location was good, but the resources were poor. The cost of transporting stones and bricks from outside was too high. After all, it was across the sea. Danny, who was on the back of the green dragon, looked down at the huge building with lanterns hanging on all sides and said to herself, "I hope Danzo is not lying. The leaders of the alliance live in the pyramid." Then she thought that even if there were no alliance representatives, if she could blow up the symbol of New Zingis, she could also kill a lot of slave owners. Haha, space-based weapons are simply made to attack buildings like pyramids. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Danny seemed to see the 150-meter-high pyramid shattering into countless pieces, and the flying bricks covered the entire harbor of New Zingis. Wow, it's more than 15 kilometers, right? Vaguely feeling the position of Big Black, Danny was surprised to find that he was still flying up. Although they were at an altitude of 15,000 meters, Danny, who was in the state of the dragon spirit, found that they still had not reached the stratosphere. This planet was bigger than the Earth. Danny was enlightened. Finally, Big Black flapped his wings hard, but found that the nearby space was very calm, and the airflow was very stable. He actually entered the stratosphere. About 20 kilometers. At the same time, Big Black began to pant. He flapped his wings hard, but it was difficult to rise higher. When about 25 kilometers, Danny asked him to stop. "Shoot at me," Danny ordered excitedly,